Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is January 18th, 2025, 7:04 a.m. And we are, of course, playing some more Fate Grand Order. Gonna be finishing up the Imaginary Scramble quest today. Or main quest, that's the plan. Main interlude. And hopefully tomorrow we'll actually be starting Lost Belt 7. That's the plan. Hopefully. We go all the way up to the top. It's just been staring at me menacingly. Lost Belt 7, Golden Sea of Trees. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Fuck. Pronunciation of old Aztec words and old Central American culture words are going to be so rough on me in that story. Oh boy, can't wait. But yeah, without further ado, let's hop right into Imaginary Scramble. We only got about halfway through the story last time around, and so should be about the same length as last stream. That's the plan. What's up, Tripod? What's up, Starkiller? How y'all doing? So this stream should be like 6 to 7 hours probably. That's the plan. Did you get that character you wanted? No. That was rough. I think the Hoyo games took all my FGO luck. I don't know what happened. All this year, I've been screwed over. Back in what was the last New Year's servant? Was Koyan Dark, right? Koyami, for her nickname, because Yami means her name is Koyanskaya, and Yami is black or dark in Japanese, I believe, and so Koyami is her nickname by the community. And Koyami was last year's New Year's servant at the beginning of 2024. Didn't get her and spent like 400, 500 Saint Quartz, something like that. And then the New Year's, or the anniversary servant was who? Oh no, it was Arc. I did really good on Arc. Arc I lucked out on. Who did I not? Oh, it was the summer units. It was Proto Merlin, the Succubus, and Summer Scotty. Didn't get either of them, and I had like 4 to 500 Saint Quartz in the bank. Waited another 6 months, and now we were into the New Year's servants. The only like servants I wanted until the collab were because I was planning on skipping the Lost Belt 7 servants for the most part, except for Nito Alter. And even though Nito Alter's permanent, I still wanted to pick up 1 or 2 copies of her. Didn't even roll on her banner. I put like 500 Saint Quartz into the New Year's servant, Rasputin, and got nothing. We got a USO out of it because I got my 6th copy of the clay. It was rough. My Hoyo luck's great, at least. Hopefully that keeps going into the Boot Hill banner in a couple weeks. Would love to get a couple copies of Boot Hill if I can. All right. Without further ado, though, let me stop talking about gacha and get into story mode. What did we finish? We finished Act 3 last stream, I believe, and I believe there's a 4th and a 5th act that we have to finish, and then there's an epilogue. And so we finished 3 acts, and we've got like another big 3 nodes to go, I believe, before we actually finish this story. And it should be the later half. It seems like the note Act 4 and Act 5 are pretty long, so because we've only gotten about halfway through the story. So Act 4 and 5 are going to be pretty long. What was the story? It was pretty much just setting up the fact that we're in the Void Sea. Things are different. Normally, you shouldn't even be able to perceive the Void Sea as anything, but the fact that we can perceive it as something means things are terribly wrong here. And then back at base, Da Vinci and the crew were talking about how this isn't even reality. We're in some kind of dreamscape. And I made the joke that we're in Penacony. So we're in some kind of dreamscape, and there are different levels to the dreamscape, and it seems like Van Gogh might be the core central part of it, whether or not Van Gogh's the dreamer, or whether or not Van Gogh is connected to some kind of outer god that is keeping us in this dream. We're not sure. The main reason I wanted to play this event, though, was to be able to understand more lore about the foreigners going into LB7, just so I had that lore and knowledge going into LB7. But yeah. Same reason we did the Christmas in the Underworld as well, because it gave us a little bit more background and character development on, what's her name? I almost said Ishtar. Ereshkigal. It gave us a little background and lore on Ereshkigal, and I know Ereshkigal, like, makes an appearance at least in LB7, and so I thought that might be nice to have too. But yeah, without further ado, let's hop into Idle Talk 2. I assume this is going to be back at the base, because wasn't Idle Talk 1 with Sion and Holmes and all them? Hey Koji, thanks for the partner congrats. You can see my tests up there in chat. I had just activated the badge. You can see I've got the little check mark next to my name now. Oh boy, that's about all I get though for being partner. That, and I think I get a slightly higher ad revenue and possibly a sub split with Twitch, because normally for affiliates, Twitch splits subs 50-50. So if it's a $6 sub, I make $3 off of it, and Twitch makes $3 off of it. But I think partners get a slightly higher percentage. I could be wrong on that. If not, I think you have to reach a certain amount of subscribers to get this sub split, something like that. I know that's why a lot of Twitch partners have like a sub goal, because like if they reach a certain sub goal, like say they want like 1,000 subscribers, if they reach that 1,000 subscriber mark, Twitch, because you're bringing in more income for Twitch, they're a little more lenient on letting you have a higher percentage. And so some partners that have like a 2,000 subscriber sub goal, if they reach that 2,000 subscriber sub goal, they get to keep like 70 or 80% of the revenue instead of it being split 50-50, as far as I know. Cool little background knowledge. I'd love to be able to actually, Twitch partners now can dual stream on YouTube and Twitch if they want to. I don't think my computer can do it though. I've got a pretty old computer at this point. I've still got a 1080 Ti. It's trucking along. But if I ever get a setup or a computer, upgrade into a computer where I can dual stream, that'll definitely be something I'll look into, because then I don't have to worry about like archiving my VODs on YouTube per se. I still can't stream over 12 hours, which kind of sucks, but at least when I'm done streaming, the VOD is just archived forever on the YouTube VOD channel instead of me having to download it, cut it up, and upload it that way, or export it. You're hoping you can get one copy of Boot Hill? I have lost my last 3 50-50, so surely I'm due some mercy, right? Yeah. Talk to Moe about that. Poor man has lost like every single 50-50. What's up, UA? How you doing? All right, let's get into the story. Sion says, a dream with a strong probability of coming true, huh? I have seen plenty of evidence in Chaldea's archives of other dream-related incidents. Even so, this is not a headache I expected. I'll say, if that really is what's happening, maybe there's something we can do in this dream to improve everyone's chances of surviving, if or when it comes true. I suppose we could see if there are any other anomalies here in Novum Chaldea right now. Well, it is already nighttime, which is when I am usually on duty, so there's nothing unusual there. Gordoff and the rest of the staff are on break, the spirit origin graphs are all in perfect working order. That just leaves the servants on standby, and they all seem to be asleep too. Oh, that reminds me. If the Nautilus's crew were to run into trouble, they would try to summon someone to help them, right? Maybe that would let us determine what is going on with them right now. The only problem is, there's no way to be sure. It's possible that one of the sleeping servants has already been summoned while dreaming and is with Max as we speak. Then we will just have to wake them all up and ask them if they... No, you're right. That would not work. Any that had been summoned would forget upon waking, not to mention that they would be depriving Captain and his crew of valuable help. Yeah, so unfortunately, I really don't think there's anything we can do right now. What the hell is this guy doing here? Good evening, you two. It certainly is a fine night, isn't it? Hey there. How do you say his name? Because the two L's. Wait, Yue's in chat right now. French. Frenchie. I need help with French. How do you say, because isn't the two L's supposed to be like a Y? Is it Guise de Reyes? That was terrible, wasn't it?
Gilles de Rey.
Gilles de Rey.
Gilles de Rey.
I knew it was fucking weird.
Gilles de Rey.
Gilles de Rey. Don't say the I. Gilles de Rey. Weird. Okay. Hey there, Gilles de Rey. So weird. How exactly is this a fine night for you? Ah, an excellent question. I just took a peek at the astronomical telescope within my mind, and I happened to see two fixed stars, both shining with an ever so dim hue of green, not far from Mars. It is rare to see such a thing in the starry stretches of my mind, and all but impossible to predict. Thus I am finding this night much to my liking. So it's just about your astrological reading of the sky in your own imagination? Bro. I can't say I find that relatable. Definitely something strange going on here, though. Basically, sieste incroyable? Bro's fucking face. Oh, I do beg your pardon. This news was so shocking that I simply couldn't help but shout unbelievable in my mother tongue. Oh, how wonderful, how terrible. Which is it? Or is it both? Indeed, I can scarcely believe my poor luck that I should miss such an amazing opportunity. I will have to board the Nautilus when the time comes for this dream to become a reality. Of course, I'll need to bring both the dark and the light Johns with me. Oh, and I can't forget the young John either. And then there's the tan John I've been seeing lately. The tan John? Does he mean fucking, no way. What's her name? The one from, Lost Belt 4? That's amazing. At any rate, given our current situation, it would seem we are experiencing an invasion from another world even as we speak. Like those fantastical stories of fiction tales, or whatever you want to call them, that you foreigners like Abby are supposedly based on? Oh, are we talking about, Lovecraftian shit? We are experiencing an invasion from another world even as we speak, like those fantastical stories or fictional tales, or whatever you want to call them, that you foreigners like Abby are supposedly based on. We've never been able to verify those stories with Magecraft, so they're kinda hard to believe when you can't even observe them causing any harm. Right you are. The outer universe is a place of fiction that transcends even the bounds of reason, which makes it extremely difficult to predict or defend against. While it is not truly my place to speak on such matters, as I am but the mouthpiece of a borrowed noble phantasm, I can share what little I know, if you care to hear about it, my fair leaders. I don't know. If this really is a dream, I'd rather not give it too much theoretical credence. No, I think we should hear what he has to say. That may be even the whole point of this scene. Huh? I hadn't thought about it like that, but... Okay, Jill, lay it on us. Just be careful not to overstep your bounds. Not to worry. I have no desire to disappear by broaching the abyss, nor to be so boring as to put my audience to sleep in the middle of an ongoing dream. Lakshmi Bai, yes, thank you. I definitely was not going to remember that. Oh my gosh, more points.
よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
You hate Gildere? He's a fucking freak.
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
I'm gonna have to do some battles, aren't I?
このソナちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。
I was trying to get through this without doing any battles. I don't think I'm gonna be able to.
引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
Oh, we get a quick up now. Let's go. I wish Lakshmi Bai was like way better than she is. I know she gets a buff pretty soon. But I loved her story and implementation in LP4. Whale.
我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり楽しんでおり増やしておきまする。
買いかぶりですよ。会心的。
それでは失礼をば。
目を閉じ神の法廷。
秋光殿、お目覚めよ。
What's up, Animasphere? How you
暗
doing?
黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。
Where are we, by the way? We just started, we just finished the Idle Talk 2, which was when Jill DeRay shows up and basically confirms that we're dealing with an outer god, I think.
いや、森の北条の担い手よ。いや、
Looking.
千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ。我が生贄を受け取りたまえ。ハンドルディストレイズ。
I see. A lot of foreigners started in this event. Oh yeah, that's the reason we're reading it. Why is this thing so tanky? Oh, what's going on here? Imaginary number Y, or whatever the fuck that is. Do I have to go in with the... I think I have to go in with the specific counter. Imaginary number Y. One of these gets rid of it. I think it's Nemo. Yeah. Suggested. I see. That ship is just built different. It's the Greek symbol for delta. Don't quote me on that though. Huh. I assume it had to do with some weird
いやいやダシェバノアデラ海入れ
Imaginary
口
shit. Or, Outer God shit, maybe.
フレメルビトゥ
愉快な楽しんでおりますぞ。増やしておきまする。
我が後は炎となれ買いかぶりですよ会心の敵です買いかぶりですよ
Alright, now we should do much more damage.
ダシダシ
ほう、節操に諸肌脱げと。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ、暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱の塔、悪霊サフ。
Yeah, there we go.
ゴッホが辛かった時期の一服。何が起きるか作家保証外です。新作糸杉またの名をデス・テーレンナフト。
いやいや森の北条の担い手よい
Looking.
や千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバンドルディ・パレイズ
気持ちいい。
Goodness gracious. Alright, surely that gives us enough points, right? No? Oh my. Gotta do more. Penguin time.
Yeah, ダシェバノアデラ海入れプチフルダシダシ我が後は炎となれ
増やしておきまする。楽しんでおりますぞ。増やしておきまする。
会心の敵です。買いかぶりです。会心の敵です。
Oh, I screwed up.
真夏の気まぐれ、お楽しみ
や
あれ。
れよシャレコードいっぱいのブドウ酒
秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ、暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱の塔、悪霊サフ。
踊り簡単か。
いや森の北条の担い手よいや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバンドルディ・パレイズ
さようですか。そうでしょう、そうでしょう。
踊り簡単か。
母と子と堕落の未来を
お喜びくだされ、マイマスター。
My master! Not gonna lie, if there was Akimitsu, I'll be pissed at Dorman for calling me out every time to get rid of the mobs. There we go. Oh my god, this fucking ship being hidden in the bottom right. Alright, Act 4, the unthinkable dissolving. Okay, we're finally in the 4th region. Nice work, everyone. This is it, the last area. It may not be as big as some of the others, but there's no telling what might await us here. Still, after everything this crew has overcome, I have complete faith that we'll make it through whatever else lies ahead. Stay sharp, everyone. Let's just take it one step at a time. Yeah, it's not good to dwell on things too much. By the way, do you think it'll be okay if I clone myself again now? No, the risk is too great. Doing that leaves you too vulnerable. How many times do we have to tell you? Yeah, you're right. I'll just stay on the bridge like I'm supposed to. Okay, now that we've steeled ourselves for what's to come, let's go ahead and get started. Huh? What is it? Are we under attack? Well, I thought I heard a pinging sound, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. You couldn't tell? No, I couldn't. There was something unreal about it, almost like an auditory hallucination, just what you want to hear from a sonar substitute. Just what you want to hear from your sonar substitute, I know. How about you, Batty? Are you getting anything, Batty? I've been searching all around at max range and sensitivity, but I'm not picking up anything at all. Was that an explosion? Where did it come from? Oh man, something's heading our way, like right now. Huh? I think I'm seeing something. There's still some sign of enemies nearby. There's still no sign of enemies nearby. What was that? An enemy ship just fired one of their weaker noble phantasm level beams at us. Damage report now. Port side here. Thanks to the new upgrades, it didn't scratch our pressure hole. But I still don't want to take a direct hit from an A-rank beam. Engine room, full reverse and keep us silent. We need to figure out what's going on here. Aye aye, Triton wheel, full reverse. Lady Guifei, Osakabe Hime, tell us everything you can about the attack. I'm sorry, I heard it coming, but I have no idea where it came from. Same here, I think. I could tell from my bounded field that there was something next to us, but I couldn't quite pinpoint where it was. Maybe it's some kind of sonic camouflage? Are they using white noise to hide a new noble phantasm the way we do? This is the workshop. It would seem the enemy has yet a new adaptation. I will begin studying this new development as soon as we are out of harm's way. Until then, good luck. Bridge here, copy that. Alright everyone, this won't be the most pleasant voyage, but I'm going to need you all to remain on high alert for the time being. Then we'll need to up our searching game more than ever. You, keep your ears peeled for any sign of enemies. I'm going to head outside the ship for a bit. Sonar Hime out. Jesus. Sonar Hime. Alright, new area.
Kanai, 戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。
ライコかっこいい。でもちょっと怖いかも。
At least she's embracing it now, yeah. She did not want to do that shit earlier, which I don't blame her. Apparently, they're literally throwing her out there with the lasso we're using to reel her back in is the intestines of the monsters we've been killing. So we're just shooting her out there with a bunch of fucking monster intestines tied around her and then reeling her back in with it. Poor Hime. Servant abuse. I feel like everything Hime's put us through for all the Halloweens, I feel like she owes us one.
Utsboが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。そこだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。
Bam. We're just petty because of that one time she wouldn't let us sit at her kotatsu. What in the world is going on here? We've had several of the same attacks now, and neither Osakabe Hime or Yanguifei can detect the attacks ahead of time. We haven't seen any actual void enemies this time, just their attacks. What is going on here? I don't know, but the fact is, if they wanted to sink us, we'd already be in Davy Jones' locker. This is the most unpleasant thing I've experienced since my bout with the pufferfish Tetrodotoxin? Tetrodotoxin. I don't know if they're toying with us or if we're just getting lucky. Damn it, I hate this. I'm back from patrol. You already got the data I sent you, right? Yep, on it. I'm putting the images I processed up on the monitor now. We still haven't seen a scale or fin of any enemies here, but if we zoom in real tight on this one part... So it's nothing but shadows? Oh, this reminds me of fucking... What was that one horror game I played that's like only an hour long? That you're like in a blood sea and Markiplier's like making a movie of it? Forgot the name of it. It's reminded me of that though. When you can't see shit and you just had to go around in the submarine and fucking take pictures of shit. It was a terrifying game. So it's nothing but shadows? Exactly, there's a ton of sus grid spaces here, but I can't find the enemy that ought to be in the center of them anywhere. We haven't seen a single attack from any of the small enemies, and we still have no idea where all these beam attacks are coming from. That does it. These waters are too dangerous for us to linger on. For the time being, I say we head back to the previous area. Got it. Okay, let's plan our next move from somewhere where we can take a breath. Actually, Captain, before we leave, do you think we could try sending out a ping of our own? Just once? You think we'll be able to find these enemies that way? That doesn't seem likely. I don't think it'll help us find the enemies either. It would be great if it did, but there's another reason I want to try. I want to try scanning the terrain here to see what's going on with these strange reverberations I've been hearing from the enemy attacks. Like you said, Captain, if they wanted to sink us, we'd already be sunk by now, so I don't think sending out one ping is going to get us killed. I see. Okay, let's do it, Mash. Get in the defensive position just in case. Understood. Okay, sending out one pulse. Monka. No retaliation so far. Well, I just learned one thing. This area's exit is blocked off. What? Here, I'll show you an updated map on the monitor. There we go. Whoa, you're right. It is blocked off. How can this be happening? The terrain itself is changing? This has to be deliberate, if not outright malicious. Who's behind this, and why is this happening to us? I know the monstrous enemy ship wanted to stop us from going any further, but we already defeated it. Did I not already tell you? That ship was almost certainly being controlled by someone else. And if that is correct, this mysterious entity can only be telling us one of two things. I'm going to kill you slowly, or you shall not pass. If it is the former, we are simply done for, but if it is the latter, it would be worth seeing what happens if we comply and cease our attack. Sorry to interrupt, but we have another incoming explosion! What do you say, Captain? All right, let's give it a shot. Shut the engines down, stand by. Mash, keep your guard up. Right. It looks like the attacks have stopped. You don't look so good, Captain. You look pale, Captain. Yeah, you might be right, but can you blame me? I feel like a kid who just had his parents take away his checkers set. It's like our opponent's ignoring the rules and pinning me down on my head. If I don't snap out of it, this might even start to wear down my confidence in my abilities as a captain. Since the attacks seem to have stopped, I'm going to lower the threat level for now and take a break for a while. I need some time alone. Got it. Come on, everyone. We could all use a break. Nemo? Can I stay with you? Van Gogh, sorry, but no, not right now. Right, of course. I'm sorry, I should have known better. can't do anything to help. I want to pay Nemo back for helping me earlier, but I can't. Why not? Not the checkers set. Uh-oh. Is it because I'm not really Van Gogh? No, that can't be it. I am Van Gogh. I am. All my memories and everything I know say I am. There might be some inconsistencies here and there, but I know I'm Van Gogh. The only reason I can't bring myself to believe it is because I lack conviction. So what can I do to show my conviction? Knowing me, I can... Oh, what the fuck? That's some black speech right there. Chat, what's that say? Time to speak Eldritch. I noticed the beginning was the same thing that who's the other foreigner I like? Goat Mommy. Jacques de Molay. Where's the Noble Phantasm? She says it at the beginning of her Noble Phantasm, though. Not that one. Where's the la? It's something like that. She not say it there?
Oh my god.
I thought she said, oh my god. She says, oh my goat? Oh, no way. Ooh la la.
Comme ci, comme ça.
What the? Hell yeah. I love my goat mommy. Sorry, I can only translate French, not Cthulhu. How old was Jacques de Molay when they died? Because I found out about that not that long ago when I was looking into their life, and they were old even for their time. Jacques de Molay was 70 years when he was executed in 1314. That's pretty fucking old for the 1300s, man. Like, goddamn. '30s? No, that motherfucker was old. Never mind. And I believe, when were the Crusades? I don't even know much about medieval Crusades, to be honest. I just know it was like the Crusades in general were just like military exploits to try to spread Christianity. That's all I really know about them for the most part, but I don't know any like actual details of what was going on. (1095 to 1291). Okay, so and I'm pretty sure Jacques de Molay was like actively a part of that, right? It's the power of the croissant, secret of immortality here. And that's kind of what the Camelot Singularity was kind of all about as well, if I'm not mistaken, was like the So the Crusades were a series of military campaigns fought between Christians and Muslims from 1095 to 1291. The Crusades were a response to the desire to regain control of the Holy Land, which was considered sacred by both groups. And that's kind of like, I remember Camelot. Because doesn't King Arthur literally plop Camelot right on top of Jerusalem? And that's like how that singularity started. Pastries is just built different. If he was that old. Jokes aside, I realized the quantity of French servants we have in FGO is absurd. Even Richard was raised by the French. There's just a lot of history in the area. All right. Anyways, let's get back to this. Yo, gold folk card. Let's go. Going into my arc. And I'm really bummed at myself that I didn't read Tsukihime before, or Witch on the Holy Night and Tsukihime before Lost Belt 7. That was my plan, but never got into Star Rail instead. Which is the reason I am a Twitch partner now, so can't complain too much, but I was hoping to have some background, more Nasuverse knowledge before going into LB7. Yo, what's up, Ray? Alright, there we go. Wait, was that not enough? Was that something else? And finish investigating one or more shadows. Oh. Jane got a hold of you first before you started the Holy Night stream. Jane Doe. It's true. Do it after LB7. Boot Hill can wait. Nah, I gotta get my Whoa, what the hell? Look at that one. Got 2 boxes. I need my Boot Hill. I definitely want to do it. What's the I think there's a Ordeal Call chapter that has a lot to do with Tsukihime shit. It's probably, oh, and Extra and all that. It's just a mashup of all the Nasuverse shit, which is going to be 2026 for us, right? 2026 is just the collab year for FGO, actually, now that I think about it. It's oops, all collabs. FGO Oops All Collab will be 2026 for us, right? For the English players. So, I definitely got to read an Extras remake should come out this year, and I'd like to read Extra remake as well, so I can be prepared for OC. Ordeal Call 3 is the one that has all the fucking weird moon shit in it, right? OC2 has some, I guess, but I only know because Dante's has lore with what is ROA in the drama CD? The latest Ordeal Call is Extra related, yeah. And I don't know anything about the Extraverse because I was waiting for the remake to be my introduction to that. So the Extra remake should come out this year, and I'll make sure I play that. And then I'd like to, yeah, then we have the fucking Tsukihime. The Tsukihime kind of has a collab with the Christmas, right? Because we got Christmas arc, and then Mihoyo. There's a Mihoyo collab in 2026 as well. ROA is Tsukihime related? What even is that? I don't think I've ever heard of that. ROA is a Tsukihime, very important character in Dante's. Met him and more in the past. Monte Cristo drama CD could be a good read too. What the fuck? I've never heard of that. What the hell is that? Oh, is that guy? Yeah. Doesn't he have another nickname? I think I know him by another nickname. That's not Chaos, right? Chaos is a different guy. Neko Chaos? That's the guy that showed up in FGO and talked to Sion at the end of the Koyanskaya chapter, right? Fucking awesome shit, man. Is this the other gold foe? I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna put those into my arc right now. Surely we get the extra pens early this year for our anniversary, right, chat? I want the extra append so bad so I can use my arc a little more often. I'm already preparing her for that. What's up, Moe? Moe, what the hell are you doing up so early? Moe's like, I didn't sleep, dog. He's a dead apostle. Okay, his full name is Michael Roa Valdam Jong. Nasu names again. I see. I'd like to play the fighting game too. Melty Blood. But I know the newer one is like the second one, and I don't know if I need to play the first or not. People were telling me I could just skip the first and go straight to the second, but then I was like, fuck, I'm gonna miss out on like pretty important lore though. It's a German name. Dude, where is this? This motherfucker way in the corner, probably. I'm just trying to find one enemy in this area. Where the fuck is it? I think you unlocked the story. It said I had to get this certain amount of points and find it one enemy. I can check again though. I got the enough points for sure. Oh, now it's unlocked. Wait, what? What was the fucking thing it wanted me to... Whatever. Never mind. I'm just dumb, I guess. Act 4. It's a Buster and a Quick, right? I'll just use hers. You revealed the swirl? What is the swirl? Oh, hey there, Master. Hey, Marines. Something got you down? Why the long faces? Well, we just saw Captain go into the cargo hold looking like he was marching to his own execution or something. Of course, we can tell just how he's feeling anyway since we're all connected. So when he feels down, we all feel down, though we don't all feel the same way because we've all got different personalities and all. So basically, Captain's in enough of a funk that you're all in it too? Sounds like Captain must be seriously bummed then. Yeah, he's always had a strong sense of responsibility. And he's been feeling bad about bringing us all to his place ever since we got here. Things were looking up for a while recently, but now that's all gone, right? So, you know. But we're all sure someone will figure something out eventually, so in the meantime, we're all just gonna keep busy. Don't worry, things will work out, especially with these cute charms we've got for good luck. You mean Yang Guifei's dolls? Uh-huh. Looking at mine always helps me relax. We're all pretty loosely defined phantom spirits, so it's just really reassuring to get something like this. Man, Yang Guifei is amazing. It's not just the dolls, you know. She figures out what we want and gives it to us without us having to say a word. She helps out with our jobs, even the manual labor. She hangs out with us during our breaks, plays games with us, sings with us. Honestly, Yang Guifei might be half of the reason the Nemo series, and by extension the Captain, has held it together this long. Forget being one of the top 3 beauties in the world, there's more like one of the top 3 nicest people. I hope we get to work with her again sometime. I'll be sure to let her know. Later, guys. I'll tell her you said that. Okay, later, guys. Okay, later, Master. Ah, Fran, what are you doing in my room? It's cool in here, but I'll leave if you don't want me here. No, you can stay. I just have to think for a bit. No, that's okay. I just can't hang out right now, that's all. Yay. Fran is lounging around. This situation is untenable. Fran continues lounging around. I've got to do something about it. Fran continues lounging around. Lounge around. Engage maximum lounge mode? What? You're really tired, huh, Master? What's wrong? I can't figure out this mystery. I can't figure out who's behind all this. And that will help you? I don't know. Maybe I'm just going through the motions of thinking. I get it. I do that sometimes, 'cause I get tired. Then Papa and everyone else do lots of things for me. They're so easy. That sounds nice. If only someone smart would give me a hint. Huh? Someone smart. A hint! Oh, did you think of something? I sure did. More like remembered something, but yeah. Oh, then I'll go with you. Okay, let's go. It's weirdly quiet here, isn't it? Huh? Is that... Bloodstains. Stand back, Master. My, did you think you could protect yourself on all sides alone? I sensed something amiss and came as quick as my Shadow Prefect legs could carry me. I should be able to at least keep you two safe. It's strange, though. MASH should be the first one here, especially now that we're no longer on high alert. Quiet, something's come. Yeah! Yeah! Huh? There's so many. Be careful, Master. I'm going to carve a path straight to the bridge. Don't bother with the bridge. The blood leads to the cargo hold. Then we go to the other way. Understood. Then I shall make sure we get there, even if I must drench the path in the enemy's blood. Mama Raiko means business.
よろしいですか？よろしいです。風紀凛然はいけません。あら、いかがされました？こっち。
ああ。
とりゃ、とりてりゃ。アタック。でかいの、行くよ。
Summer 2 team, let's go.
この委員長、見逃し容赦しませんからね。 空気のためです。ではそのように。ではそのように。いざ空気を乱す輩せいです。
What the fuck is the weapon Fran has? Whoa. Logo's offspring? Is that a thing in Lovecraftian lore? A logo? Logos? Maybe not. If I just look up logo, it's just gonna show me fucking logos. Nice.
ならばご覧ではそのように。御図天の東方神帝釈天混合書。
She changed ascensions for the noble phantasm?
あらゆる敵を撃滅する釈大ターニ混合書。
What's up, Tamamo? How you doing?
来光参ります。
I'm doing fine myself.
勇気を乱す輩せいです。
とったご褒美に氷ください。
More. I need more pain, more wounds, more punishment. But I can't inflict any more on myself. So I'll have to get someone to do it for me. I love pain. Van Gogh? Finished LB7 a few days ago. Isn't there is there not a part 3? Is it only 2 parts? I thought LB7 was going to be split into 3 releases like Lost Spell 6. She always does her NP in that Ascension. Gonna be like Arcade and have the NP animation match her Ascension. Ooh, boo. Only 2? That's crazy. What happened? You're bleeding. Please punish me, Nemo. I don't know why, but I can't die. Isn't that strange? I'm Van Gogh, but I can't die. What the? Did your blood just create monsters? I don't understand anything anymore. Who am I? Am I not Van Gogh? If I'm not Van Gogh, then you don't need me, especially when I just make monsters. So please, kill me, Nemo. You're the captain. You'll be doing everyone else a favor. Stop! Max, what are you doing here? I'll tell you later. Right now, we need to subdue Van Gogh for her own protection. Got it. Poor Van Gogh.
敵へ発見だ。そうい持ち場につけ。カモメの歌を聞きたいか。容赦しませんから。分かってる。空気のためですね。いやはっセイバーセイバーとりゃ聞こえてる。空気のためですね。あたー分かってる。イエーイやるよ。おしまい。
Still need your precious Lilac, but no, the first multi I did on the Tez banner is the same as JP. I hate this game. Yeah. One day we'll get a proper pity system, right? Surely. Tez on the first multi, but no Lilac. I think that might have happened to someone else too in my Discord. Unless that was you that posted the photo. There's someone in my Discord that I could have swore was going for Lilac and got Tez. I don't think I've ever seen Nemo's extra attack. That's amazing. Lilac's your Grail candidate, at least to 100. Was going to not roll on the Tez banner at all, or at least until I got Cuckoo first, but I caved and did 5 tickets. There's a Summer Lilac that we got recently on, or JP did, right? I think. It hurts. I love it. Captain, get Nurse in here. We need to get those wounds closed. The infirmary's not far from here. I'll go get her, Master. I heard what happened. I'll start treatment right away. Keep them safe, Nemo. I'll head up to the bridge. Got it. It pains me to say this, but you're probably better equipped to handle this than I am. I'm counting on you, Max. More battles.
容赦しませんからね。空気のためですね。いざこの委員長見逃しません。はいいざ
Holy shit.
逃がしはしません。いかがです？空気のためです。セイバーはっ空気のためですね。いざアタック。いざ粛清完了。
Almost there. There's the bridge. Now, run for it! Mash, is everyone alright? Master, yes, we're okay. You and me are fine. I'm super used to hiding out in a siege. The Marines were a little banged up, but it looks like they're all recovered now. What about the other sections? And the other sections, are they alright too?
Engine room here. We got a few nasties pinning us down in here, but it'd be real helpful if you could send us some help. This is the computer room. We need some help down here too. This is the workshop. Baker and I are both pinned down. Send us soup as soon as... Huh? What's going on? Oh, it's you. Lambda here. I took care of the monsters in the aft compartment. They were blocking the way to the shower. I'll pass by the engine and computer rooms next, but you might want to consider giving the whole ship an inspection, just to be safe. This is the cargo hold. I agree with Lambdarillis. Max, we need to go over every millimeter of this ship. We can't let a single monster survive.
Got it. More battles? Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm back safe and sound. That sure was an ordeal, wasn't it? Yeah, I want to go take a bath and go bed. I do too, but this isn't over yet. We still have no idea how this happened. These monsters appeared out of nowhere. We've been anchored in place the whole time, too. Yeah, about that. As I'm sure you can all imagine, the Nemo series knows everything the captain has seen and heard. Van Gogh was covered in blood! And then she started making monsters out of that blood! Okay, quiet please. I've done a preliminary investigation. Those monsters did come from Van Gogh's blood, but wouldn't be quite accurate to say that she made them per se. Indeed, her blood merely served as a catalyst to summon the monsters. Once the blood is cleaned up, it will no longer be a problem. It may well be that some manner of spell activated inside her own body on its own, whether she intended it to or not. I have my doubts. It's clear her wound was self-inflicted, probably a consequence of her own mental instability. My focus is on the Nemo series, logic and reason, and that it's telling me we can't rule out the possibility that this whole mess was part of an elaborate suicide attempt. Yeah, if nothing else, we know for sure that those monsters showed up because Van Gogh went nuts! I knew she was too dangerous to keep around. You're still gonna keep your contract with her, Master? Let's just take it easy here, Marines. I know your straightforward nature is a big part of your appeal, but to be perfectly honest, I never cared for the way you guys so blatantly exclude anyone who's not in your group. Hey, you get to work all cozy in the computer room. You can't imagine what it's like for us, being right next to the void all the time.
This is the kitchen. I'm sorry to say this, Professor, but I think I agree with the Marines. I wish you could try to understand what it's like being on the support side, where all you can do is where you can never solve any really big problems by yourself. Nurse, you must know what it's like to get rid of anything that doesn't belong here for the safety of the crew, right? This is Nemo Nurse in the cargo hold. I'm too busy treating the patient to answer right now. Engine room here! Knock it the hell off, Bridge! Just because Captain's exhausted right now doesn't give you the right to freak out! Our job's to beat the bad guys to protect the weak. That's all there is to it. So, if Van Gogh's a bad guy, then we'll beat her, but we've still got to keep her safe. So, I don't know anymore. I need some ice cream to cool down.
Yikes. Sorry about this, everyone. This is Memory Partition's biggest weakness. When things get confusing like this, we'll end up with all sorts of conflicting ideas, and discussion just kind of deadlocks. This is awful. What should we do, Senpai? First things first, we need to solve the mystery of how this happened. Huh? Take a look at this. That's the drawing. That's the drawing Shang Yu left on the wall right before all this happened. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I tried to figure out what it meant a while ago, but I couldn't crack it. Wait, did you figure it out, Master? Yeah, I know what it is. This is a stone piece from a board game. This is a stone piece from the board game Go? Huh? Remember where Batty sensed the enemy's presence? There's a shadow on the grid square where Batty detected the enemy. Okay, but there weren't actually any enemies there. The enemy is not in the square. The enemy is where the squares intersect. Huh? Wait, is that what the Go piece means? Hey, yeah! Unlike in chess, Go pieces are placed on the intersecting lines between the squares, not the squares themselves. But wait, does that mean the enemy's in between the squares? How does that make sense? It doesn't. Besides, Yu and I haven't been missing anything in between the areas, Machan. That's not what I'm saying. What if this game board, like monitor, observes some kind of gap between the spaces of existence? I'm so lost. When the fucking MC that's supposed to be slightly stupider than the reader is actually smarter than the reader? What the fuck is happening, chat? Someone explain it. I'm so confused. I think I understand. Hey, yeah, that's something we may have been overlooking entirely. If we assume that zero-width spaces are lined up at equal distances from each other, where the lines that make up this grid intersect, then... Yeah, that would definitely explain the strange display glitch we're seeing on the monitor. So the very machine we use to observe the anomalous world has been bugging out. No, wait, if these impossible spaces really do exist, maybe it's because observing this world through the monitor actually caused the world to go a little nuts. Hey, yeah, if we can't prove whether the 5 people observing the world have gone mad, or if the world itself has gone mad, does that mean using a buggy machine to observe the world actually distorted the world's spatial structure, thereby creating gaps between spaces just like the lines on Go board? What? I'm not sure, but I think it might be simpler than that. No, I get the feeling it's actually simpler. You're right, Senpai, because something has distorted void space at the start of all of this. Yeah, I don't think it's a machine that did all this. I think somebody must have observed those gaps using the machine as a guide. Indeed, it has always been my suspicion that it was not a machine that trapped us here, but a being. Perhaps it was someone with some kind of special power we have witnessed, and even benefited from numerous times thus far. Yes, since Yang Guifei has the ability to project highly advanced visuals onto void space entities, and Van Gogh's blood has the power to convert those entities into real beings, then perhaps it was another foreigner who manipulated the reverse side of the world's void space into the present form. If that is so, it explains the shape of the gaps between the spaces. Especially if we assume that this foreigner got the idea by looking at the game board like monitor and recreated it gaps and all. In that case, since we all know beyond a doubt that Yang Guifei was summoned here from the throne after this incident had already begun, then the most likely suspect would seem to be... It's gotta be Van Gogh! She's the one behind all of this! Everyone quiet down, let's verify first. Hang on, we need to verify this hypothesis first. Good point. Then let's find out right now if the gaps between the spaces, I'll call them Go board spaces for the time being, really do exist. I think we can all say that Yang Guifei and Osakabe Hime have unconsciously been conducting their searches under the assumption that the space we're in now is a typical 3-dimensional one. So we'll completely reconsider that aspect while calculating to determine if there's anything that would contradict the existence of these go board spaces. Okay, let's put our heads together. Construct a Magecraft function based on the new hypothesis and update the monitor that we have. I'm so confused. For reading between the lines? What the fuck is a go board? It's a Japanese chess game. Okay, and those markings on the wall that Shang Yu drew over there are supposed to be like a white and a black go board piece, I assume. There's an open circle and a dark circle on the left there. In the meantime, we all need to keep a cool head, and actually, Captain, do you think you can come back here soon?
I can't leave Van Gogh alone right now, and I can't bring her to the bridge either.
That's okay, we'll make do. Okay, everyone, let's figure this out. Me.
そこだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。そこだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。
I'm so confused at what they're suggesting with the board game. I understood. So these are this is the board. They're suggesting that there's something in between the pieces itself, like in between the lines. Notice where the spots are, the black spots, the dark spots on the board, like that. Look at where the sensors are at. Oh, okay, that helps a lot. Those are in between the lines. Gotcha. So all there's 4 black spots on the screen right now. There's 2 in the middle there, 1 in the top left and 1 in the bottom right, and every single one of them is in between the lines of the board right there. And so the hypothesis currently is that something is hiding literally like in between the lines of the board, I think. It's fucking mad confusing. Is this an endgame / minigame? It's an event story thing. This is like a 2-year-old event that I never did that kind of gives context to one of the classes in Fate, which is a Foreigner. And they're all, I know that the context of Foreigner class all have to do with outer gods, but this event is supposed to give even more context to them. So we're like literally like peering through different dimensions of reality in this event to try to learn more about the outer gods of like literally Lovecraftian mythos. You were right on, Master. Once we re-examined our garbled scan data under this go board space hypothesis, all the inconsistencies we'd been struggling with disappeared. We also found a way to adjust our targeting coordinates to aim at these go board spaces and devised movement spells that will let our weaponry reach them. Now we can finally torpedo the enemies hiding in the spaces between the spaces, and all that's left is to give the signal to counterattack. Really? Then let's see if this works right now. I'm sick and tired of getting shot at and not being able to do anything about it. Do you really think we could do that now, with all this tension? We have calls coming from inside and outside the house. Well, ship in this case. Wouldn't it be wiser to focus on beefing up our internal security first? Not at all. The best strategy to distract from the internal problems is to give everyone an external enemy to focus on. You're even more twisted than I thought, aren't you? Just a little Genji humor. At any rate, as the Shadow Prefect, I have my own piece to say. Van Gogh is innocent. Believe me, I investigated her very thoroughly and never found a single piece of incriminating evidence. Oh, come on. I could believe you if you were the caster or an assassin, but as a lancer? Well, I suppose I can understand your concern. Besides, she could have just glanced at the monitor. It wouldn't take any time at all. And who knows what's going on inside that foreigner's head anyway. Yeah, we still have no reason to trust her. Yeah. Uh-oh, this is not going good. Oh no, don't tell me. It's mutiny time! Oh my goodness. Van Gogh's got a bird! Please calm down, Nemo Marines. There's no need for violence. They're tougher than I thought. And there's so many of them, it's going to be difficult to defeat them without injuring them. Who cares if they get injured? They're clones, right? Just cut them down and be done with it. Nobody's cutting anyone. Captain, can't you do something to stop them? Captain, please say something, Captain. Yep, this is bad. The main unit has been overloaded, and it started to malfunction. If one of the clones gets destroyed now, he won't be able to recover their data or their spirit origin, which will cause a whole nother set of problems. Big ones. We can try rebooting the main unit myself. Baker, nurse, and engineer all have to authorize it. At this rate, we'll be killed before we decide on a plan. Come on, guys, stop it. Why are you doing this? We're all friends here, remember? Goei's a good girl. I know it. If there's something wrong with her spirit origin that's causing this, then there must be a way to fix it. And if there isn't, then I'll stop her myself, so please cut this out. Oh, is that Shang Yu? Wah! Yeah, this is him.
My strength shall lift the mountains, and my might shall conquer the world. There, I have used my weakest attack to subdue all 13 enemies.
Shit! Shang Yu, what are you doing here?
I awoke because I initially calculated this incident would be over by now. That seems not to be the case. My apologies, everyone. It seems my foresight was limited with regard to these events. Even so, the fact that you are all still alive must mean the 3 things I left to help Master must have served their purpose.
Only 3 things? I think you miscounted there, Shang Yu.
What? Does this mean the drawing I left on the wall was not sufficiently clear?
No, we got your message there. I'm talking about your 4th hint. You forgot the hint you just gave us.
Aha, now I understand.
Oh, I get it now too, Master. Indeed, of all the tricks for the culprit to employ. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Don't leave me in the dark out here alone. Don't worry, you're not alone. Most of us here, myself included, are in the same boat. Go on, Max. Just tell us what it is already. Anyway, between the 12 Marines, engineer, professor, nurse, and me, we have 16 crew members altogether, and that's the Nemo series lineup, who will be manning the ship for our training exercise today. What's the number? The 13? There are supposed to be 12 Nemo Marines in total. Chat, there's an imposter among us! How does this motherfucker even fit inside the shadow border? Sussy? So why are there 13? And it looks like one of them isn't knocked out. You there, quit faking and get up. Nemo Marine fake? It's a pretender. I really messed up here, huh? I never thought you'd guys get us in a place like this. I can't believe it. How did an imposter make their way among... I can't believe it. How did an imposter make their way into the Nemo series when we're all using memory petition? I think that is exactly the blind spot the culprit took advantage of. You may all share what you see and feel, but perhaps you were too reliant on your senses of sight. While I'm sure you would all have noticed a change in your shared senses immediately if one of your series were to do something abnormal, or if one of you went missing, there is no way you would have noticed any change when an imposter who just looks like you did the same, that you received no thoughts or senses from, made it any easier, blah, 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 blah. But I've been keeping an eye on all the Marines this whole time to ensure that none of them got up to anything indecent. Still, as long as I am around, I will not let a clone or two distract me from my duties. You said yourself that dealing with the clones was tough, Raiko. I guess 13 clones was too many for you to keep up with. I suppose you're right, Master. I'm sorry for failing you. Depressed. But then, who could the extra Nemo Marine possibly be? Good question. Want to take a guess?
Master, according to my calculations.
That's okay, I got it. Don't worry, I already figured it out. Oh yeah? Then prove it. You're... Hokusai! What? Oh, look, now the monsters are there in the spots. Can I just go? Yeah. Go, 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 go. Can I get a go, 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 go in chat? The Dojin Painter Gremlin, of course. Not Oberon again. Well, guess the cat's out of the bag now. That's right, it's me, the invincible swimsuit swordmaster, painter, and fairy. How do you say her first name? Is it Katsushika? Katsushika Hokusai. Now? Really? This is hardly the time or place for that shtick. God, just forget you saw that, alright? I just can't pretend you to be my younger sober self any longer, not even to pass as a spirit origin scan. So it wasn't your summer self, Hokusai? You were the one disguising yourself as a Marine? Anyway, how'd you know it was me, Master? Is it 'cause I'm a foreigner? No, it wasn't that. You've been leaving clues here and there. Well, except for the Marines. They all have basically the same personality. You can think of them as one person sharing 12 bodies. You noticed, huh? Yeah, I drew those little swirls on the cheeks there myself. I thought it'd be cuter that way. Besides, it's more fun having one that's not exactly like everyone else's, you know? You were the only Marine to customize your doll. The Marines all pretty much are the same person. Ah, yeah, you got me there. This little dolly was so well made I couldn't help but try to put one up on it. Those swirls I drew were actually teeny tiny dragon crests. I'll show them to you later. Anyway, now that that's settled, let's get going. Oh, and if you got bored, you can always take a gander at the picture scrolls I painted. I also remember the scroll you showed me back then, and there was the scroll you painted under your own name. Oh, I've seen that one in the database too. It's called a Kanu Kaputsi? Hutsu? Or operating on Guan Yu's arm, and it's one of the few known paintings by Katsushika Oi that still exists today. It's a bold, gruesome painting that depicts the famous General Guan Yu ignoring the pain of his wound while playing Go. Aw, you guys remember that painting, Master and Mash? Glad to hear it made an impression on you. I'll be honest, I remember that painting I showed you when I first saw how this here monitor looked like a game board. I thought, that's it. If I just swap the shogi board out for a Go one, I can't lose. So it's just you then, Oi? What happened to Toto-sama? He's right there. Eh? Toto-sama's empty right now. Well, more like he's busy being the antenna to the outer god. So this was all you're doing, Hokusai? So you are the one behind all this. Yeah, you could say that. I mixed water and ink into the void to make these seas dangerous. I've been painting rocks and monsters left and right to slow you down, Master. I added that sonar thingy I heard at the workshop at the monsters. I got the idea to hide them in the space between the go board spaces by sneaking a peek at the bridge. And I did all that to stop you and the ship, Master. But why? I don't understand. Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? For a painter, this void space place is a dream come true. It's like one giant blank canvas stretching out as far as the eye can see, and all you gotta do is paint them and all you gotta do to get all the paint you want is stare into the void for a while. What kind of painter would I be if I didn't try to paint something here? But for some reason, old Toto-sama wasn't convinced. He kept hammering and hawing about whether it was okay for us to paint here or not. So just this once, I gave him a bop on the noggin and disobeyed him. I decided I was gonna get the Nautilus myself, come hell or high water. That was how he ended up like this, and I've been doing my own thing ever since. No way, I don't buy it. You might be a genius painter, but you don't have any skill that would let you disguise yourself as a Nemo Marine. Oh, that? I got something of a metaphysical critical when I used item construction. It let me pass to ship scans. I also lucked out when this spirit origin ended up fighting for dominance with my Saber Oi one, since that one knocked out my vital signals. That made stowing a piece of cake. You've got to be kidding me! Metaphysical crits. What can you do? Nothing we can do about it then. Excuse me, can I just say one thing, please? It's a pleasure to properly meet you, Lady Katsushika Hokusai. My name is Yang Yuhan, though I'm historically known as Yang Guifei. I'm also a foreigner, just like you are. Yeah, I know, and damn, if you aren't even more of a beauty than I'd heard. I'd love to paint your portrait sometime. So, what's a nation-ruining princess like you want to say to a humble painter like me? Have you really sworn loyalty to the outer god? Couldn't be further from my mind. I just want a little time to paint all the pictures I can. You don't mind staying a little longer, do you, Master? I'm just asking to keep your ship here about 200 or 300 years or so. That way I won't have to sick any more beasties on you, or threaten you with cannons, or anything like that. You can all just hang out, relax, and enjoy yourselves. How's that sound? Not great, to be honest. I can't do that. That's so. In that case, Master, I think this is exactly what I was summoned for. All you have to do is give the order. Yang Guifei, everyone, you know what you have to do. I need all of you to stop Hokusai. Ming Bali? Understood? I'll do whatever it takes to subdue her. Hang in there, Goey. Nullified buff? For how many turns? 3 left? Oh man. Never mind, we're fine.
いやいや森の王北条の担い手よ
Looking.
いや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバトルにパレーズ合点承知の助さん
Remove my buffs.
さようですか。はは、なるほど。
踊り簡単かかかれし者はかかれしままに
Down bad. This player base? Preposterous.
さようですか。はは、なるほど。
少々楽々さん超こざいなあらよ
One whole turn. Oh man, that sucks.
うわ
はは、なるほど。
虫様のね踊り簡単か合点承知の助さん超こざいなこうだ
All right, get ready to look, chat.
シャレ神戸いっぱいだやるよ
What's up, Sarah?
いやいや隣にご覧なくし
Looking.
我が
Looking.
光より暗きを愛し母の体に入りて生まれる緑人褒めるじゃないか
Oh, she evaded it. Oh, bro. It's cooked. We're cooked.
オンそじりしたそうかオン中知り HB ベース富岳36系体は大きい波浦ここまで
Go, mommy, no.
あらよあらよ
Should have had a sure hit CE on. I've got it on this. I didn't think her fucking evade would fucking do proc 3 times in a row, bro. It's just a chance to evade, bro. I did stun too.
拍車をかける白兵戦行きます負けないぞトト様またガムを変えやがった超こざいな
Damn, she does not like Doman. Okay.
貴様逆鱗に触れたな
真夏の気まぐれ、お楽しみあれ。
暗く
それでは失礼おば。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱の塔、悪霊サフ。
Max ignored my request? What?
ではでは、夏のバーベキューと参りましょうや。
Looks like I might have bitten off more than I can chew. I can't believe how strong she is. She's nothing like her file in the database. Is she linked to the Outer God? Is that all it takes to make someone this much stronger? Still, at least we've got her on the ropes now. Lady Hokusai, I have one last question for you. When I asked if you were the one behind all this, you said, yeah, you could say that. Now I want to elaborate on that statement. I want you to elaborate on that statement. Tell me, was the being who enticed you into doing this God or a human? Beats me. All I know is someone called at me and I answered. Someone far, far away, a voice from the deepest reaches of the void sea. Then does that mean Nope, no more yapping. Fights and fires might be Eido's flowers, but battling with our noble phantasm is us heroic spirits' flower. Uh-oh, black speech. Imperial edict! In the name of His Imperial Highness's consort, I, Yang, Taizen. Both of you, cut it out! Stop it before you... all of us end up dead. Hokusai? Huh? Van Gogh? What happened over there, nurse?
Ow, ow, ow! I'm sorry. Van Gogh surprised me and tied me up.
Hokusai, Hokusai, Hokusai. I've been waiting to meet you. Well, now we got yet another beauty on board. I ain't never seen you before. You the one are you the one you called me here? Huh? I called you? Deeper, deeper. Further, further. Ah! Did I? Also, did I hear him say your name was Van Gogh? As in Vincent van Gogh? The painter from the Netherlands? Yes, that's me. I'm honored you heard of me. Nah, that ain't right. Who are you really? Ever since I got summoned to this day and age, you better believe I've been looking up your work and artists who started painting after I died. That definitely goes for Mr. Van Gogh's work too. I spent a hell of a long time studying his paintings. And the moment I took a gander at them, I could tell right away that they were just like mine. Don't get me wrong, it means that the world to my knowing... It means the world to me knowing one of the... It means the world to me knowing one of the arts world's biggest names took a liking at my work. But, while Van Gogh might have dug Hokusai's style, that means they say he always was more of a fan of Hiroshige? You know what? I believe it. I can practically smell Hiroshige's hands all over Van Gogh's work. That tells me Van Gogh was a guy, not a gal. A naive, sensitive fellow who probably would have caught more than his fair share of colds. Trust me, it takes a lot more to become a servant to change a painter's whole essence. Just take a look at that Da Vinci guy. So I know this is the pot calling the kettle black here, but I don't know you. Who are you really, lady? You might call yourself Van Gogh, but... Ha! Gah. That was my glamorous alter ego special attack. I do hope you liked it. I trust you don't mind, Max. It seems like she said everything she had to say. Yeah, no problem. Good, now you can deal with the bigger problem at hand. I look forward to seeing just how deep your love really goes. I don't know exactly what sort of problem Van Gogh is struggling with, but do we really have no other choice but to pry into it now? I mean, we're under so much pressure and Captain isn't here with us either. Hey, Goey? Who is that? It can't be me. It looks like I'm just a nameless foreigner who called Hokusai to the Void Sea and tried to kill you all. I don't care about any of that. Besides, it looks like the worst is behind us. I just want to talk, that's all. Can I just ask you one thing, Master? Do you know who I really am? The true identity of my heroic spirit? One thing at a time, okay? Let's just take it easy for now. Please, tell me. How do you say that? Clyde? Huh? That wasn't me. Clyde, 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 Clyde. Clyde, 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 Clyde. Clyde, 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 Clyde. Ah, they're all glitching out! Come on, guys, cut it out. There's a reason Captain's been keeping that to himself. Clyde? Clyde? Right. I remember now. That name was tucked away deep inside the knowledge I received from the throne. I see. It's a perfect name for me. Oh, is that why I bloomed? Though you know, Master, even after hearing that name, I still can't help but think of myself as Van Gogh. I can't escape his memories either. So...
So I'll go do my best to die on my own. Somewhere deeper and further away where I won't make any more trouble for any of you. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Lady Angry Faye. Goodbye, everyone. A heartfelt handshake to each of you. Please give my regards to the Nemo.
Huh? This can't be happening. Goey, why? This is terrible. Why do things never seem to go our way? Never mind that now. We've got to wake Captain up. Then we can go out and look for Goey. First things first, we can find Goey once we've woken the Captain up. Right. This is very confusing for everyone, but we'll do our best to help as much as we can. What the fuck is happening? All right, last node or last arrow for Act 4. I'm really sorry, everyone. I guess the memory partition logic still has some serious bugs. I'll ask Xion to refine it as soon as we get back to the Wandering Sea. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that I put all of you in danger, and on top of that, now Van Gogh's up and disappeared. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I don't think I'll ever be able to make amends for this mess. It's okay, we haven't permanently lost anything yet. Don't worry, Nemo. I honestly don't think you did anything wrong. Thank you, Max. Alright, getting back on track, we need to prepare for the final phase of this operation. Let's start by assessing our current situation. Right. First, the Nemo Marines that were behaving erratically are still operating, albeit with their personalities temporarily suspended. The rest of the Nemo series are still functioning as usual, though their opinions on what we should do next remain divided. That's largely because I'm still conflicted about this whole thing myself. I won't ever let my thoughts shut down like that again, though. Sounds like your mind's just about made up, then. Hokusai's in the slammer, but she looks sane. Indeed, Toto-sama has woken up too, though he claims he doesn't remember anything. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean we can't let her out. There's no telling what she might do if she starts acting up again. The professor and I examined her spirit origin graph, and it seems her skills were illegally modified. Father-daughter bond, the skill that she uses to fight off the evil god's influence, was temporarily weakened, and in exchange, her item construction skill was significantly enhanced. Disrupting though it may be, if this is the first method of the evil god used to influence her, then it was well within our means to counteract. I have already equipped her with a mystic code that should neutralize the weakening effects. Now all we can do is wait and see what happens next. Fortunately, she has been quite cooperative since her capture, so for the time being she should no longer be a concern. Then that leaves just one problem, Van Gogh. If that's the case, we just have to figure out what to do about Goey. Right, we searched the entire ship from top to bottom, but we haven't found her anywhere. There's no trace of her in any of our system logs either. It's like she completely disappeared. Choto, a minute! Are you really not going to talk about how she wasn't actually the Vincent Van Gogh in the first place? For that matter, who is this Clyde person anyway? I'm sorry, I think there were a lot of gaps in the knowledge I received from the throne. Clyde is a figure from Greek mythology. She's not very well known, so it's no surprise that you might not have heard of her. She's one of the 3,000 Oceanids, the water nymph daughters of the Titans of the Seas, Oceanus, and his wife and sister, Tithes? Her story is one of tragic love, envy, and desolation. Long, long ago, Apollo, god of the sun and the arts, had fallen deeply in love yet again, this time with a human. Her name was... Fucking names, bro. Lukatho. Crazy. Never would have guessed that. Her name was Lukatho, as the daughter of... Oh my fucking god. I don't think these are coming back. I'm skipping these names. King of Persia. She was one of the most beautiful women in the world. But although Apollo yearned deeply for Lukatho, he already had a lover. Clyde, a water nymph. Though quite beautiful in her own right, she first despaired upon learning that Apollo had lost interest in her and then grew mad with envy. Shortly thereafter, Clyde began filling King Orkamu's ears with all manner of vile stories about his daughter, with no regard for the truth of her tales. Enraged, Orcamus called Leucotho before him and had her put to death. Apollo's heart broke in his grief, but even with Leucotho gone, he never returned to Clyde's side. From now on, love would forever be beyond Clyde's grasp. Though she regretted her actions, Clyde could never bring herself to abandon her love for the sun. Morning, noon, and night, she fixed her gaze upon that sun, and in time she transformed from a nymph into a single flower. I never would have imagined that Van Gogh was actually a character from Greek mythology. Anyway, did I? Oh my god, fate in a fucking nutshell. Fate in a nutshell. I never would have imagined that Van Gogh was actually a character from Greek mythology. Anyway, did I get Clyde's story right, Captain? Yeah, that was spot on. Thanks, Mash. When we first met Van Gogh, her flower girl motif almost immediately reminded me of Clyde, the water nymph who had a falling out with Apollo. The flower she becomes at the end of her story is called a heliotrope, which means something like to always face the sun. However, later retellings upon depicting her turning into a sunflower instead. Of course, the Van Gogh we all know uses sunflowers prominently in a variety of ways, but so did Van Gogh the painter. He often used sunflowers in his painting to represent the sun's warmth. In fact, some of his best-known work is actually a series of paintings titled Sunflowers. On top of that, both our Van Gogh and the painter Van Gogh tended towards self-destruction. True, Vincent van Gogh was very intelligent, but he also struggled to manage his passions, which sometimes led to him harming himself. While Clyde's story definitely shows how unrequited love can make one do foolish things, I think the fact that her intense regrets made her turn into a flower could also be seen as her need to punish herself. When you think about it, for the two heroic spirits with different backgrounds and even genders, Van Gogh and Clyde do have a lot in common. I'd guess Van Gogh's spirit origin is actually mostly Clyde. For one thing, further analysis shows that she is a high-ranking divinity, something you rarely see in servants from modern eras. At first, I thought that was just because she's a foreigner, but if she's actually a nymph directly descended from Titans, that would explain it much better. Yet despite that, her memories are all Vincent van Gogh's rather than Clyde's, which means she must be a phantom spirit. Maybe she's a phantom spirit then? She could also be a high servant. Both her Van Gogh side and Clyde side seem fairly high-ranking after all. I don't know, but I do know that, unlike you and me, she's been melded together from very disparate parts. Now she's a heroic spirit, with the mind and body of Clyde, a female nymph, and Van Gogh, a male artist. Her very existence is one giant contradiction. It's no wonder she's so unstable. Now I see. That must be what the outer gods are after. You think so? Wait, what are they after? Just instability? I do. I can tell, after all, in one sense, I am an outer god myself. So I can understand what they're thinking, though only up to a point. When these gods set about making the heroic spirit we know as Van Gogh, it must have been for the purpose of invading your world, that is, modern-day Earth. The way from the outer to the inner and from the void to reality is a long and treacherous path. It is not the sort of path that can be crossed in a single leap. Indeed, even if the strongest gods could die a sudden ignominious death if they were to stumble in the wrong spot. So they must have sought a place they could use as a foothold into your world, a bridgehead or an outpost of sorts. They found one in void space. It is a completely unobservable zone, both next door, neighbor, and distant destination to reality space, separated only by a thin wall of recognition. Excuse me, I'm sorry for interrupting, but does that mean this mysterious enemy already knows about void space? I would think so, yes. We need to come up with a means to counter that strategy upon our return. At any rate, we now know their plan was to send a heroic spirit to void space on an expedition to discover more of the yet unknown paradise. To do this, they summoned Van Gogh to the void, where she proceeded to call Hokusai here and wait for us to arrive. They clearly already have a means of ascending void space, yet instead of coming here directly, they chose to send a heroic spirit in their place. I cannot profess to know what led to that decision, but given what we know about their goal, certainly the base for heroic spirit. Certainly, their chosen heroic spirit must be capable of creating the base of operations that they would need. Furthermore, if we think back to what Van Gogh has accomplished thus far, we can summarize that she was given the 3 duties to fulfill. 1. Requisition of local personnel. 2. Create a local base. And 3. Defy the requisition personnel. Now I get it. They plan to use Chaldea's foreigners to bolster their ranks. That's correct, Osakabe. I expect the cost of summoning heroic spirits to the void must be too great for them to amass an army that way. So they must have thought to take advantage of our own servant resources and our access to void space, which they've done quite well. In answering Van Gogh's call, Hokusai developed a madness of her own, warping her skills and making her amenable to the Outer God's desires. Thus, once she had successfully disguised herself and stowed away aboard the Nautilus, the Outer Gods and everyone they needed. Just as they planned, Hokusai transformed void space into a sea and went to paint trenches, battleships, and other grand works into existence. Had we not stopped her, she may have eventually succumbed to her madness and completely painted a temple for those evil gods that they could use for their outpost. I do not know how they plan to mount an assault on reality space from here, but if nothing else, I expect we would have been forced to give up the paper moon in order to stop them. And that, of course, would have been an end to any hope we had of restoring proper human history. Wow, I had no idea we were that close to disaster. Indeed, we were. Then the Outer Gods must have had their Hokusai in the sights right from the start, so when they realized that they could use their Ikkyoi connection with Vincent Van Gogh to bring her here. Indeed, that is no doubt one reason they chose Van Gogh, but I suspect their true aim lies elsewhere. Van Gogh's noble phantasm, the Starry Night, is a painting capable of swallowing the very void with its alternate depiction of reality. It can transform foreigners into gods and spread madness to all who gaze upon it. So once the Void Space Temple was complete, they must have planned on using her noble phantasm to defy the other foreigners. No doubt that it is the final phase of their plan, the grand mechanism through which those evil gods meant to descend upon Earth. But that doesn't make any sense. If Goei really wanted to do all that, she could have turned me into an evil god whenever she liked, but she didn't. Exactly. Huh? Though some type of foreigners may be compatible with void space, if they cease to be servants, or rather if their inner divinity were to take control of them, would they not then lose their abilities as well? Are you saying Goei was going to betray us? No, I am certain she had no desire to do that, which is exactly why her spirit origin was melded with Clyde. What do you mean? I too have read up on the Vincent Van Gogh's history. While some may call him a mad artist, I could see that deep down he was a man of strong convictions. Though he may have yearned for a connection with the gods beyond the stars, he would never willingly be party to their plans once he learned that they were evil in nature. One needs only to look to the life he lived as proof. Wait, are you saying that the reason Van Gogh took his own life was because he learned that the painting The Starry Night inadvertently invited an evil god into our world? Wait, so I was kinda right. Huh. I am saying that if that was indeed the case, then he would be bound by a similar restriction, even as a heroic spirit. Before going into this, I was assuming, because I had known going into, what is this, Imaginary Scramble. I always forget the fucking name of this event. Going into Imaginary Scramble's story, I was assuming, because I had already known that all the foreigners had some kind of connection with an outer god. And so going into Imaginary Scramble, I was assuming that Van Gogh's, I didn't know the gender bent reason, but I had assumed that Van Gogh having a connection to the outer god was going to be partially the reason why Van Gogh, the actual historical figure Van Gogh in real life, like their reasoning for why Van Gogh was going like kind of crazy was because of some kind of connection to an outer god, and it seems like that was at least on the right path. Are you saying the reason Van Gogh took his own life was because he learned that the painting The Starry Night inadvertently invited an evil god into our world? I'm saying that if that was indeed the case, then he would be bound by a similar restriction even as a heroic spirit. Oh, so that's why we can't summon the real Van Gogh? Vincent van Gogh would never succumb to madness, that is, the outer god's influence. He would sooner take his own life. Interesting lore. This must have been a great conundrum for the outer gods. The noble phantasm they desired above all others was wielded only by a heroic spirit who would never obey them. I'll screenshot that, goddammit. That's crazy. So the Nasu-verse lore reason for why the real Van Gogh will never be summoned is because Van Gogh's noble phantasm would be the starry night sky, and that would literally make a portal for the outer gods to come into our world. Fucking nuts. So they hatched a horrific plan. They would create their own patchwork heroic spirit who would meet their needs. They thought, what if we were to make a Vincent van Gogh's memories and talents and give them to Clyde instead? In Clyde's case, she refused to take her own life regardless of how much she loathed herself, choosing to become a flower rather than fade away. That is the crucial part. Could also say that the real Van Gogh has been offing himself each time that he's summoned to prevent the outer god to control him. That's crazy. When the artist is too strong, they can summon an eldritch entity. It's true artist goal here. Reminds me of Lev. That is kind of like what happened with Lev too, huh? Yeah. A bit, maybe, or similar. With Lev, it was obviously not an outer god, but those things kind of look like an outer. They look eldritch, at least, the demon god pillars. Then you mean they prevented their chosen heroic spirit from being able to commit suicide, as doing so would ruin their plans? Correct. Do you remember Van Gogh herself said that she wished to die, but she was unable to do so. So the Van Gogh side felt she would die in order to stop the outer god's plans, but the Clyde side of her refused to allow her to do so. Poor Goey, that's the cruelest antinomy I've ever heard. No, even without those fundamentally opposed beliefs jostling for control, the sheer discrepancy between Clyde's mind and Van Gogh's memories alone must have been so hard for her. It seems the outer gods and madness are inextricably intertwined, foreigners indeed. With suicide no longer an option, if Van Gogh lost the battle in her mind and succumbed to the madness, then she no longer has any computions against using her noble phantasm. If that had come to pass, it would only be a matter of time until the evil god's temple was complete, just as they planned. How awful. Man, I know heroic spirits are basically living weapons, but twisting one of this to this degree is just yabai. So what do we do now? What can we do to help her? Fine, I'll be the one to say it. There's one simple solution here. It's as effective as it is cruel. We honor her wishes. We kill her. Oh, shut off the waterworks. I'm just stating the obvious. If you really want to save her, you'll have to do the work of thinking up something less obvious. But I will say this. We agree that she can't kill herself no matter how much she wants it, right? That means, now that she's disappeared, she must be running around lost and desperate at being unable to use her as her last resort. The fact that she gave up on the only way left to make her wish come true by having someone else kill her may be a sign that her madness has reached its peak. Oh, come now, Miss Timeless Beauty. Glaring at me won't accomplish anything here. We all need to be aware that Van Gogh is only one step away from entering her final, most dangerous phase. If you want to save her from that fate, then you'll have to rack your brains up to come up with a plan that's just kind, wise, and smart. If you manage to pull that off, then I suppose I might consider helping you out a bit more, if I feel like it. I'll help too. I want to slack off more with Van Gogh. Go get Van Gogh. Go, go. Jeez. Oh my goodness. I too will do my best to save the poor girl from her sad fate. Any honorable warrior would do the same. And of course, the very idea of letting those evil gods descend upon our world is outrageous. That would be an absolutely unacceptable affront to public decency. Yang Guifei, the Nautilus. No, wait. Speaking as Captain Nemo, Phantom Spirit, I promise I'll do everything in my power to save her. And if I've learned anything about you two over the course of this voyage, acting commander and acting vice commander, it is you both. It's that you both feel the same. Damn straight, we're not leaving without her. Absolutely. There you have it. We're all of one mind on this. So, will you help us save her too, Yang Guifei? Yes! Oi! She! Of course! I'll do whatever it takes to rescue her. But first, we have to find her, so I'm going to have to make use of your mobility, whether you like it or not, Lady Lambda. Well, we'll also need your resources. Goddess, anything you can help us find. New weapons, new information, anything will be a huge help. Oh, and we'll need to defeat the enemies hiding in the Go board spaces if we're gonna get anywhere. Fran, Lady Raiko, I'll be counting on your help with that. As for me, I'll put everything I have into finding those enemies. Will you look for them with me, Batty? Yeah, of course I will, Yu. Sorry, I got so caught up in watching everything unfold that I forgot I'm actually a part of this. But yeah, rescuing Professor Van Gogh, that sounds awesome. I'm going to get to work. I'm going to work really hard to make sure that happens I'm going to work just as hard as I did to make that happen as I did to make my deadline that summer.
Excuse me.
Lord Shang Yu, I'm super sorry about calling you Hegemon King.
Oh no, I am not at all concerned about that. As all paths I take are necessary, it was inevitable that history would come to know me by that moniker. I only wish to know if the naval chart I left you was entered into the computer's mapping system correctly.
Yes, of course. I mean, we'd never have made it this far in a million years without it.
Then why are you all acting as though Clyde Van Gogh's whereabouts are unknown?
Huh? Huh? Then does that mean his final destination here is...
Indeed, I already accounted for Clyde Van Gogh's disappearance in my predictions. You should therefore be able to find her at that point. That said, my predictions show further conflict in the future, so I expect there will indeed be a fierce battle during that final stage of this incident. I also expect that our stockpile of resources will be key to winning this battle, so I suggest we make every effort to ensure we are sufficiently prepared.
Thanks, Shang Yu.
And Captain, belated though it may be, I owe you an apology. As much as time was of the essence, it was still wrong of me to tamper with your ship without permission.
Don't worry about that. If you hadn't done that, none of us would be here right now. I'm glad you're on our side, Shang Yu. Yeah, you should have seen him in LB3. Motherfucker, we had to fight that motherfucker like 8 times. Conqueror's Warcry. Alright, do we have to fight? I don't think we have to fight all of them, do we? Nemo wants a swimsuit too? Oh, yo. Wait, did I not have this? I guess I didn't have this. What the fuck? I did one of the, I found a command code earlier and it gave me fucking mana prisms for it. So I must not have, I did this event when it first came out. I must not have gotten all the command codes.
艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。
All right, Idle Talk 3. Oh shit. I think this is going to be some cool shit. I know someone in my chat said that Shion and Da Vinci talking about Outer God lore was like one of their favorite parts of the event. I think that's what this is coming up maybe. Idle Talk 3. This should be back at Shion and Da Vinci. Okay, let me make sure I got this straight. The key features that define Outer Gods are 1. They're huge, gross, and powerful. 2. Our usual physics and magecraft rules don't apply, which also makes it hard to communicate. And 3. They claim ownership rights to Earth and the inventor rights to its life forms. 4. If they were actually in charge of Earth, they'd turn it into something weird and grotesque. 5. Most of them have been imprisoned. 6. While they generally act independently, some of them are allies and some of them are even enemies. And 7. Regardless of what they look like, they are not immortal, metaphysical, or conceptual beings. They're still flesh and blood creatures with lifespans just as finite as ours. That about sums it up? More or less. I am a bit concerned that we may be in danger of understanding the threat that they pose, but we can put that aside for the moment. Now I get it. This theory is basically the antithesis of the last 2,000 years of philosophical optimism. The author may as well be saying, we're not pure beings, man. God isn't real. The only reason we're here is because some gross, disgusting monsters made us. When you put it that way, it explains a lot about the foreigner incidents that have cropped up so far. You think? Personally, I am inclined to write the whole idea off as fairy tale nonsense. Hey, don't be too quick to dismiss fairy tales, Shion. We're already proven we can hypothesize about something like void space after all. Think of it this way, if the world of intellect we know is the inner side and everything else is the outer side, then it's only logical that from our point of view, everything from the ethics to the world outlooks would be turned on their heads if it was on the outer side. And that definitely lines up with the ideas of certain early 20th century novelist. They don't want to say his name. I still do not know. The whole thing sounds ludicrous to me. You think? Anyway, let's move on. If we're dealing with outer gods here, the main points we need to worry about are 5, 6, and 7, right? Since they can't make any direct moves, their options for intervening here are pretty limited. We might be able to leverage their oppositions to one another as a means to drive them away, and in the worst case scenario, it's possible to use a physical magecraft and otherworldly means to destroy them. Fantastic! I've never seen anyone else grasp these ideas so quickly. You truly are a peerless genius. You know it. Alright, so what's this opposition about anyway? Yes. Well, some believe that each of the outer gods belong to one of 4 factions, much like the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Personally, I think that the idea is preposterous and has no basis in fact. However, it is clear that beyond a shadow of a doubt that these are some divinities who are innately opposed to one another simply by virtue of their conflicting natures. So some of the gods are in opposition to one another, huh? I do not know about that, but I do know that Hokusai and Abby do not seem in any way adversaries. Very true. In fact, they seem to be very good friends. Indeed, seeing them that way always brings a smile to my face. I'm not gonna make a big thing of it now, but hearing that from you, it sounds more than a little ominous. Yeah, fuck Jill DeRays, bro. Aware. Ho ho ho, at any rate, there's no telling what the future may bring. The way things are going now, it's simply only a matter of time until we encounter a foreigner with a clear hostile intent. So there is nothing we can do about it? Well, that is not encouraging. I am certain there is a divinity out there who considers Lady Hokusai their enemy, and the same also holds true for Lady Abigail. If both foreigners were to say so, as they say, get into a tussle with their enemies, the chaos unleashed would be akin to hell on earth. And as heartwarming as that prospect may be, as the caretakers of this fine facility, I am sure that it is a headache you would much prefer to avoid. However, it bears mentioning that if such a brawl did take place, it may actually lead to a greater stability than we enjoy right now. Is that your way of saying that if we had one of these oppositional deities around, they would be a deterrent that keeps their enemy in check and stops the various foreigners from going off the deep end? In essence, yes. As they say, fire is best fought with fire, and poison with poison. Indeed, even incurable poisons can be contained with another poison of equal potency. While I can see their sense of... While I can see the sense in considering all foreigners too dangerous to remain, I, for one, am firmly in favor of keeping them all around. In fact, I would argue that they are the very lamplights keeping the encroaching darkness at bay, hereby preventing a far more disastrous fire from ever occurring. That they are an unparalleled good omen here to fend off the threats of humanity from nothing else than another space-time continuum. I think it's way too dangerous to go that far, but I do agree we shouldn't be too quick to get rid of them. After all, if knowledge is power, then the unknown is even more power. I agree with that too. However, Marshal Jill's here is still one... There is still one thing I would like to ask you. By all means, Mademoiselle Socarius. What do you think foreigners actually are? Earlier, you described them as a kind of vaccine inoculating us against greater threats, but that is solely our way of looking at it, right? Ah, yes. You have touched upon quite the key conundrum. What we are all compelled to do wonder, are they shrine maidens of evil gods, vessels, avatars, replicas? I do have an opinion on the matter, if you care to hear it. Of course. I believe they are genuine heroes. Oh? Well, one could certainly view them as an abnormal class that was created solely as a means of invading our world. The fact that these beings from outer universes can only reach out to this world via the Throne of Heroes speaks volumes. The fact is that these beings wish to come to our world, their only option is to don a heroic spirit, in other words, a human shadow that has left an indelible mark upon history. And what is that but an incredibly binding restriction? It goes to show that even in the face of these outer gods, our world remains impenetrable and indomitable. So why should it be particularly afraid of their otherworldly madness? We know that humans are more than capable of going mad, killing and destroying even without such influences. In fact, I will go so far as to say this: madness creates anti-heroes, which go on to create legends of terror. And the Throne of Heroes welcomes all of it. I trust you see my point. The foreigner girls are still in the midst of creating their legends, and they are doing so exactly the same way as all the other heroic spirits did during their lifetimes. That is why I have no fear of foreigners. Indeed, I welcome any and all new arrivals from their class. Well, that turned out to be a more interesting discussion than I was expecting. Don't you think, Xion? I suppose so. Personally, I'm still digesting the idea that new anti-heroes are being created even as we speak. Yeah! Oh, hey there, Miss XX. Have you been swimming this whole time? I have. Since we've been seeing things like a multi-headed and flying sharks lately, I thought I'd get in some practice battles to prepare for the upcoming season. Oh, crap, I didn't even realize I'd been out this late. I'm out to nab whatever's left from dinner. XX out for takeout! While we are on the subject, where does she fit into all this? Playing dumb. Getting back on track, by hook or by crook if necessary, I will say I am a bit uneasy about one thing. Oh, and what's that? Remember how I said that the conflict between adversarial foreigners should effectively allow them to cancel each other's powers out? Well, if a foreigner is capable of mediating such a conflict were to show up, that would be another matter entirely. What the fuck?
焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけはさ。
Even Gills subscribes to the "We ain't going to explain that shit" motto of the universe or the servant verse.
そこだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところ。
Ay, ay, ay.
銀貨を投げてマスター。
フルダッシュダッシュ。我が後は炎となれ。
増やしておき愉快なり楽しんでおりますぞ。
買いかぶり。
それでは失礼を
目を閉じて。
光の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪霊作
ゴッホが辛かった時期の一服。何が起きるか作家保証外です。終作糸数のまたの名をデステーレンラフト。
いや森の北条の担い手よ。いや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ。我が生贄を受け取りたまえ。バンドルディーパレーズ。
この勝利この歓喜を我が神へ。
What's up, Cobra?
気楽に参りましょうや。
フルダッシュダッシュ。我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり増やしてを楽しんでおりますぞ。
買いかぶりですよ。
開始にでき
買いかぶりですよ。
書かなければ。
気がそれでは失礼を
目を閉じて。
秋光
Just waking up, how you doing? We're doing the thing. We're doing the stuff.
太陽はここに生まれ変わる狂乱怒涛悪霊作
Reading lore on outer gods and shit. Lovecraftian outer gods in the Fate universe.
星空の下、死と生を超えゆく糸すみを信仰、ロマン、トロンプレイユの彼方でステーレンナフト。
いや森の 王城の担い手よ
Looking?
いや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバンドルディパレーズ
なんですマスター。何、骨を持って行ってはいかぬと？
Surely that was enough. Oh my god, it wasn't enough.
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか
There
巨
we
大
go.
イカだけは避けたいところだけどそこだね焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう
Alright, Act 5. The bottom of the sea, blooming and yielding. Deeper, deeper, further, further. That's right, I did call out. I definitely remember that. I called out because I was lonely. I need others, I need light. I couldn't help but want that. Because I'm Clyde. Everything makes sense now. So much more sense than when I was thinking I was Van Gogh. And yet, I am still Van Gogh. The memories I built up over my short life. My way of life engraved upon this body. They all refuse to let me think of myself as anyone but Van Gogh. But even so, I'm still a woman, a morose coward, a flower shadowed by morning, a water nymph. And this mind and body refuse to accept that I perceive myself as Van Gogh. I wonder how much time I've wasted on this pointless back and forth. Time and time again, I've tried tearing myself apart, but because I am not Van Gogh, it never works. I've almost ended up painting that picture so many times now too, but I can't do that either now, because I'm Van Gogh. I'm in so much pain that I kept cutting myself just to pass the time, only for my blood to cloud the water, until I could no longer see. The next thing I knew, I was alone again, all alone, drifting aimlessly into the empty void sea. But that's okay, I don't care anymore. As long as I stay here and do nothing, at least I won't be a burden to anyone else anymore. I won't die, I won't paint, and I won't call to anyone. I'll just drift here forever. It suits me. Deeper, deeper, further, further. Shallower, shallower, higher, higher. Huh? Shallower, shallower, higher, higher. Huh? Huh? What's going on? Is someone calling to me? Shallower, shallower, higher, higher. I'm picking up what feels like a cliff about 20 kilometers ahead of us. We might have a tough time making our way to Goey. Can you use your bounded field to pinpoint her location, Batty? You got it, just leave everything to Batty. Hang in there, Professor Van Gogh. You might not look or act how I expected, but I still admire the Jigoku out of your mad painting skills. Shallower, shallower, higher, higher. Isn't sending out those pings kind of tough? Isn't it this hard on you sending out so many pings? Yes, it is, but right now, it's the only sound I can send out to the Void Sea. There's no way I'm letting Goey sink down to the depths of grief without a fight. I'm going to find her and pull her out of there, whatever it takes. We're all getting out of this zero sail and getting back to the reality space together. I won't let her rot down here alone. Yeah, that's right. I'm fighting to save her, whether she wants me to or not. Come on, Goey, hear me, damn it. I have no problem with you trying to use your pings to get a message to her, but don't you have any other ways of communicating with her? We don't have any other ways of communicating with her after all. We've stockpiled a mountain's worth of resources for this search and rescue, and we've been putting up anti-beam and anti-explosive protections all around the Nautilus like they're going out of style. We also don't have to worry about any small monsters or weak beam attacks at all now, thanks to Yang Guifei and Osakabe Hime's familiars taking care of all the little guys on their own.
And if that's not enough, Raiko and I have stationed outside the ship. With both of our noble phantasms powered up, we'll sink the enemy ship. We'll sink any enemy ship we see before it can fire and defend the ship from any A-rank attacks. The combat team is taking out smaller enemies under Lambda's command, and they'll also work with Fran to take out any larger class ones if necessary.
Now that's what I call teamwork. With this many offensive and defensive options at our disposal, we don't have to wait for enemies to find us anymore. We can draw them out with our active sonar. This is easily the most ridiculous submarine combat I've ever seen, but this kind of breaking the mold is just what we and Van Gogh need right now. Thanks, Captain. Speaking of combat, we've got a huge swarm of enemies heading our way. Get them, familiars. The rest of you, take out the ones that slip past.
This is a frontline defense. Roger that. We have the situation well in hand.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I thought I would come in just to see how the ship is faring since I finally have nothing to do in my workshop, and it would seem we have an overwhelming advantage now. Don't jinx it. You know what they say comes before a fall. Hang on, your ship? She's not wrong. The goddess has done an incredible amount of engineering and production over the course of this voyage. It would not be inaccurate to say that at this point, roughly half of the Nautilus is her property. Impressive, right? I ask no fee for my work. All I request in return is your love and adoration. Of course, there's no way these add-ons and modifications can be sustained in reality space, so we'll have to remove them and overhaul the whole ship once we get back. Sniff. Aww.
This is the defensive team. We've taken out almost all the enemies. We're heading back to the ship to resupply. The infirmary is ready and waiting with all kinds of healing spells in case anyone's injured.
Kitchen, we've got warriors heading back. Make sure they all have something hot to drink.
Kitchen here. Understood. I'll be waiting with everyone's usuals. You know, Master, once Goey is back safe and sound, I'd be happy to make you another elderflower cordial.
Thanks, Baker. That sounds great. Engine room. We'll need flanking speed as soon as Osakabe Hime gets back. I know you don't need to actually warm up the engines, but keep them ready to go anyway.
Don't you worry about it. The Nautilus might look like some overgrown hippo now, but it's still my baby, damn it. I'll make sure the engine keeps purring like a catfish, and you make sure you keep winning your battles. Engineer out.
It's too bad the Marine's consciousness is still frozen, but that aside, the entire Nemo series is on the same page again. At this pace, we should be able to go to our destination in about 20 or 30 minutes. Once again, I'll be counting on you, Max. Don't worry, we've got this. Like I said, we're not leaving here without her. Machan! Captain, we've got an emergency! Now? That can't be good. All right, let's hear it. What'd you find? Well, you know that cliff we spotted up ahead? It turns out it's not a cliff at all. It's a really, really, really decky-huge Professor Van Gogh. Decky-huge. Wow! Oh, okay, I see. It's supposed to be the Clyde? What's the Legend of Clyde? How she turned into a flower? That's what it is? I was like, why the fuck is there a giant flower? She's blooming. Osakabe, are you absolutely certain you are not mistaken? Yes, I'm positive. Believe me, I double-checked a dozen times. It looks like this terrain is roughly circular, with about a 3-kilometer diameter. And you're telling us that it's not a reef, but a servant's body? I find that more than a little hard to believe. Max, how does that compare to the largest enemies you fought to date? Good question. It's actually spherical, not circular. It's kind of like a giant bowling ball floating in the middle of the void sea. The outside seems a lot like a spiritual body's outer shell, complete with a powerful spiritual core signal in the center. I think this is Professor Van Gogh's real body, and unfortunately, since it's a sphere, there's no quick or easy way for us to get to it. And I'm guessing here, but I don't think the outer shell is a plain old wall. It feels really aggressive, and it's probably super dangerous. I never would have imagined Van Gogh would mutate into something this massive. Maybe it's a side effect of Clyde's spirit origin, like she's blooming instead of taking her own life. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Instead of taking her own life, she's turning into the flower, just like Clyde's. The legend of Clyde turning into the flower at the end. I don't think so. I'm guessing this is still just a bud, which means we haven't reached the blooming stage yet. So it truly is the advent of an evil god. Then again, this could simply be these outer gods' plan B. Perhaps they decided that in the event that they were unable to use Van Gogh to defy enough foreigners, they could make her into a powerful god in their own right. If that is indeed the case, it would make her both an undercover agent and a ticking time bomb. Well, what should we do now, Captain? The ship's tougher than ever, but we never accounted for picking a fight with a glacier. I'd like you all to come up with a plan that lets us break through that shell with our existing firepower. Will you help us too, Goddess? Of course. However, there's still one thing we need. What's that? Sometimes when one is facing impossible-seeming odds, one must turn to a malefactor for help. Is that not so? Who are you calling a malefactor? Hey there, Oe. Long time no see, Oe. Hey, Master. Oh, forget it. I don't even remember how I got here. All I know is I got stuck in a cage when I came to, and now I can't even paint a damn picture. Whatever's going on, Eidois, don't make excuses for our deeds, even if we were drunk on love at the time. So I ain't about to start now. Go ahead and do your worst. You're not fooling anyone, Oe. Just admit it, Oe. You do remember what happened, don't you? It's okay, I'm not mad. I just want you to know what happened, that's all. Okay. Hokusai, what would you tell us? Why would you tell such an obvious lie? What else could I do? I ain't never been so ashamed of my life. After I go out of my way to send Master off with a bang, I turned out to be a bad guy who almost got y'all killed? And disgracing myself by first showing up in that swimsuit again to boot? Not to mention that if I say I'm a samurai, I'd have to commit seppuku to atone for my crimes, right? So I couldn't help but try and, sweep things under the rug. I'm sorry, everyone. I guess it's okay. Don't worry. Nobody's actually mad at you. You mean it? The fact is, no servant is fully protected from someone or something tampering with their spirit origin. It's true. A lot of them have been made to play parts in all kinds of wicked schemes, and they weren't foreigners by any means. Indeed, so rest assured there is no cause for you to be ashamed. We only kept you here as a precaution, nothing more. However, we can keep you here no longer, as we need your help. We would like your opinion on something, given that you painted this vast ocean into existence. Well, in that case, yeah. Of course, I'll be glad to help. Alright, what happens in Void Sea stays in the Void Sea, so no more shame for me. I'll do whatever I can to put things right. First off, just so we clear, I can't paint anything into existence here now that I've been cut off from the Outer God. But I do know that this sea and this Go board better than anyone, and thanks to that, I can see a path to victory. You can? That's great. So what do we have to do? We use the gaps between the board spaces, of course. You guys probably already know about this, but those gaps each have their own narrow cul-de-sacs. They're so narrow, there's no way the Nautilus could get inside. They might be a little tough to aim for, but once you know the trick, they're useless as hiding spaces. That's what you guys thought they were, right? You mean they're not? Nope, they actually work just like a real Go board. Any place you surround, that becomes your territory. When you go over the smallest units of space, you cut off their moves to your opponent that can make with their Go stones and open up more for yourself. So if you guys take over the gaps right at the big gal's corners and make space, she's in your territory. You'll be able to jump right into her center, no problem. Huh? So, to put it another way, if we occupy 4 centers, if we occupy the 4 corners that make up the giant square area that Professor Van Gogh is in, I mean the enemy's in, we'll be able to just no-clip right under her? Them? I like how Gamer Baddie uses the no-clip reference. That's funny. You got it. Pretty clever, right? There is one more thing I still do not understand. Why did you make such an elaborate mechanism only to never use it in the 4th area? Cause right when I was planning to put down a bunch of go stones and set a trap for you guys, you crushed the board with your Vajra thingy. Now I feel a little guilty. If it's possible for us to warp directly inside the enemy's massive body, that'll save us a lot of time compared to cutting our way through. Definitely, but to do that, we'll first need to seize control of the 4 go board spaces, and with as few people as possible. Once we've done that, we'll cut down any obstacles we run into inside the enemy and rescue Van Gogh in the center. Afterwards, we'll fire Raiko's lightning attack into the heart of the enemy's body to destroy it from the inside. I see. Then our team formations all but decide themselves. Raiko will assume the torpedo duties, Lambdarillis will be our legs, and Fran will deliver the final blow and aid in any rescues. If I must, since my penguins will have to be out there the whole time, I'll escort you all into the deep myself. She finally admitted that they're penguins. Max, since you will be unable to accompany them, we should have Fran carry a camera or something so you can see what's taking place. Now let's see, we will not need to worry about sonar while seizing control of these 4 points, so Osakabe and Yanguifei can take 1 point each. However, that still leaves 2 other fighter positions, and since MASH must protect the ship, I suppose I will just have to fill one out myself. Huh? Really? Are you sure about this? It's all I need to seize control of, it's all I need to do to seize control. If all I need to do is seize a single point of territory, then I should be fine. However, I do not expect to be of any use in battle, so I will be counting on you to handle that, Max. All right, now that it looks like my work here is done, I'm just gonna head back and paint a fish person's banner or something for good luck. Nonsense, you will seize that last point. Do you not see the swimsuit I already have ready for you? Ah, no, anything but that! By my command spell, yada yada yada. Ain't no way. Oh man, I'm wearing it? This is so embarrassing. Oh well, I guess there's worse things that I could be wearing when I go apologize to Van Gogh. Alright, if this is what an 8OD's got to do to make things right, I ain't gonna back down. Great, looks like we've got a plan then. Alright, then let's get started, right? Gah, what was that? I'm dead. Gah, I'm okay. I've toughened up a good bit since last time. I just heard a voice from the giant enemy structure up ahead. So Van Gogh's trying to talk to us? What did she say? Basically said, stay away. What do you say, acting commander? Shall we just give him up? Shall we just give up then? Not on your life. That's what I thought. Incidentally, the voice was only the beginning. We've also got a ton of enemies, including some of that look like torpedoes heading straight for us. I don't think our autonomous defenses will be able to handle them all. Can we fend them off ourselves? Oh, please, who do you think we are? This will be the perfect little warm-up right before the big show. Oh yes, I was just getting a little bit tired of throwing torpedoes away anyway. I'll gladly take this opportunity to show you what my blade can do in close quarters combat. I guess I don't mind getting a little hot. Yay, combat.
節操に諸肌脱げと秋光殿お目覚めよ来たれ暗黒の帳太陽は こに生まれ変わる狂乱怒涛悪霊サフ。
Eyeballs.
書かなければ書かなければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸すみ信仰ロマントロンプレイユの彼でステールナフ
I
いやいや
looking
王城の担い手
looking
よいや千の子をはらみし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバンドルディパレイズ
more.
書きますだこ嬉しい書きます星様の響けリンド
Crits for the win.
だこグワラ嬉しい踊り簡単かモーレさんの星様のだ
それはそれは。
踊り簡単か
はは、なるほど。
隣の
なんですマスター。何？骨を持って行ってはいかぬと？
Dude in the middle just reminds me of Ghetto from JJK. Bro, this Ashia fucking Doman. His character design kind of does. His personality. Bro is a cartoon villain. I kid you not, like... Someone made a list of all the most ridiculous things Ashia Doman has done. One of them was like literally like for punishment, our characters for punishment for what he did to us one summer by being like the evil mastermind during a summer event. He literally got stuffed into a fucking jar, like a pickle jar. Like his entire body was stuffed into a fucking pickle jar. I don't know how, but it happened. Another thing was he was sentenced to lawn mowing duty, and there's so much fan art. There's so much fan art about it because the story just described it as, yeah, Ashia Doman was at his schemes again, so we put him on lawn mowing duty. He keeps swearing out there outside the window, and there was so much fan art of just him mowing the lawn and like swearing. He's so fucking pissed off. Oh god, Ashia Doman is such a goober. Here he is. That's his costume. He's because of his final ascension, he's a fucking, some girls love him. He is a female fan favorite. I think he's creepy. He is an absolute goober though. But listen to his voice. Like he is such a fucking he is so dramatic.
それでは皆様、ご昇覧。ドーマンが参りまするぞ。
Doman is coming.
そうですね。多少はそそるか。
He does that so often. Like even in just the text dialogue when you're talking to him.
節操多彩なれば。ほうほうははよろしいので
Noble Phantasm card.
いいですね。もちろんでございますとも。望むままにむさぼりましょうぞ。どうなっても知りませぬぞ。それどうでしょう。では大盤振る舞いに生命生命秋光殿お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳。太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱怒涛悪霊三風。
The jar and the lawn mowing thing were the same summer event. I gotta try to find the Twitter thread someone made of it. Oh my goodness, more who's this new Fate character? She's so hot. Omi-san? Holy moly, dude. Been losing it over her. Ashia Doman list. Someone made like, it was like a list of things Ashia Doman has done in FGO. Oh, this was just one. This was one summer event. So far in Summer 7, Ashia Doman has been carried like a what? A chase? What the fuck is that? He was grown cursed morning glories, been harassed by Say for the millionth time. Oh my god, his his interactions with Say are so funny too. He tore his way out of a belly of a giant boar. Remember that? He got eaten by a boar and literally tore his way out of the boar with his bare hands. Oh my fucking god. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Yes, canonical things about Ashia Doman. Punished to mow a lawn, one summer event. Got eaten by a boar and tore through it with his bare hands. Uploaded themselves as an evil Italian malware. Forgot about that. Made a copy of themselves to clean his own room. Got put in a jar as punishment at least twice now. Oh my god, that shit's so... I'm retweeting that. God, that shit's so fucking funny. And his hands are huge, yeah. He tore himself out without Akimitsu's help, yeah. His hands are huge, indeed. God, he's such a fucking goober. All right, last one for the half of this half of the final act. I can hear Lady Yang Guifei's voice. She's calling to me. She wants to save me. I can tell. And if she wants to save me, I'm sure everyone else does too. Master, Fran, Nemo. But they can't. I'm too dangerous. I'm a walking contradiction. They wouldn't even recognize me now. I don't have any right to be with them. Who am I again? I am Vincent Van Gogh. Right, I'm Van Gogh, the servant with the starry night. That's why I have to die. But I can't die because I'm Clyde. Even so, I am still Van Gogh. Even so, Who am I? An exception has occurred. Core consciousness reboot complete. I am Van Gogh. I don't need to think about anything else. All I need to do is follow my madness beyond the stars, release my noble phantasm, and defy the other foreigners. Once I do, my mission will be complete. If my mind self-destructs due to an overload, I can still accomplish my main objective by engaging my core consciousness and letting my divine form bloom. I will make this sea into our paradise, for that is why I was born. I see. So I do have a purpose, even as a patchwork servant. How wonderful. Even if I can't accept it, even if I can't stand myself, knowing that my life has purpose is a wonderful thing. I'm sure Van Gogh, who struggled to find purpose his whole life, and Clyde, who was abandoned, would feel the same way. So, Something doesn't seem right. There's something off about this.
It's true, Master. It feels like the enemy isn't trying to attack us.
That's correct. Half of these warheads consist of A-rank explosives, while the other half are made up of resources and healing spells. If they weren't healing us at the same time, they're hitting us. We might already be so much flotsam. These attacks are that powerful? Yikes, damn, I wish I could have seen them for myself. Captain, this has to be Goei's doing. Right, her mind is clearly split between one half trying to give herself over to the evil gods and the other half trying to rid herself of their influence. If these attacks would just let up a bit, then we'd be able to go on the offensive ourselves. As a phantom spirit myself, I can tell she's trying to fight this. Hang on, Captain, you just gave me an idea. Since you're both phantom spirits, maybe you could get through to her. Maybe your voice will reach her in ways ours can't. Yang Guifei, can you amplify my voice enough for Van Gogh to hear me? You got it. You might want to cover your ears. It's gonna be really, really loud. Just be yourself, Captain. I know you can get through to her. Right. I'll be as clear as a crystal jellyfish. That voice. Tell us. I recognize that voice. This is Captain Nemo of the Nautilus. I repeat, tell us your name. That's right, your name. The name you want to go by, whatever name that is. It's okay. The battle for your name is also a battle for your sense of self. It's not easy by any means, but only you can fight it. Because what you gain from winning is the most precious thing of all. It doesn't matter how silly your name is, or even how evil. Max will accept it, I promise. Whatever happens, I promise Chaldea will be there for you. And of course, I, Captain Nemo, will be too. We won't abandon you. So don't give up. Fight! Do whatever it takes to win. Even if only for a brief moment, you must overcome the enemy. Once again, I repeat, tell us your name. Whatever it is, the Nautilus will rescue you in whatever way you need. You must not listen. I can choose my own name? You must not listen. I can be myself, contradictions, failure, curse, nature, and all, and still find acceptance? Stop it. If it's really okay. Stop it! For me to have Van Gogh's memories and Clyde's mind and body. Stop, 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 stop! Then, my name is... What's going on? The enemy's projectiles are now 60% support resources and rising. 70%, 80. Whoa, they just hit 100%. Our resource gauge is overflowing. Oh man, what a waste. Was that a response? Huh? Hang on, let me just adjust the frequency. No, wait, she's adjusting it on her own. Ah! Ooh. Hear me? Can you hear me? I'm Clyde, and I'm Van Gogh. I'm Clyde Van Gogh. I can't give up being Van Gogh, and I can't deny being Clyde either. I know I'm a strange, bizarre, and creepy servant, but even so, if you say I really can go by that name, then I'd be so happy if you saved me. That's cute. I like this story. It's like a story of finding self-worth and self-identity for sure. I like it. Very cute. Final boss time? And her name is Firefly, and she once dreamt of a scorched earth. Act 5, The Bottom of the Sea. Blooming and Yielding, Part 2. All right, five arrows, and then we're on to the epilogue. Got Woo into Lilac? Who's Woo? Ooh, look at the background. That's pretty. Is it the color? It's the normal colors of, you can see the background on my stream right now. That's what it normally looks like. Is it just inverted? I think it's just inverted colors. That's pretty cool. Oh, we're fighting the art. Look at the name, the Artist's Agony. Pretty sure it's inverted, yeah. Ooh, a lot of debuffs. Whoa! She's fighting it. Nice. Oh, we have to do all the corners, that's right. Okay. I see what we're doing here. Wait, we have to use... Oh, my... Oh, okay, at least I can use my own servants. Let's do that again. Water nymph's regret. Oh.
れ
愉快なり楽しんで増やしておきまする。
買いかぶりですよ
それでは失礼オーバー。
目を閉じ神の法廷
We're beating Go's
光
version.
の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪用作
ゴッホが辛かった時期の一服、何が起きるか作家保証外です。終作糸数のまたの名をデステーレンラフト。
いやいや森の王北条の担い手よ、いや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ、我が生贄を受け取りたまえ。これまるに絶えずいつもより多めに。
Whoa, look at all the guts. Wait a second.
やるよ。
書きます。
踊り簡単か。かかれし者はかかれしこんな光でよければ。嬉しい。
それはそれは
お日様のよ
Are the buffs named?
なるほど
The curse is gonna kill her, I think.
こんな光でよければ。
More wandering regret.
だこ
さようですか
踊り簡単か。
いかがです
Curse can't kill Goey?
なんですマ
Immune?
スター
Or does it just take her down to 1
これを持って
HP?
いってはいかぬと
Oh, we actually get some reading here, I think. Or not. Artist self-harm.
銀貨を投げ
Aw.
てマスター。
First injury. Activated when damaged. Increase attack and critical rate when sustaining an attack.
振り返し我が後は炎となれ。
楽しんで増やしておきまする楽しんでおりますぞ
買いかぶりですよ。会心
それでは失礼オーバ
神の法廷へ。
ー光の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪用作
書かなければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸すみ信仰ロマントロンプルーユの花でステールナフ
いやいや森の北条の担い手よ、いや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ、我が生贄を受け取りたまえ。これまるに絶
えず書きます。
お日様のようにお花畑。
送る言葉は
ノーメインニーマ。この勝利この歓喜を我が神へ。
Vendretti 13. The name of the NP? Seriously? Wait, what? It's Friday the 13th? Of who? Water nymph self-punishment. Mole's NP is called Friday the 13th, but in French? Is that what you're saying?
我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり増やしておきます楽しんでおりますぞ
開始の敵です開始の敵です
真夏の気まぐれ
目を閉じて
お楽しみあれ
It's Italian? Never
秋
mind.
光殿お目覚めよ来たれ暗黒の帳太陽はここに生まれ変わる
Yue is French.
悪霊
Okay,
さ
there you go. I was gonna say Yue is actually French, so she could tell us.
書かなければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸澄み信仰ロマントロントレイユの彼方でステールナフ
All Latin languages are pretty similar.
いや森の王北条の担い手よいや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえファイナルリーフレーズ
I just guessed French because I know Mole is French, but
光でよければ
wouldn't it be the first time they've mixed up languages? Oh, look at the penguins are inverted too. That's so funny.
嬉しい
やぶわら
Ooh la la.
貴様のようにこの勝利この緩急我が神へ
There are way too many hot, goth-looking French girls in this game, man. And by way too many, I'm saying I'm thinking of two. Jolter and Mole. Evil Flower Stigma. Corday, she's not goth really though. Thinking of the white-haired goth-looking evil girls. Give me more. Give me more. I've certainly never seen the inside of an evil flower god before. I'll say this for Yingui Fei, she's got excellent taste in illusions. How's the reception up on the bridge, Max? Looking great, coming in loud and clear. Good, all right, Fran, get going. Be careful with that camera, and watch the coordinates too, since they're updating constantly. Okay, Mama. Wait, what? No, never call me that. Here goes, hurrah! Now this one, yeah! Yeah! Ow, that hurt, but I think we might have found her. Fran? Ugh. Is Van Gogh trapped inside this wall? Something is speaking through Van Gogh.
Van Gogh! Fran! Don't listen to that voice. It's a divinity from another world! It's just saying random words to try to get us to back off.
Not at all. The fact is, accepting me as
Nope.
Why not?
'Cause you're hurting Van Gogh. Van Gogh, we're patchwork beings, but we can still have fun together. Thank you, Fran.
Initial negotiations have failed. A pity. Perhaps they'd be more receptive after I've captured and tortured you.
Monka. Oh, Vendretti is Friday in Italian. Vendretti. Huh. So they do have similar. Weird. Similar roots. Oh, it's a nymph. Evil god of flowers.
余興余興
うるさい。パシパシ。我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり楽しんでおる愉快なり
買いかぶりです。
おう
皆様
節操に
目を
諸
閉じて
肌脱げと秋光殿お目覚めよ来たれ暗黒の帳太陽はここに生まれ変わる狂乱の塔悪霊サフ
ゴッホが辛かった時期の一服何が起きるか作家保証外です新作愛すみというまたに会おうデス・テーレンナフト
いや森の王北条の担い手よいや千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ我が生贄を受け取りたまえバンドルディ・トレイズ
Look at this shit in the background's all moving, bruh. That shit look yucky. You see the background? The background's like all oh, the ground is too. Everything's moving.
やるよ
それはそれはいかがです
踊れ簡単か
Holy NP game. Van Gogh's sleeping on the job.
さようですか
Uh-oh.
それはははなるほど
踊れ簡単か
That feeling when Max uses Van Gogh to destroy Van Gogh.
見てくれてたかな
There, we did it.
This is unexpected. Your combat capability, engineering prowess, control over your state of mind, and your vicious tenacity to make the most of these traits in this abnormal space is impressive. However, my true body is still alive and well. Do you actually believe you will be walking out of here alive?
Fran, get Van Gogh. Aye. Can you get out? No, huh? Don't move, okay? I'm sorry. No apology, just smile. Okay, let's go. I'll carry you. Close your mouth. I'm gonna run fast. Hurrah!
I told you it's no use.
Need backup.
on! I'll have Lambdarillas get you more resources!
I've cut off their communications and your escape routes. None of you are leaving here alive.
Are we done for? Fran, I'll use my noble phantasm. Huh? Isn't that bad? Don't worry, this is a different one. A whole other noble phantasm I think I can use in this spirit origin, but I'll need a whole minute to paint it. Please buy me some time, Fran. Got it. Nuh-uh. Bro, this fucking... Oh, it's so silly. Van Gogh's entrance of hope and despair, the shattered, abandoned remnants of dreams. But I'm still going to paint this, or my name isn't Clyde Van Gogh. Here it is in this sunlit room, its exterior yellow and interior white. I must paint a picture of hope, both for myself and my friends. Within these warm walls, which keep the Mistral's gusts at bay, in this land devoid of shadows, I will shake your hand with the best of wishes for our delicate friendship. Let there be a street towards the yellow house where my friends and I can live in peace. Het Geli Huis. I probably butchered that, apologies. Oh? Van Gogh once managed to reach another power from beyond. This is it. Protection and blessings for my friends, destruction and disaster for my enemies. This will help you break us out of here. Okay, I can do this now. Charging complete, big electric sure hit, shocking kaboom! Skewered plasma blade! It's about time you showed up. First comms go dead, and then the after effects from your absurd noble phantasm make my legs tingle. What were you doing in there? Sorry, we managed. You two do know you've been cursed, right? Like, a lot? I'm sorry. It's a side effect of my noble phantasm. Let's go back before we die. Oh, if it's not one thing with you two, it's another. Bridge, I've got Van Gogh and Fran. We're getting out of here. Raiko, you're up. Oh yes, it's been a very long time since I've had this much energy at my disposal, both magical and otherwise. What does she mean by that? And now, at long last, I no longer have to worry about keeping silent. So I will gladly channel every last drop of my devotion, ridding the world of evil into this attack, and shout it loud and proud with every fiber of my being. The Vajra of Gazoteno, reincarnation of the goddess Indra, the lance of divinity made from the sacred bones. Come forth and annihilate all evil, Vajra of Indra!
This is Yanguifei. I just heard some huge rending sound. The enemy structure is collapsing from the inside. I see it too. We did it. Poggers!
The fuck did she just say? There ain't no way, bro.
By the way, Lambda, could you maybe get the heck out of here? Hey, quick. I'm about to lose my footing here and it's triggering my PTSD. Don't you know that escorting a princess is one of my highest priorities? I've already sent a collection team your way, so just sit tight. Oh, and Bridge, just for the record, both Van Gogh and Fran are safe and sound.
Oh, thank goodness.
This is MASH! We did it, Senpai! Well, we really did it!
We sure did. What a relief. Mission complete, everyone. Great work. Nemo series, prepare to withdraw. Who said that?
I appear to have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory within my lack of foresight. And you, in turn, have refused your chance at the second outcome you could have hoped for, a peaceful, even gentle annihilation. A pity. Goodbye.
I hope that was just our sour grapes. Well, that was unsettling. Gods always resort to threats when things don't go their way. That's why humans are forced to worship them, whether they actually like them or not. But it doesn't matter what they say. It's up to humanity to sail the seas of hope and guide our ships towards it. Don't you agree, Shang Yu?
Affirmative.
I knew you would. All right, let's get ready to welcome everyone back on board. Wait, what was that noise? Something disappeared. Oh, look, the flower's gone. You have completed all main quests unlocked by void survey points. Void survey points will no longer be necessary. All right, final act, firing a salute to the abyss. Something tells me we ain't done. Well, everyone, I'm proud to announce Operation Imaginary Scramble is complete, and without a single casualty. He said the thing, chat! Title drop. And it's all thanks to you, crew and passengers alike. In fact, I'd say you're all part of the Nautilus's crew now. I only wish I could have been a better leader. I was a complete failure as a captain, from start to finish. Well, that's just not true. Don't be silly, you were great. Master is right. You were so cool when you called out to me back there. Even just remembering it makes me smile. It's true. Nobody here is all disappointed with your performance as a captain. Now you're just embarrassing me. Still, I do feel like I learned and grew a lot on this voyage despite being a servant. So once again, thank you. All of you. So how are we gonna get out of this place? As a matter of fact, Van Gogh and I already have discussed that. By the way, is it alright if I still call you Van Gogh, or would you prefer Clyde? Van Gogh is fine. I still have Vincent Van Gogh's talent and can paint all the same paintings he did, so I think it suits me fine. I might still be up for going through the occasional identity crisis in the future, though. But in general, I'm looking forward to being a Greek girl who uses Van Gogh as a pseudonym. A pseudonym, huh? I'm all for it. Go ahead and call yourself whatever you like. Say, once we get back to Chaldea, how do you like to collaborate? Oh, that sounds amazing, although the Van Gogh part of me feels like I'm supposed to criticize you incessantly until you get sick of me. Hey, just because you got Van Gogh's memories don't mean you gotta do everything he did. Oh man, two art legends working together before my eyes? Segoya Credible! This fucking character, bro. I've never been happier to be a heroic spirit, though I'm also terrified for what this means for next year's Servant Fest. This is all delightfully heartwarming, but it's also taken us off quite a few tracks, no? You're right, sorry about that. Okay, let me explain. This final area has lots of resources just floating around from the wreckage of my giant spirit body. So, if we combine resources with a surplus that we already have on the ship, the Nautilus can transform them into pure magical energy and make them into a Holy Grail. Oh, really? Is that even possible? That's how you get the Holy Grail from the event. Luckily, there's so much magical energy here that I can easily meet the conditions to make a Holy Grail just by altering void space a little. Once we have a Holy Grail, we can use it to restore the void space back to how it used to be, no problem. We can even give it new protections that'll make it harder to be invaded again. After that, the Nautilus can easily emerge from a zero sail and Chaldea can collect the rest of the Holy Grail. And just like that, everyone's happy. Well, there you have it. That should work, right, Professor? The idea of using a powerful artifact like a Holy Grail as casually as any other item is pretty humbling, but it does definitely seem possible. If you like, I could do it right now. That easy, huh? Why not? Go for it. Okay then, here goes. Maybe you could all talk about something else while I do this? It's kind of awkward otherwise. So the Marines are basically just autonomous familiars now, huh? Yep, thanks to a certain tomboy servant messing with them. Can't have them revolting against us again, can we? Sorry about that. Wait, hold up a sec. I don't remember doing anything to mess them up. I hate to say it, but I think this just goes to show how much weaker the Nemos are deep down. More deep down than we realized. I don't buy that. We had to scrutinize ourselves intensely to split up like this in the first place. After all, I think it has to be a bug in the memory partition process. I don't know. Captain can be kind of an imbecile sometimes. What do you think, Baker? Gosh, I don't know. It's hard to say. Eesh, can't pick a side, huh? Come to think of it, hey Fran? What happened after we got cut off? Remember when we lost contact? What happened afterwards? Oh, Van Gogh used another noble phantasm. It was all done, kablam! Van Gogh's second noble phantasm, huh? Sounds awesome. I wish I could have seen it. Yes, I would have liked to see what kind of picture it was too. Oh, maybe it was Le Peri Tengai? The one she used back when she saved our lives the first time? Huh? Le Peri Tengai? Ooh, whoops, sorry for distracting you. Are you able to talk while doing that? Oh, yes, talking should be fine. Anyways, I actually can't use that noble phantasm. Huh? I was relatively mentally stable when I painted that picture, so those on the other side were never really interested in it. As Clyde Van Gogh, the only noble phantasms I have are De Stersnot and Heetgelhuis. Probably butchered that. I can still paint the picture, though, but why did we start talking about Tengai anyway? Well, anyways, while we were talking, I just finished the Holy Grail. Wow, that was really quick and easy. I think the first one who brought up Tengai was... As it happens, I actually do remember what happened when Van Gogh used her noble phantasm. Huh? Shang Yu, did you just attack Yang Guifei? So you tried to end me in a single blow, huh? Hegemon King. Too bad it didn't work. Even your insanely sharp blade couldn't cut me off from the chaos of the stars.
Curse you, ruiner of nations. Master, I'm afraid the rest is up to you.
Shang Yu? Lady Yang Guifei, what are you doing? Thanks for the Holy Grail, Goey. I'll be taking this now, okay? Wait, I need that! Stop! It burns! I don't want to hurt you if I don't have to. We're both foreigners, and besides, I like you, so just stay back. What's the meaning of this, Yang Guifei? Stop. Put down the Holy Grail right now. What she said, otherwise I'll fill you with so much holes you'll be emptier than the void sea. Come on, Yu, cut it out. Tell me this is just some kind of victory prank. I'm afraid it's nothing like that, Baddie. In fact, it might be an especially bad ending for you. Don't you ignore me. Don't worry, Master, I'll put an end to this. Gah. I know I might not look like it, but I'm actually a pretty hard worker. And I've been working extra hard studying your weaknesses to make sure none of you could stop me here, so I don't think anything you try will work. Now, let's try this again, Master. I'm going to neutralize you now, okay?
Just kidding.
Burn them all! What are you doing, Marine? Get away from me! Yeah, quit it! Let go of me! Yamate! Hey, watch where you're grabbing me. I'm a star, you know. Huh? I can't liquefy my body. It's so wow. How over? How? But Baker, not you too! What's wrong with her, Professor? I don't know. She and the Marines are all completely out of control. Captain, I think it's time to use your root level authority. That's not working either. What did you do, Yang Guifei? I gave our little gifts and made sure the bases were covered while I waited for all of you to let your guard down. So now that it's the final stage and I'm positively overflowing with eldritch power, I decided it was finally time to make my move. What kind of power did you say you had? Eldritch, of course. Can't you feel it all around me? Now you're just being ridiculous. Oh, but I'm not. I'm very serious. Eldritch power is an indescribable, incredibly evil power that comes straight from the outer universe. It's often tied directly to madness, and is used by the evil gods to bring great disaster upon you all. Say, for example, making the summoning system bug out and connect directly to the throne? Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I don't sound very serious right now, do I? Let me fix that. Good day to you all once again, crew of the Nautilus. Though I bear you no ill will, I'm afraid my ultimate goals and your continued existence are mutually exclusive. So I must be your enemy now. This is all my fault! If I hadn't used De Sturchnot, then the Lady Yanguifei would never have allied with an evil god. Oh, no, Lady Van Gogh. Touching though your concern is, it is laughably inaccurate. Does that mean you've been betraying us from the very start? Obviously. I too am a foreigner who heard the call and came here through the throne. Deeper, deeper, further, further. That can't be right. The evil god that was haunting me only had me call out to gods from the same alliance. I know it reached Hokusai, but none of the others made so much as a peep. Yes, that's true, but fortunately my beloved Emperor has more than the necessary connections to vacate a seat for me. And since that accursed being seems to be none wiser than this... What? Since my beloved Emperor ordered me to take advantage of this vacated seat, and since that accursed being seems to be none the wiser this time, my beloved Emperor ordered me to take advantage of this vacated seat to let my hair down, so to speak. So I made my way to the throne and answered the summon just as planned. Isn't that right, Emperor? Huh? Master? I'm possessed, chat! I swear, Emperor, you played it so cool you had me a bit worried at times. Still, even knowing you were just playing around, it has been a thrill of a lifetime to follow your orders. At any rate, I now have the Holy Grail just as we planned. What would you have me do with it, my beloved Emperor? Ah, yes, I see. So you wish the festivities to continue for even more feverish dancing than ever before? Senpai, what are you saying? I can't move. I can't say anything. Don't listen, Mesh. She's mad. Huh? What? Now I see. In her delirium, she's completely given into the voices in her head. You're one to talk. Max, just say the word and I'll kill her right here and now. Wait, stop! Come on, you step out of it! This doesn't make any sense. I could have sworn you were telling the truth when you made up your summoning pledge. Oh, as I recall, I said something along the lines of, I am aware that I too am a defender of humanity, and I also have no desire for revenge. And of course, since my beloved Emperor has no desire to see humanity destroyed, I will gladly ignore the temptations of other gods and devote myself wholly to him. To that end, I am even prepared to be bound with a command spell. However, Emperor, if you were to wish for depravity or destruction, I would not hesitate to enact your will. Now, tell me, my beloved Emperor, what is your command? Depravity, destruction. If we say depravity, will what's her name? Will Raiko go crazy? Senpai! There. No more cursed doll. Ah, I can talk again. Yes, your wish is my command, my beloved Emperor. Forget what I just said, forget it. Depravity, comma, that's my line. We're evil now, Pog. Holy Grail, my Emperor desires feverish festivities, a banquet of depravity and destruction. I therefore summon the dark dancers of the stars, the foul foreigners who have long been lurking at the edge of the abyss. Huh? The heroic spirit summoning system just activated by itself. This is how we get all the foreigners show up, right? What? Huh? Where did I just get summoned? Oh, Master, if you're here, does that mean I'm on the Nautilus? What's this? It seems mysterious heroine XX has picked up the scent of a hidden extra mission. Overtime pay, here I come. I could have sworn I summoned a third servant as well, but the maidens gathered here will suffice. Now allow me to infuse you with eldritch power. Ah! Whoa, what kind of craziness have I gotten myself into this time? Gah, not me too. Wah! I'm sorry, Master. I really am a bad girl. Last night's drawing wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Whatever am I going to do? Now that I am a bad girl, I think I'll take out all my frustration at being left at home on you. Master, I've only been pretending to depend on your handouts. The truth is, I've been squirreling money away. Oh my god, I cannot take FHXX, bro. I've been studying hard in between missions and making solid, boring investments in space stocks, space finance, and space cryptocurrency. Also, that I can eventually make my way out of this seemingly endless hell of working for the spaceman and enjoy something like retirement in my old age. I ask of you, are you my fiance? If you are not, then you have no right to mess with my side gigs. Bro. Oh my god. So, you know, sorry about this, Master. Once I saw OA kicking up a storm, I couldn't help but want to get back into the action myself. I want to take all my ink and dump it out into the void sea and then paint to my heart's content. You can give me that much, right? Behold, Emperor, the dancers you requested are here and ready. All the embodiments of evil you could ask for, the spine-tingling charms of the inner palace right before your eyes. Now, we will hold a festival of indescribable madness. We will sing, dance, shoot, kill, and fight for control of the Void Sea. The winner will earn the right to rule over the next era of Earth. That's right, the great foreigner festival Void Sea Scramble you asked for is finally about to begin. Are you listening? I never asked for this. You entirely stopped listening to me, haven't you? It's not that. She was never listening to you in the first place. We just never noticed since she's so damn smart. On the surface, she pretended to help us, but on the inside, she is as insane as a conspiratorial. She's as insane and conspiratorial as Kiyohime and Raiko. That was uncalled for. I'm just a little more motherly in my other spirit origin, that's all. It looks like you heroic spirits are saying something, but I'm afraid I have no idea what it is. Now come, dancers, claim your territories, paint the seas with your preferred color, and partake in territorial warfare while we wait for our emperor to grace us with his presence. The winner shall take all, both in the seas and the emperor. Now let us have our way. Mash is speechless. Nemo's mouth is agape. Van Gogh is frozen in place. Huh? You're not going with them, Goey? I'm sorry, that kind of party isn't really my thing. Are you still sane, Van Gogh, even though you're in your final form? Yes, even though I feel a little left out. But how? The Eldritch power clearly made all the others lose their minds. I really don't like this forming hypothesis about such bizarre powers, but maybe when we physically defeated her evil god's terminal and cut off her link, the Eldritch power targeting her didn't take root? Look, I just threw away all the Nemo series dolls. Huh? Well, what were we just doing? My head hurts. Maybe my oven has a gas leak? Geez, you got one of those dolls too, Baker? No wonder you were acting so weird. So we were infected with the mental corruption we somehow couldn't even notice due to our memory partition? This Eldritch power truly is frightening. So, I know things are kind of weird right now, but this is an existential crisis for humanity, right? I'm not just imagining things, am I? It definitely is. Yep, this is a real doozy. Gas leak. It looks like we'll need to begin a second operation, Acting Commander. Indeed, and fortunately, Fran has already shown us a path to victory. All we need now is to remove the terminals feeding the foreigners eldritch power from the outer gods, and it should quell their rampage. Once they have all come to their senses, even if only for a moment, we should then be able to restrain them. Say, you were really freaking out earlier, weren't you, Goddess? Thanks for breaking it down, Goddess. You're not scared anymore then? Never mention that again. Now, Van Gogh, let me ask you this. Can you still use de Sturchnok? Ha! Well, why do you ask? That noble phantasm can transform foreigner spirit origins, can it not? Then could you not only use it to extract the outer gods' terminals from the foreigners, thereby severing their link? Of course, if that degree of control is beyond your ability, then it would be far too risky to attempt. I'll do it. I know I can do it. Now that I'm free of the evil god's tentacles, I'll do whatever it takes to be more helpful, Master. Besides, if I can bring everyone back, that would be awesome. I've always wanted to be the MVP. You're so cool, Goey. You're so cute, Goey. It looks like Van Gogh staying behind may just be the silver lining we need, Senpai. I guess that just leaves one big question. I'm pretty sure the Chaldea foreigners will be okay once we knock the crazy out of them. But what about Yu? It seemed like her madness ran pretty deep. We should kill her. I agree, but... Sorry, but no, I'm not willing to do that. I knew it. You're so kind, Master. Almost to a fault. So this isn't over yet, huh? Oh, fine. Just be warned that I'm using the pool for at least 3 days straight once we get back to Chaldea. Excuse me. Huh? Who's there? It seems in all the commotion I was summoned along with the others. Is that what that noise was earlier? I tried to announce my presence, though it fell on deaf ears amidst those foreigners' obnoxious ravings. Not one of you acknowledged my presence. Would it be all right if I cried for a bit, Master? I'm sorry for overlooking you. I swear I didn't even see you until now. That does nothing to make me feel better. Wait, no. You're insolent fools who should be begging forgiveness and failing to notice my imperial presence. I should carve my crest into your hides for this. Hang on. I think this might just be what we need to get out of this new eldritch nightmare. Acting Commander, we have an emperor now. Wu Zitan, is that how you say that? Wu Zitan? Is from the Tang Dynasty in China, and she's the grandmother of Emperor Xuanzong? The same Emperor Yang Guifei calls her beloved. With that kind of connection, I think we might be able to restore Yang Guifei to her senses as well. Please help us, Nightbright. We need your help, Nightbright. Oh, so you would atone for ignoring me by thrusting me into a spotlight now? Very well. I shall forgive your transgression just this once. Go on then, make the spotlight even brighter. That aside, it sounds as though the tentacle girl who summoned us here is the one called Yang Yuhan I have been hearing about as of late. Then does that mean the beloved emperor she speaks of is that Li Longji brat? Oh ho ho, interesting. Then it would seem that time has come to let my dark sadistic side run free once more. Come, ferryman, let us set off at once. I shall return these foreigners' seas into an ocean of poison and blood. Hehehe. I could do without the poison and blood part, but it sounds good apart from that. Let's get going, Max. We have to snap them back to either their senses before it's too late.
My calculations never predicted that Wu Zitan would come to our aid. Now it just remains to be seen if this turn of events bodes well or ill.
Sorry, Zheng Yu. I forgot. Come on, Professor and Nurse. We need to get them back up and running. Once we're done with that, I'll join the fight too. Now that all of humanity is at stake, it's time for our last stand. I'll do whatever it takes to stop it. I'll even use the protection of the sea that dwells within me for hand-to-hand combat. Skahak Skadi, Osakabe Hime, Zheng Yu, Van Gogh, all of you. This will be our last most difficult battle yet, but I know we can win it together. Nemo. I'm so happy we'll be fighting together. Oh, and since Lady Yang Guifei obviously isn't here to project visuals, we can't see onto void enemies anymore. I'll do my best to take her place. I'll also defuse the rainbow-colored arc so we can perceive it safely and make a bridge a little more cheerful, since we'll need all the mental solace we can get. After all, from here on out, we'll be facing something completely different from the logical mad void world we've seen so far. now, it's a void full of otherworldly malice and outer space madness. So I have to hide it with rainbows and caricatures, or else we'll all go mad ourselves in an instant. Oh, and if you happen to notice any imperceptible hostility while I'm cautiously painting, please make sure to close your eyes, okay? Monka. Ain't no way we got another region.
いいな、綺麗だな。僕たちも水着欲しい。いいな、綺麗だな。僕たちも水着欲しい。虚数空間探索始め。ラムダさん、お願いします。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだ。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大。
Look at this, cartoons. They are protecting your brains from eldritch horrors. Just take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow.
よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。
Yo, Babylon Night!
イカだけは避けたい。
Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Ugh. We're finishing up what's it called? Imaginary Scramble right now. We're on the final act, which is dealing with the other foreigners. We saved Van Gogh though, and that was cute. I enjoyed it. Yoし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。よし、探索用お坂部姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。I think the big ones are the foreigners, aren't they? Or that one's not.
ごめん、大きい。後で差し入れあげますね。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたい。
Yo, what the hell? It's the real Nemo. I You'll know the foreigners when you see them? Oh, they look like hella different on the map. When's our next Grail front? I feel like we haven't had a Grail front in a hot minute. October? What
そ
the?
こだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。
Halloween, that's so far away. Welfare Summer Nemo Marine when? You know what summer unit I've been waiting for years is Summer Lancer Artoria Alter. That's just goth mommy in a swimsuit. Who doesn't want a goth mommy in a swimsuit?
虚数空間探索始め。ラムダさんお願いします。そこだね。焦らず着実に
She's
改造を
pretty
埋め
much
てい
the
こう。
only Artoria we haven't gotten a summer version of, if I'm not mistaken. We've gotten summer versions of every... I'm trying to think, is there any Artoria we haven't gotten a summer version of? I guess Mysterious Heroine X Alter, but she got a Grail version, so she got the idol version. So because she was an idol welfare, I feel like that counted as her alternate form, so she might not get a summer version. Even You've Lost Ritsuka, no way, You've Lost Ritsuka made fun of Walter not having a summer version after 9 years. That's crazy. She's the only one that needs one, man. Only Artoria that needs one.
このソナちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
そこだね。焦らず着実に改造を埋めていこう。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。
ごめん、大きい。後で差し入れあげますね。
Which imaginary number is this? Or I think it should say recommended, doesn't it? Yeah. Surely we get the form next year. Oh wait, Ichan did get a... Yeah, she did get a summer form. I completely forgot about that. Kind of spaced on me. She's a foreigner, isn't she?
Yeah. ダシェバノアデ海レプチ。うるさい。我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり増やしておきまする。楽しんでおりますぞ。
開始に買いかぶりですよ。
真夏の気まぐれに
目を閉じて
お楽しみあれ。
神の法廷へ。
光の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪霊作。
書かなければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸すの信仰ロマントロンプルーユの花で伝えるマフ
いや隣にオラなるくしらい。我ら光より暗きを愛し母の体に入りて生まれる緑である。
Oh my god, it did the thing. God damn it. It did the thing.
それはそれ。
うわら踊れ簡単か。
かかれし者はかかれしままに。母と子と堕落の未来においてお湯に月の協力。
かき嬉しい虫様のね
大盤振る舞い。
塗って塗って送る言葉は
ノートネイニーマ。
Joe's gonna die.
嬉しい。うわら。大盤振る舞い。踊りカンカンカン。ごっこかった。はう。一足お先に。
おっと。
Oh, it died to curse, ain't no way. I need to do LB7 soon.
うまく会場を
Meh
回せました。
after this game of Rivals.
見ていてくださいましたか、マスター。
Garu Forena Coggers. Arrived late, so I will look it up on the VOD, but to ask you now, what were your thoughts on Van Gogh's real identity? I liked it. I mean, it made sense. I'm mostly, out of everything in Imaginary Scramble, I think I really like the like identity crisis and like just the whole, it was a cute story of like learning of like a, I don't know how to put it into words, like being okay with yourself or being okay with who you are, because like Van Gogh had the whole identity crisis of like, am I really I don't even remember the name. It's something with a C from Greek mythology. I wanted to say Cyri or something like that, and it's not it. Or am I Van Gogh and going back and forth between the two? And am I what is the reason for my existence? What is my purpose? And going through all that, and then like us coming in there, being able to help her out of that was cool. Clyde? Yo! We take those. Oh, this is a question mark one. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the foreigner ones would be the big red ones. Or the... I gotta go to the bathroom too. Apple. 3 apples. I'll take those.
ライコかっこいい。でもちょっと怖いかも。
館内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。ペンギン型ソナー、リヴァイアさんなのあれ。
いいな、綺麗だな。僕たちも水着欲しい。
ペンギン型ソナー、リヴァイアさんなのあれ。
Hey, more foes.
ライコ、出番だ。手加減は無用。かましてやれ。そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。 焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。
ライコかっこいい。でもちょっと怖いかも。
Yeah, the question marks ones must be the foreigners, I assume. I'll double check if there's a story note though. They're not?
艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。
このソナーちょっと重い感じ。引き上げ
Are
る
they
の
just
疲れ
gonna
そう
appear
だ
out of
な。
nowhere then?
艦内戦闘に備えよ。
Oh, there it
何
is.
が出るかわからないからね。そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。
After defeating all other foreigners. Oh, never mind. That's the final one.
そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいと。
ごめん、大きい。後で差し入れあげますね。
ライコ出番だ。手加減は無用。かましてやれ。よし、探索用おさかべ姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
ごめん、大きい。後で差し入れあげますね。
艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。
このソナーちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。
Damn, that one was hella small.
巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。
このソナーちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。このソナーちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
ウツボが出るかタコが
Do
出
the
るか。
XX one first. That's the one. That's I think the only one I read because I knew it was gonna be serious the first time I played this shit.
艦内戦闘に備えよ。
The outer god of capitalism.
そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。
ごめん、大きい。後で差し入れあげますね。
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。
Here's one.
巨大イカだけは避けたい。
このソナーちょっと重い感じ。引き上げるの疲れそうだな。
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいと。ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。
Alright.
巨大イ
Keyhole's
カだ
gotta
け
be
は避けた
Abby.
いところだけど。
That one's gotta be X, I assume. Yeah, that's X's logo. That one's what's her name? Is there only 4? Is that all 4 of them? Or is there one I'm missing? X, Abby, Hokusai, and Yang Guifei, right? I think that's all 4.
よし、探索用おさかべ姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
Is there a gold chest I'm missing still?
ウツボが出るかタコが出るか。巨大イカだけは避けたいところだけど。艦内戦闘に備えよ。何が出るかわからないからね。そこだね。焦らず着実に海図を埋めていこう。よし、探索用おさかべ姫発射。泣き言は後で聞く。
いや、
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, chat. Idle Talk 4. Oh boy. Ah. I will be right back. Alright. Idle Talk 4. More reading. A mediator? That does not sound like the divinities from the outer universe I have ever heard before. My impression was that there was an insurmountable gap between them and us, one that does not allow any possibility for peaceful discussion. Maybe he didn't mean a literal mediator. It could be something like an intermediary catalyst that lets them make use of the gods' very different magical energy, like how a emulsifier lets us mix oil and water. How you may call it whatever you like. To truly understand would be an act of utter insanity, and one that would require a span of 1 kalpa of dedication upon that. Take the planet Mars as an example. Although it is unfathomably closer to us than the outer universe, the Elder One paid it almost no heed whatsoever. And yet, there is actually one outer universe being associated with Mars, about whom I cannot help but at least be a little concerned. Don't stop now, man. Keep going. Well, Lady Hokusai's divinity and the divinity in direct opposition of it are actually thought to be siblings. What's more, those siblings, who are said to get along about as well as cats and dogs, actually have a third sibling deity, and it is the third youngest sibling who is thought to have some manner of connection to Mars. To be perfectly honest, I know next to nothing about the youngest sibling. I do not even know anything about their possible disposition. However, assuming these siblings call a certain dim green binary star home, and if my inner star's guiding light is any indication, I believe that this mysterious third sibling may be planning to mediate the disputes between the disparate factions of the outer universe. True. If these outer universe gods stopped fighting each other and teamed up to fight us, we'd be royally screwed. But nah, thinking about it some more, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything to worry about. Oh, and why is that? Because like you said, not even foreigners can escape the constraints that come with being servants. So once they encounter Max, they won't be able to help but fall for his charms. He's faced everything from irredeemable villains and crazed berserkers to demons and evil gods, and has formed a contract with every one of them. I get it too. Being an extraordinary hero makes you appreciate even more how incredible it is for a completely ordinary person like him to fight against impossible odds. In fact, his doing so might even be the best example of the heights of humanity as a whole can strive for. So I'm pretty sure that once this mediator gets to know Max, they'll fall for his charms, form a contract of their own, and then turn around and convince the rest of the foreigner army to follow their lead. Which means this invasion attempt is basically already a failure. Wouldn't you agree, Caster Gilderas? Oh, you've certainly got me there. What a horrifically hopeful conclusion. Why, it made the very hairs on my heart stand on end. Indeed, you're correct, no matter what manner of alliance this wicked god-sibling mediator attempts to form. Or even the one of the evil gods from the constellation Pisces Austrinus should take advantage of the mediator's blind spot and attempt to cause Armageddon. Our masters will, no doubt, find a way to bring them all back peacefully, and his exploits in doing so will be spoken of forevermore. This has truly been a delightful discussion. It has been as bright and bubbly as my beloved golden mead. I'm feeling inspired now. I think I shall return to my workshop and begin work on a new creation. Specifically, I think it is time I made new Johns and foreigners to go with Jill's doll rays. Jill... Before the new children arrive? Bro. So did he just go through all of that only to loop around to, well, we do not actually have to do anything? Probably, but hey, at least we ought to have put the dreamer's mind at ease about foreigners. And if that's the part we were meant to play in all this, then we did our job. And really, let's not forget all the exposition we heard here in just Marshall Jill's being delusional as ever. Bonjour. Nice night, huh? Oh, speak of the foreigner. What is it, Voyager? You sounded like you were talking about something fun. Was it outer space? Yes, that's right. We were discussing the bottom of a universe that is also an unfathomable abyss. While we should treat Marshall Jill's exposition as the delusion that it is merely a matter of camera angles. The fact is, we learned a lot from what he had to say. After all, while what he said is certainly fantastical, it is by no means impossible. There very well could be another universe of the kind he posited. Uh-huh, the universe is big. I'm sure we don't know everything about it. You know, I felt like someone was calling me too. Someone from a distant star. Far, far away. Wait a second. There you are. What do you think you're doing here, Voyager? Do you have any idea how worried I was after you just suddenly floated away like that? Do you want to go near Point Nemo too, Eris? To the Rainbow Sea and the God's Banquet? The God's Banquet? I don't know what kind of signal you've been picking up, but knock it off. Now come on, we gotta go back and finish our Tokoroatan cooking battle. Sorry, Voyager, was bothering you, Shion. Good night. But I want to go to the Great Foreigner Festival too. Wait, Eris! Oh, hell no. We both know you're tired anyway. Besides, you're just an honorary foreigner, right? In any case, there's something inappropriate. I mean, I have a really bad feeling about this. Star Wars references. Maybe it's a bad sign that a foreigner like Voyager, who is inarguably from our world, is also being influenced by whatever is going on here. Oh well, since there's nothing I can do, I think I will just hope that Captain is enjoying himself and go have some dreams of my own. Amazing. Cinema. All right. Abby time. Eris just cock-blocked How How. How How wanted to party. Whoa. It wasn't easy, but we made it. I can't believe I didn't go crazy myself. It was like something straight out of a child's drawing, wasn't it? She's very good for her age, though I'm looking forward to seeing what she's like as an artist when she grows up. Unfortunately, madness born of innocence might be the hardest kind to deal with. You may want to steel yourself, Master. Van Gogh, remember how Fran brought a camera along so Max could give the servant orders while we were out there in the field? I'd like you to carry the camera this time. This is so much responsibility. I hope I can count on your support out there, everyone. What the? Thank you so much for coming, Master. I'm sorry, have we met? This is Van Gogh. Don't worry, I'm still here. Ah, I see. You can't survive in the Void Sea, so you brought a foreigner to help you. So she's another painter, like Hokusai. You know, when Hokusai came to invade here earlier, she took one look around and said it had character and left. She's a real talented painter, so she must have thought my drawings were terrible. You think so too, don't you? You're probably laughing at me on the inside right now, aren't you? Looks like Toto-sama doesn't have always knack for talking to kids. Thanks for making this even harder on us, Toto-sama. Not at all. This is what everyone's pictures look like when they first start drawing, even mine. If anything, I'd bet you are already drawing so much now that you're bound to be a better painter than me when you grow up. Do you mean that? I do. I really do. I knew it. You are laughing at me. Wah! Jesus Christ. I wasn't. I just get nervous around new people. Forget it. Just forget it. I'm tired of drawing, and I don't even care about the turf war anymore. Now tell me, Master, do you want to make up for leaving me behind? Of course you do. You're really that kind of master. Then you can make it up to me by taking me on a picnic. Just the two of us. We'll go somewhere far away, where we don't have to worry about other factions or painters or anyone else at all. I think you just might be a little too young for that, Abby. Why don't we save that for when you're a little older? So I need to be older? Fine, I'll just get an advance on a more appropriate form. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate it. I hate it here so much. What do you think of this outfit? I pulled it out of somewhere traveling between space-time continuums. It does make my chest feel kind of itchy, but I'm sure that's just my imagination. Self-hatred, dark past, none of that matters now. Come on, master of mine, let's go to the abyss together. There's a whole entire hell of forbidden dreams just waiting for us. Oh boy, this is bad. Lady Abigail Williams, I'm sorry, but I have to disarm you now. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ, man. Get this fucking note over with.
ご指名いただき、至極で。
プリメルギトゥ。我が後は炎となれ。
愉快なり増やしておきます。愉快なり。
買いかぶりですよ。
会社に
買いかぶりですよ。
真夏の気まぐれ、お楽しみあれ。秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳、太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱怒涛、悪霊サフ。
出廷せい。うわら。
書かなければ星空の下、死と生を超えゆく糸すみ、信仰、ロマン、トロンプレイユの彼方で伝えるナフ
いやいや、我々によらなくしらい。我ら光より暗きを愛し、母の体に入りて生まれる緑人。
There's so many buffs if I'm reading the UI right. There is. Back in year 1, you see how there's 2 rows on my characters, right? There's 2 rows of buffs. There used to only be 1 row, and then they added the 2nd row, and it's still not enough. There's only 2 rows of buffs now, but if you wanted to look at all of them, you could click on the unit, and it has all of their status effects right there. See, look at that. Van Gogh has so many buffs and debuffs that it's literally not enough to fit. What do they have on them? They have a death proc thing. When HP reaches 0, inflict sleep 1 turn for all enemies.
書きます。
それはそれは。
Oh wait, I thought that meant their enemies. Frick.
遊んでおいで。好き嫌いはダメね。書きます。嬉しい。
やれよ。ごっこかった。隣の
開け。もういいよ。ねじ開けましょうね。目を背けないでね。
Whoa! What the fuck was that? The Doman grunt.
白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備。白兵戦行きます。
さい。
My master.
秋光殿、お目覚めよ。来たれ暗黒の帳、太陽はここに生まれ変わる。狂乱怒涛、悪霊サフ。いかがです。おやおや。逃がしませぬ。
猫は罪を裁く。遊んでおいで。お客様よ。お楽しみで。
Frick.
やり負けないぞ。ここです。まっすぐそこ。動かない。ここにお父様遊んでおいで。目を背けないでね。どうしよう先に。
I like Van Gogh's leaving battle sprite. This shit's so cute. She like holds her head and has the little jingly ooh woo face.
拍車をかける。貴様、激鱗に触れたな。
負けないぞ。
Does Abby remove buffs? I think she does. Oh shit, never mind. My Castoria is stunned. Oh, we're fucked here.
お客様よ。お楽しみくれ。
Oh, we're just screwed. She removes defensive debuffs? I thought so.
下りて至るは玄武境。訪れど去ることはかなわず。
いただきますぞ。
ごめんなさい。
I do like the front-facing sprite on both of her unit ultimates do that, I think. I have one more unit, I think. Mash, go! You got this, Mash.
ドリンクドリンク。帽子をしてドリンクドリンク。M 振り付け。オッケー。ドリンク。ドリンク。コールお願いします。うまく会場を回せました。
The third eye showcase NP, yeah. Both her foreigner form and whatever she doesn't even get a class change in her summer form, does she? They're both foreigners, I think. She just becomes AoE. Now, Goey, release your noble phantasm. Oh, priest of water, oh noble of wind, you honor us with your presence. Though the great flowering form of Mars, you are transformed into a droplet of madness. Now we'll let the stars guide you to the eternal slumber. La. Huh? What in the world was I just doing? I can't remember for the life of me. Oh, hello, Master. There we go. You know, I believe her when she says she doesn't remember. Teary eyes. I'm so sorry, Master. You must hate me now. Why's that? Because I'm such a bad girl. I wanted to be good. I really did, but I... Bro, I'm so done with this fucking event already. So when Yang Guifei encouraged me to act on those feelings, they all came bubbling up stronger than ever, and I even enjoyed being bad. I really am a witch. I have no right to stay by your side. Master, wah! Do we have the wah emote, Kezuke? The one with the cat? I don't know if we have that activated. She gets a class change with the Santa version. Oh, there is a Santa Abby. I forgot that's the most recent Santa event. I'm sure you imagined that, Scramble, Abby. I don't know if it's here. Oh, look at that Oberon one. Oberon way. Is it 2 A's? What's the wah? Oh, there it is. I found it. It's W and 3 A's, all lowercase. Yes, dude. It won't come up on stream, but that's a funny email. Wah! It's not true at all. What do you think, Mash? Well, bluntly speaking, I think many of the evil aligned servants tend to be very aware when they're engaging in evil acts. As a result, they also tend to regret the crimes they committed in life and strive to be better people as heroic spirits. Also, I think that kind of evil that you're talking about is something everyone has inside of them, Abby. So the fact that you're aware of it and trying to control it is a wonderful thing in my book, especially when you consider that many of the good aligned servants are completely unaware that they sometimes behave in monstrous ways. Like, say, a certain angel of Crimea? Like, say, a certain Chinese tactician who loves making necessary sacrifices? The dong! Oh, that's funny. Wait, who's the Angel of Crimea? Nightingale. Nightingale's pure and lovely. What do you mean? Do you mean it, Master? Can I really stay at Chaldea? It's more than okay. I insist. Absolutely. In fact, how about we race shift on a picnic sometime? Oh my, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, Master, and thank you, all of you. Abby? This is what I'm like on the inside. So, if you don't mind, I'd love if we could be foreigner friends. Oh my. I'd love that. I've always wanted a friend who's closer to my age. I think we'll get along great. Thank you, Van Gogh. Can I call you Goey too? No. All right. Here we go, chat. Here's the one everyone's been waiting for. Peak. Y'all are about to experience peak. Cinema? I don't remember this shit. This is the MHXX one where we ask her, what outer god are you influenced by? And she's like, I don't know. And then Van Gogh chimes in, the outer god of capitalism. Hey, Master, can you believe it? My little corner of the sea is amazing. Look at the background. It's all just fucking billboards with her on it. I have void affiliates, void paywalls, void video hacks, void pyramid schemes. And best of all, I can make as many void customers as I want. So theoretically, I can also make all void money that I want. I'm even working on establishing a void fund to invest in void agriculture and void cruise ships. I'm a full-fledged void tycoon now. Oh, X. The light's all gone from your eyes, X. I know, everything I'm doing here is as empty and meaningless as the void I'm doing it in. But really, what is labor anyway? What is money, really? When you get down to it, it's all meaningless. Chaldea treated me well enough, but maybe that life was just as empty too. Back when I was a heroine, in the Servantverse, I used to think that everything shone so bright. Was it all just in my head? If I'm empty, and my life's going to be empty, then I'll just embrace the emptiness so it swells up into a vortex and swallows everything. Okay, here I come. I'm going to break out of my invisible air, a skill I mastered long ago. Oh, she looks stronger than I thought, but I'll do my best to fight her, Master. Don't think I'm jealous of that position, because I'm not at all. I might be an old and past my prime, but I'm still a heroine, damn it. I'm not about to lose to some newbie who just showed up out of nowhere. Death to all foreigners but me. Rah! What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, what a fucking goofball. Oh my god, we have the knights. No. Betty, Tristan, and Lancelot. Wait. Fucking Lancelot is well connected. Tristan is the acute intellect. Bedivere is the admirable conscience. Why are they here? Studying this daily savage Roman letters on-off switch? What?
じゃれ神戸いっぱいのブドウ酒。
さようですか。
ゴッホが辛かった時期の一
Obliterated
服。何が起きるか。作家保証外です。
Suck me dick 124. Hello. Amazing name.
デステーレンラフト。
It's Gover.
いやいや、森の王、北条の担い手よ。いや、千の子を腹にし森の黒ヤギよ。我が生贄を受け取りたまえ。バトルディパレーズ。
Oh! New dog owner, imminent credit bill, beyond description XX.
しばしお
Bro.
待ちを。夏といえばカレーですので。
Advancing Bill, she has a chance to inflict stun every turn while the approaching card payment is on the field. Bro, oh my god.
ダコやぶわらダコ
かかれし者はかかれし者。
Wait, no, I meant to target her. God damn it, dude.
グラムネクスト
Oh wait, I have target focus, that's why. I didn't even realize target focus was on there.
エネルギーイン。
Elden Ring.
ダブル。
Oh,
ここまで
where did that come from?
今のうちに準備白兵戦行きます今のうちに準備嬉しい
Ouch!
ああ、なるほど。
しばしお待ちを。夏といえばカレーですので。
Damn it, fucking. How long does that last? One whole turn! God damn it. I guess we'll just get NP then.
それはそれは。
嬉しい
大盤振る舞い。
いかがです。
お日様の
ダブル。ダブル。
それでは失礼おば。
目を閉じ。
秋光殿、お目覚めよ。
Vango's just 1 HP most of the time. It's kind of in her kit because she has to have that's why she has a guts as well, though.
悪霊三夫。
Vango's kit revolves around her having as many curse stacks as you
書か
can.
なければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸すみは信仰ロマントロンプルイユの彼方でステールナフ
ごっこかったしばしお待ちを。夏といえばカレーですので。しばしお待ちを。
Uh-oh.
夏といえばカレーですので。
What did she just put on me? She just put the foreigner trait on everyone?
トもうこの
She did, didn't she? Motherfucker. Foreigner determined. Apply special attack foreigner to all enemies. That's crazy.
貴様拍車をつける。
開始の劇です
買いかぶりですよ。
帽子を
皆様目を閉じて。
嬉しく書かなきゃ嬉しいお日様のように書かなければ
How many crits she got so far?
死と
Yes.
生を超えゆく糸すみは信仰ロマントロンプルイユの彼方でステールナフ
ごっこかっ
There we go.
送る言葉はノーメインニーマ
Ouch!
儚いな。すべては一時の机上の夢だ。
Alright, here we go. This is like the only thing from this story 2 years ago I remember. Durster knock. Something like that. What have I been doing? I must have been out of my mind. I'm sorry, Master. Forgive me. Forgive me, everyone. Wow, from fury to apology in no time flat. So this is what it means to be a responsible grown-up. I understand, Lady XX. I have a hard time making a living, too. Huh? I only ever sold one single painting in my entire life. I had day jobs, too, but I only managed to pay for paints and models thanks to my parents and my brother, Theo, supporting me. And even then, I could only do that by skimping on food. Most days, I was lucky if I could afford bread or potatoes. Sometimes I had to get on by doing nothing but coffee. Hang on, Master. Is that servant there actually the Vincent van Gogh? Now what am I supposed to do? There's no way I can win a misery contest with a starving modern European artist. It's not a competition now, X. The point is, society did you both wrong. That's right. We both know the struggle of surviving in a cold and uncaring society. But would it maybe help a little to have a friend who understands? Maybe I shouldn't be telling you guys this, but I actually lost all my eldritch powers some time ago. But I'm still scarred from working at the one super toxic company that I can't be sure I won't succumb to their despair again someday. But your encouragement is inspiring me to live my best life, Van Gogh, and one of these days, I'm gonna return the favor by helping you free from that despair too. Oh, essentially, I'm just a girl from Greece, so that despair is mostly just borrowed memories. So nobody got hurt and nobody needs rescuing? What in the world is going on here? Senpai, since this situation looks to be resolved now, maybe we should hurry up onto the next one. I agree with Mash, though I also can't help but wonder, if not eldritch power, what did get into UXX? I'm not sure. We don't really have anything like an outer universe back in the Servantverse. Isn't it obvious? It was the great evil god you know as capitalism. Cinema. The Sea of Foreign Deities. Number 3. I remember seeing someone so mad about that part, the capitalist enjoyers. That's a line, yeah. That's like the only thing I remember from this event 2 years ago. About time you showed up, enjoying your little excursion through the Void Sea, Master. An excursion? Is that what you call a crazy mess? You're one to talk, Toto-sama. Hahaha, hey, I ain't kidding around. Those mountains, rivers, and gorges were nothing compared to what's up ahead. Excuse me, Hokusai, but before we get started, I have to ask you something. Your father-daughter bond skill should have been restored when you lost to us in the Fourth Sea. So why did you answer Yanguifei's call? Are you still linked to the outer universe even now? Nah, my soul pretty much left my body back when my alter ego gal knocked me senseless. I don't know nothing about no Eldritch or Dadrabachi or whatever it's called. All I did was force my switch over to my spirit origin. See, what happened here was Oe and me had a little talk. I told her, after all that painting you gotta do, it's only fair that I get a turn too. You can't expect your old man to sit out while you have all the fun, right? And being the good girl that she is, she agreed and let me borrow her spirit origin for a while. I don't know what I did to deserve her, but damn, if she don't know what makes a painter tick. A lot of painters would have been reluctant to get their old man A lot of painters would have been reluctant to let their old man have this artist paradise all to himself, but not her. Anyway, there you have it, Master. I got a lot of painting to do, and I'd like you to be here for it. So the father-daughter bond actually backfired here. I guess bonds can be too strong sometimes. It looks like Katsushiki Hokasai isn't beholden to the Eldritch power. He just wants to test his skills against ours. This might be the perfect chance to show off your own painting skills, Van Gogh. I thought so too. I can feel Van Gogh's memories and talent surging in my mind. They're practically itching to compete in some kind of contest. Okay, Hokasai, let's do this. Hell yeah, you're always welcome to my studio both as a rival and a model. Samurai Remnant, baby!
光の時これまで疑似神格並列接続暗黒太陽臨界狂乱怒涛悪霊作風
ぶわだこ踊り簡単かモーレさんの母ってこと堕落の未来において踊りの手がの強玉やるよ
All the Eldritch foreigners have the same artist? Wait, really? Wait, did we get a male Malay?
我が生贄を受け取りたまえバトルにトレイズ響くリンド
Male Malays arcade? Yeah, but they're on the database though. Weird. Yeah, Abby, Molay. Abby, Molay, Yang Guifei. Oh, not, Who's the other foreigner besides XX? Ain't no way you got that many guts, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god, and now an evade. Wait, I think I have a sure hit. Oh, you died a curse. Never mind. Oh, go! I think might have been the other one I was thinking of. I was like, there's one there that I'm fucking... Frick. Now that was a good round of painting. Thanks for indulging me, Van Gogh, master. I'm good now. I'd hand this spirit origin back to Oe, but I'm kind of stuck like this. Mind using your noble phantasm to nudge it back to her for me? Not at all. Der Sturanak. Sorry about that. I guess Todo-sama, no, both of us really made a whole heap of trouble for you guys, Just between us, I didn't mind it at all. For me, this was so fun. It was like a dream come true. Oh, yeah? Well, that's good to hear. That sounds like a problem in its own right, but since no one was hurt, and it looks like it won't happen again, I think I'll follow Max's lead and let it slide. Sorry for making your life harder, Captain. Thanks for being so understanding, Captain. Say, Hokusai, would you like to come to my room later? I still want to talk about art. Huh? Gosh, I don't know, should I? Hey, Master, we got any other battles left to fight? We do. I think we better do that first. Agravain needs to escape NPC jail. I need that Omi-san. Is that snake event on JP over, or is it still going? Is there a chance Omi-san will be a servant, or is she in NPC jail? It just started, so is there the possibility of a 5-star banner on the horizon? Maybe in a few days, who knows? Extra acts, Sea of Foreign Deities. Welcome to my otherworldly inner palace, my beloved Emperor. I must say, I never expected you to defeat the other dancers and make your way straight to me so quickly. You have made me very happy. I fear the sheer bliss may drive me to delirium. Lady Yangui Fei, I don't think she even sees me. She's just looking at Master through the camera.
Sorry, Machan, but can you let me have a turn? I promise I'll be real quick. Yu, it's me, Batty. Do you really not recognize me? Or were you only just using the bare minimum of your madness enhancement mind to act like we were friends? Oh gods, that's totally what it was, wasn't it? I'm such a baka. I should have known I could never be friends with a genuine princess like you. But as embarrassing as it is to realize our whole Nakama thing was a sham, there's still one thing I know from spending all that time with you. The way you smiled whenever we ate, like, lychees? Or when you were playing with the Marines. I'm positive that was the real Yu. So even if they might be a little broken, there's no way Machan will ever let a servant with redeeming qualities like that get away. And, that goes for me too. Okay, that's all I had to say. Get her, Machan!
That's one way to show you care, Batty. That's one way to hide your embarrassment, Batty. What are you talking about? I don't understand. After all, my beloved Emperor was sealed away in the far reaches of Fomalhaut. No, wait. Was he put to rest in the Tailing Mausoleum? Huh? Ah, there you are. Damn, just when I thought we might have gotten through to her. Oh, Emperor, my beloved Emperor, please don't leave me again. All I want in this life is to stay by your side until the flame of my life goes out. What's that? I must be terribly cramped in this tiny body? Why, yes, I am. That is why I created a hellfire from your favorite star while I awaited your arrival. Now I will use this frail vessel to kindle a flame on the 7th night of the 7th month, just like in the Palace of Eternal Life. Oh, to be lovebirds in the sky, entwined in branches of earth, and to never again be separated from one another. I will become one with the Emperor. Now, to make that dream come true, I shall become a living flame to consume this whole world and all other worlds beyond the stars. Imperial Edict, the Taoist nun of Pengla... Yeah. Declares... Uh-oh, her noble phantasm is about to engulf the entire sea! Can you do this, Van Gogh? Can you still fight, Van Gogh? Of course. Lady Yangui Fei, you recognized me as one of your class. You said you didn't want to hurt me, that you even liked me. I can't imagine it was all an act, but even if it was, I still need to pay you back for your kindness. That's what it means to be human, right? And since neither me nor Nemo nor Master are your emperor, I'm going to show you what it's like to have your proposal met with no it ni nimmer. The phone killer battle. Can we add an FGO? Oh, my friends list is full. Apologies.
ご指名いただき、憂鬱至極で。
うるさいメルビトゥカシカシ我が後は炎となれ
愉快なり楽しんでおります増やしておきます
買いかぶりですよ
開始に
買いかぶりですよ皆様
出廷せよ。
目を閉じ神の皇帝へ
You can't follow me though, that is an option.
来たれ暗黒の帳太陽はここに生まれ変わる狂乱怒涛悪霊作風
You'll follow? Let's go.
うわら
Ooh la la.
やるよ嬉しいごっこかった踊り簡単だ大盤振る舞い
Oh, nice. I wasn't sure if that was gonna kill. Right, bam,
チャリコ
bam,
ールいっぱいの
bam.
やるよ
書かなければ星空の下死と生を超えゆく糸杉を信仰ロマントロンプレイユの彼方で伝えるなく
いやいや隣によらなれくしらみ我ら光より暗きを愛し母の体に入りて生まれる緑花踊り簡単だ他で限る我が調べ
No!
他で限る我が調べ全滅
Wait, what? Is my phone not plugged in? It's plugged into my PC right now. This shit ain't charging?
So ははなるほどいかがですかおやおやこの高ぶりやなんたる
星宿る紺碧の進化
Wait, what? My phone's at 100% right now, bro. Someone's bugging out. Foreshadowing the killer phone battle. It was a different type of fucking... It's not charging my phone, dog. What the fuck? That's so whack. It has a connection straight to the computer, but it's not charging the phone. Can I get a schizo in chat? Whatever, we're almost done. Let's just try to finish the story before the phone dies, I suppose.
やるだことなるべきかかれし者はかかれし者に母と子と堕落の中にグラムのエクスタシーこの勝利この歓喜を我が神へ
Why? Can I get a whan chat? Tell me, Emperor, tell me, why do you refuse my flame? Because I'm not your Emperor. Go, is your noble phantasm ready? Yes, here it comes. Der Sternak. Oh no, I was afraid of this. What's wrong, Van Gogh? Now I know why something felt off when I used my noble phantasm on Lady Yangui Fei before. I just ran a deep scan of her foreigner spirit origin, and almost 90% of her capacity is occupied by the evil god's terminal. 90%? Yes, so if you try to tear the two apart, her spirit origin won't survive.
According to my database, in life, Yang Yuan had no inclination for madness that would have made her attractive target for an outer universe divinity. However, we cannot ignore the fact that it also says her body went missing after her death. As this took place in the past, I cannot use my prognosticative abilities to say for certain, but to speculate on what may have happened. I would guess that an outer universe faction caught wind of her keen mind and devout love for her emperor and used her body as a base upon which to build the heroic spirit we see now. As a result, most of her spirit origin is flooded with reverence for the outer universe, despite having no connection to it in her lifetime. It is truly a tragedy. All Yang ever wanted was to make Bai Juyi's poem a reality.
So these evil gods have been using her, toying with her, all for their own twisted ends? That's just like what they did to me, Lady Yangui Fei. Why? Why do you look so sad, my beloved Emperor? All I want is to serve you faithfully. It seems my spirit body has met its end. Does this mean you no longer have need for me? As much as it pains me, if you do wish for me to disappear, then so be it. No, don't! Huh?
Lightning deployment team here. Do you read me, Van Gogh? With some help from Nemo Nurse, we created a torpedo loaded with a liberation spell, similar to what we did with our final battle against you. I just fired it. Oh, I'm just told it includes a binding spell. Yangui Fei should no longer be able to move.
What is this?
So she's still trying to fight back? The impotence. What are the rest of you waiting for? Off you go. Hurry along.
Oh, shut up. We're all at it. We're all here, aren't we? All right, you two get going. Hi-ho, Van Gogh. Ay. I have come too. Fran, wait, what about your swimsuit, Lady Wu Zitan? I commanded Skahak Scotty to hurry and fashion me an appropriate outfit, but she said she did not have the time. Oh, funny, because her and Scotty both got summer versions last summer. So instead, I had her slap one of those void chip whatsits directly onto my spirit origin. It worked, but my spirit form is all messed up, so I am in no shape to aid in battle. That sounds so painful. Why did you go through such lengths, Lady Wu? Lady Wu? How uncouth. You may address me as either your Imperial Highness or the Night Bright. As for why I went through such lengths, well, it is only right that I snuff out a fire that came from my country, no? At any rate, you there, Yang Yuhan, you may do so while knocking your knees together if you wish, but you will listen to me. I am Wu Zitan, also known as the Holy Empress Zitan. And I am your grandmother-in-law. Do not even think of claiming you haven't heard of me. I must say, it is quite the odd twist of fate that we should meet in a strange and foreign land like this 1,000 years after our deaths, but never mind that now. Suffice to say, I know all about my Shou dynasty was rolled back in favor of Tang, only for the entire nation to be thrown into chaos because he chose you for his consort, you temptress. Oh yes, I have quite the bone to pick with you and your beloved emperor. Perhaps I'll make you pay for your crimes with one of my wine barrel executions. Eek! Well, at least she's responding. I don't think you need to go quite that far. Lady Nightbright, maybe threatening her isn't the best way to go here. Lady Nightbright, that does sound right. That doesn't sound right either. No matter. Van Gogh, was it? Lend me your noble phantasm for a moment. Huh? Is that even possible?
The goddess here, ordinarily it would not be. But thanks to a backdoor in the void chip, we can indeed link your and Wu Zitan's spirit origins now.
But we only just met, and that sounds so intimate. What, you see the blushing sprite? What in the world are you talking about? This will purely be a tactical collaboration and nothing more. But won't connecting to a foreigner spirit origin drive you mad? That is where this electric girl comes in. Trust me, I have thought of everything. I'm a monster. I can handle fear and madness.
Well, there you have it. We will connect both of you in tandem, and with Fran acting as an intermediary. Now hurry up, before the binding spell fades.
But, are you going to do something mean to her? Enough! I wanted to, believe me, but Master was dead set against it. Worry not. Loath though I may be to enact it, I do have a peaceful plan in mind. Got it. Connecting. What's up, tripod? Gah, what happened to the spirit origin? I knew this would be difficult, but this is far more painful than I expected. And laggy. Can't you stabilize the connection and speed? Well, no matter. I suppose this will suffice. All right, here goes. Xingyi! Let's go over. Ah. Disconnecting. Phew, there we go. Nailed it, first try. Just another example of how amazing I truly am. All right, Van Gogh, you can take her into custody. Lady Yang Guifei. What did you do to her? Oh, nothing really. I merely outfitted her spirit origin primary spiritrons with horrifically strict and complicated operating restrictions. If destroying her is not an option, we need nearly bind her with rules. Just the sort of solution you would expect from me, no, Master? Way to go, Nightbright. You're the best sadist emperor a Master could ask for. Stop before you make me blush. Now as for that, and now as for what this Yang Yuhan girl will be like going forward, her essence will remain unchanged. Underneath her innocent exterior, she will continue to think of nothing but her beloved emperor. No doubt she will still wish to marry said emperor, but worry not, one of the restrictions I placed on her requires her to grow to a point where she is ready for marriage. She may not be as diligent as me, but she is enough of a hard worker that she should soon learn how to control herself in order to achieve that growth. And if Master, you were to take advantage of this opportunity to help her truly grow as a person, so that she becomes the person she merely behaves like, perhaps in time you may even be able to completely remove the terminal connecting her to this outer universe. So I suggest you think of her as a newborn babe, even more so than the 3 stars of Chaldea's Prive's lava swimming team, and raise her accordingly with warmth and compassion. Of course, infants require education. If you like, I would be willing to personally teach her how to be a proper lady. Thanks, but no thanks. Thanks, but I'll pass. So, no need to be so modest, though. Thank you, Lady Nightbright. No need to thank me. All I ask in return is that you teach me the ways of the Western painting. What a grand opportunity to further enhance my artistic prowess. Bro, every time Wu shows up in a story, I just think of fucking Agartha, and I want to end everything. I get so fucking mad. Yes, of course. Me teaching an empress how to paint, it's like a dream job. That takes care of that. I'm tired. Gonna go be lazy. Bye, Fran. Alright, now we're almost done. My fucking phone is about to die. We gotta fucking finish up this story quick. Alright, the finale, surely. Let me actually turn down brightness real quick if I can. That might help save a little bit of battery life. Thank you once again. You've done a phenomenal work. This is really the end now, right? No further objections or strange secret plots, right? Phew. Okay, that sounds like a no. I think we're in the clear then. Would you do the honors, Van Gogh? Of course. Once again, with this holy grail in my hand, I'll restore this space to its pre-tampered with state and... There. The Nautilus can emerge now. Great. Okay, everyone, to your positions. Crew, get ready. Things are about to get hectic. Zero sail disengage. All hands prepare to emerge. Full speed ahead.
The wrong one. Activating paper moon. Initiating planet navigational chart. Plus minus converge. Commencing Nautilus docking sequence into reality boundary. Firing existence verification tether into reality space. Setting anchor point 2. Where else? Novum Chaldea.
At last, we'll finally get home, Senpai, and without losing a single member of our team. Yeah. All right, Animosphere, peace out. Thanks for hanging. I'm so relieved. I think I'm starting to feel kind of sleepy. Me too. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. There you have it. This whole voyage was a dream. But that doesn't mean it was just a dream, or that nothing that happened here mattered. Since it was but a dream, its position in time may have been wonky and its relation to causality inconsistent. It's also a mystery as to how this dream will come true, if it will come true, if it already has come true, or if any changes it might have brought about can even be observed. But even so, the things you gained in this dream are sure to help in reality. How do I know? Because I'm here. Because you, Nemo, and everyone else saved me. Now, I'm going to keep you all safe from the reverse side of the world. So please, don't ever think your voyage was pointless. Maybe that's a little too bold of me to say. Now, it's time to emerge. May your awakening be as pleasant as it is comfortable. And if our paths should ever cross again one day, it will be at the unknowable sea, within a rainbow dream. All right, one last handshake to send you on your way. Huh? My tentacle's stuck. I can't get it loose. No! Fo! Fo! What's the matter, Fo? Something's really got Fo worked up. Fo! That might be the longest dream I've ever had. That was one hell of a dream, even for me. I'll have to make sure I remember what it was about. I should write down what happened before I forget. Okay, so we'll need swimsuits, torpedoes, a method of transportation. We'll need a huge sword, quick thinking, teamwork, and trust. Fo? There, I wrote it all down. Now that I've written it down, I should probably report it too. Fo! I wonder what Foe's trying to tell me. Huh? My bed feels strangely warm. Slowly peeks under covers. Ah! Fucking Van Gogh jump scare. What the fuck? Hello, Master. I'm sorry. I kind of messed up. I guess this might change the prophetic dream completely now, huh? Oh well, nothing we can do about it now. Master? Glad to have you with us, Clyde Van Gogh. Welcome to Chaldea, Clyde Van Gogh. Thank you, Master. On a different note, I'm still really sleepy. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go back to sleep now. What? Okay, I'm actually sleepy too. Uh-oh. Good night. Sweet dreams, Master. Fade out, chaotic yet good. Oh, look. Because I did this event before, you get instead of a holy grail, you get a lore. Bullshit! What? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no. What is happening? Where am I? I've never seen anything so tacky. For that matter, what have I been doing? I remember interrupting the summoning ritual just like my beloved Emperor told me to. I met everyone from Chaldea, saved Goey, got saved by Goey, became besties with Batty. I kept pretending to get along with everyone, but over time I actually started to enjoy myself, and I feel bad about that. Oh, right! I almost forgot. Emperor gave me an order. This was supposed to be the time I finally fulfill our promise for the 7th day of the 7th month. And that's quite enough of that. Nice to meet you, Yang Yuhan, and welcome to your new personal hell. This is the other side of the nth barrier, where causality, common sense, and continuality have all been thrown out the window. So come on in and make yourself uncomfy in the Moon Demon's punishment room, run by yours truly, everyone's favorite evil final boss, Kohai. What's going on here? I don't think I've ever been more confused or revolted in my life. This is our first time meeting, right? Of course, it better be, since I resisted going on this little business trip so I'd have a solid alibi. Would you like to know what it is you're feeling right now? It's aversion to people who remind you of you. We're both chaotic good, friendly to a fault, and belong to an extra class. And if that wasn't enough, we're both the kind of thoroughly rotten types who end up as final bosses, which is, I guess, true of any lovely young lady. Anyway, we're competing for the exact same position. There's no way a Kohai heroine like me and a childhood friend one like you could ever get along. Come on, that's not fair at all. In general, I'm all about being a philanthropic and agreeable, you know? But only as your precious emperor permits it, right? Even as I can't help but be appalled by a moral code full of holes so big you could drive a truck through them, but whatever, it's fine. By the way, Yang Guifei, how's your mind right now? Thinking relatively clearly, I'm guessing. Now that you mention it, I think I am. Why, did you do something to me? I sure did! Honestly, it's a wonder your spirit origin held together at all thanks to how thoroughly the outer universe has its hooks in you. So I took all of them out and only left your public persona behind. Ah, I do love me some good old-fashioned Moon Holy Grail cheat power. You did what? How could you? What about my link to my beloved Emperor? Sadly, my Chaldea Senpai's sensibilities preclude any hope of fixing your creepiness through surgical means. Oh, but don't worry, I'll still make sure to fix you back up properly later. This is a special temporary treatment, just a little premature or primitive measure to pave the way for my real punishment. You keep mentioning punishment, but I don't recall doing anything to deserve it. Oh, playing dumb now, are we? Sorry, no dice. I know you're clear-headed enough to know exactly what I'm talking about right now. What you tried to do was a crime against all of humanity and proper human history. That's right. What you attempted in the name of your precious emperor was just staggeringly evil. Gulp. And now it's time for your punishment. A comprehensive review of your failed scheme. Oh yes, it's what every criminal mastermind fears more than anything. We're going to go over every last one of your failures in excruciating detail. No, anything but that. I'll die from sheer embarrassment and regret. Can't Grandma Zeton just torture me instead? Well, you have absolutely no right to refuse. This is still a family show, so I think I'll subject you to a tickle torture until you give in. Stop! Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk! Jesus fucking Christ. Be gone, demon! I mean, BB. First off, my foreign spirit origin was inscribed with a few directives, I guess. I had to be completely in tune with my god, and I had to store up eldritch power in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Once I had enough eldritch power, I'd be able to turn the tables in the god's favor. From there, I was supposed to destroy or steal, or do whatever I had in order to turn the most important thing in my summoning session into experience points. Those would eventually enable the god to grow stronger, using me as a conduit until they reached a point where they could break their seal and make their comeback. That's the very, very abridged version. The divinity of the Emperor I serve is basically all about burning and killing everything in sight. But I couldn't really do that right after I was summoned, since I was still very weak. Luckily, the god I was filling in for this time was a surprisingly intelligent, cold, and calculating type. So thanks to that, I was able to excuse myself to my dear Emperor for choosing to take care of a more discreet approach this time. Now I see, and your next step was to integrate yourself with Senpai, huh? That's right, I can actually resist command spells to some degree as long as my Emperor commands me to, so I wasn't especially worried about those. However, the situation turned out to be much more difficult than I expected. Starting with that stupid wild octopus, I couldn't have been stuck with a more incompetent ally. I could tell right away that it was Goey who'd called me, so I couldn't help but wish she'd done a better job. Though, I guess I can't be too hard on her since her plans got thrown out of whack when all of her alliance gods she was expecting just didn't show up. Anyway, when I arrived, the situation basically looked like this. Van Gogh, the favorite, had failed to get the two factions to work together, so that outer god decided to go to their backup plan and have her bloom into a flower of pure madness. Her rival, Hokusai, just wanted to paint all day and caper around doing whatever she pleased. I guess the idea was if she painted enough, she'd eventually get to the final manifestation. And then there was me, the dark horse who snuck in amidst all the chaos. How was I supposed to win the race with all the odds so stacked against me? But anyway, as much as the other gods were stacked against me, it was still secretly a three-way race. But that's not all. Regardless of who ended up winning, I couldn't afford to sink the Nautilus until it was all over. It was the only place Goey and I could store eldritch power, so it had to survive at least that long. Even Lady Hokusai couldn't operate in void space on her own, at least at first. Oh, incidentally, it looks like she stretched her tentacles all over void space and painted pictures even as she was destroying logic and reason left and right. Talk about a mad artist. At any rate, the way things were going then, it looked like they were all headed to just one big mess where nobody wins. So I decided to do something to get the Nautilus back on the right track. Well, why did you do that? Couldn't you have just acted like the evil god stand-in Couldn't you have just acted like the evil god stand-in you were and formed an alliance with Hokusai? No, I couldn't. For whatever reason, Goei's arbitration abilities only worked on gods from the existing alliance, and since the collecting eldritch power is a zero-sum game, nothing good will come from multiple factions vying for it. Trust me, one mastermind feasting on madness in the dead of night, even as they present a peaceful facade during the day, is more than enough. Of course, had our divinations been part of the same alliance, the two factions could have worked together to build up eldritch power, but that's just rarer than rare. Like a dream team, if we could have pulled that off, this whole ordeal would have probably been over in an instant. I see. Well, I can certainly sympathize with the desire to be the only heroine, meaning villain, in a given story. Anyway, that's why you, Van Gogh, and Hokusai had each separate schemes, huh? I don't know if I'd call it a scheme per se. While the best way to build up eldritch power is through phenomena that inspire terror and primal disgust, the only pure human on the Nautilus was Master. Everyone else was a reputable, heroic spirit, right? So unfortunately, there was basically nothing I could do to drive them mad. The Berserker's madness was practically nothing, and Goei was racking up her own madness like crazy. And of course, all the servants were guarding Master, who would normally have been my best bet very closely. Then, just when things were looking hopeless, I noticed that the Nemo Marines, they were phantom spirits, not heroic ones. And even better, they were basically one person spread across 12 bodies. That made them the best hope I had of spreading rumors about the Nautilus. I gave them all cursed objects and called them protective charms, and over time I cultivated madness in them based on piety and good intentions. Surprisingly, it went pretty much the way I had hoped. Eventually, they began spreading a new kind of madness around the ship, and one quite different in nature from both Lady Hokusai's and Goei's. Meanwhile, the Nautilus had regained its ability to fight, and Goei's settling point was just starting to come into sight too. Settling point, as far as I could tell from peeking into Van Gogh, she seemed pretty dangerous right up until the end. Well, I could already see the light at the end of her tunnel once Master and the Captain began to show their genuine affection towards her. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's a pretty meta way of looking at things, but definitely an important one. So, with all of that in mind, how could I go about stealing Goei's Eldritch power? Well, as the dark horse of this story, it only made sense for me to swoop in at the end and make off with everything. You know, that does make sense. Personally, I don't have any problem with those kinds of devious, underhanded moves. That was when I realized something else. Well, what was it? Could it be that Master is actually my beloved Emperor? Okay, back up. It sounded like you were going about your scheme so methodically up until that point. Why do you go all crazy all of a sudden? Master has formed contracts with so many powerful and temperamental heroic spirits, and he doesn't bat an eye at even the most crushing pressure. And then there's his incredible generosity, which is kind of like, no, exactly like my beloved Emperor. Yes! Now I get it. This must be at the heart of why you're a foreigner. The more Eldritch power you store up, the more you become unable to tell who your own god really is. Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of floozy. I'm nothing if not loving and loyal. Hey, don't worry. There's lots of berserkers in Chaldea who say the same thing. I'm sure you'll get along great with them. So once you went off the deep end, what did you do next? Once I stole the Holy Grail, I should have just converted all of its magical energy into experience points and used them to transform into a living flame. But I wanted to make my beloved Emperor happy, so much so that I ended up putting on a Grand Foreigner festival. I kind of hate that I know exactly the feeling you're talking about. Anyway, you thought your festival would... Bro. It's like kind of this shit BB did in the fucking summer. Anyway, you thought your festival would make your Emperor happy, only for it to have the opposite effect. And in the end, your defeat was sealed when your scary grandma-in-law gave you the verbal thrashing of your life, huh? You know, thinking about it now, wouldn't getting to serve my beloved Emperor in Chaldea be the greatest wish come true? Great, she's off in her own world again. All right, putting the meme-worthy stuff aside. Meme-worthy? Okay, I see how it is now. You and I might be birds of a feather, but our plumage couldn't be more different. Plumage. You're a chaotic good because one evil act spoils everything good in you. But I'm a chaotic good because I'm always pretending to be evil while managing one good deed in the most stylish way possible. Love drives me to make my own schemes succeed, and causes you to make yours fail. Honestly, there's so much about your stance on this stuff that I hate that I'd sooner wipe my memories than risk learning it. On the other hand, the way you foreigners went about realizing your schemes was very educational. As an AI, I tend to want to use my advanced intelligence to send players spiraling into chaos all at once. But as an evil god, I see now that a little nudge on one's mental weakness is better, and that taking advantage of good-intentioned madness is also totally viable. Of course, you don't want to go so far with it that you veer into Session territory, but it should work as long as you don't make it about your personal desires. Kiara moment. Then there's your swoop in at the end and take everything for yourself initiative, the way you handled the phantom spirits. It's all coming together. I'll have to remember all of this next time I put on a swimsuit. You know, it's strange. Once you said the word swimsuit, I went from hating you for reminding me of my failures to outright wanting to murder you. Huh? Does this mean you're my sworn enemy? Should I be burning you alive right now? Oopsies, I've said too much. Oh well, I think we're done here. Now let's see about getting you back to Chaldea, shall we? Ah, gosh, thinking about all of this, I royally screwed things up, didn't I? Oh, what's this? Is your good-natured heart only now feeling the weight of your sins? Well, don't you worry. Once your spirit origin is back to its original state, you'll be so manically besotted with your precious emperor again that you'll forget your guilt completely. Naturally, you'll forget everything that happened here at the studio, and almost all of your Void Sea memories will be sealed away too. From your perspective, you'll be all set to start a brand new life at Chaldea under the impression that your precious emperor ordered you to go there. Enjoy! Now I feel like crying. I feel terrible for how I treated Master, Batty, and Goey. They all treated me like a friend, even though this personality is just a facade. But now, when I go back to Chaldea, I'll be so preoccupied with my beloved Emperor off in the distant stars that I won't even notice them? That's terrible. Cut that out. This is no fun at all if you don't at least fight it. Come on! So you feel bad about being mean to people you feel sorry for? I guess you really are good at heart, just like me. Huh? Yeah, I think I've decided. I actually like you. We should be besties, BB. What? No, you said it yourself. The best villains are solo acts. I never thought of myself as a villain. And with Lady Wu Sitan's restrictions stopping me from going berserk, and my natural diligence, maybe I can even get stronger if I work at it. In fact, maybe I can grow as strong enough to save humanity and proper human history one day, even with this facade of a personality. Oh, I just got a great idea, BB. What if we both air all our dirty laundry out and give into the good side together? No freaking way! Why would you even think that is a good idea? Hey, don't knock the aesthetics of destruction until you've tried them. They definitely don't leave you feeling bummed out like you do after cheating and brute forcing your way to a perfect victory. Shut up. You don't know the first thing about me. Yikes. So this is the unbridled self-esteem and oratory skills that you earned you your nation-ruining Femine Fatale reputation. Maybe I stared a little too long into the abyss. But unfortunately, that route you just suggested will never be made official. So no, you're going to start over at Chaldea as a crazy foreigner and build your good karma back up. Of course, I don't know what's going to happen when you try, and I couldn't possibly care less. Good luck! Aw, it's so cute how you pretend to be evil when you get flustered. Thanks, BB. I've learned a lot from you. Yeah, quit it! You're creeping me out. Don't look at me like that! That's all for today. BB Channel signing out. See you later, BB. Besties. Summer BB did have an Eldritch Being too, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Nasu said in an interview, him and Takeuchi said in interviews what their favorite CEs were, and Nasu said his favorite CE was the Summer BB's, because Summer BB's CE is like the fucking Eldritch God that was like possessing her, I think. The Eldritch God of the moon, if I'm not mistaken. All right, was that it? I think so. Yeah. Dub. All right, lore video times. Pele, is that its name? I don't know its name. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, the Eldritch God of the Moon. All right, next stream is gonna be Lost Belt 7. I hope you're all excited for it. I know I am. Finally, starting fucking almost a full month later. Well, now we begin Lost Belt 7 immediately. No. Be sometime in the next day or two, for sure. Woohoo! All right, we got to make a story team. I haven't made a story team. Pele is a Hawaiian deity. 6 tickets for Tesca, perfect. Well, we gotta have the canonical this. I might just go with arts farming right away. That works. Which video are we watching first? Let me look. Because we got 3 to watch, I think. Who's the 5th unit you got in there? Fucking Lancer Artoria Altar. That's one of the sabers. That's a saber version. Except this is a Lancer in her altar version. Those aren't titties, those are helium balloons. That's her altar version too. Let me show you her God, the art. There are 2 reasons I still play FGO to this day, and it's definitely not because of the gameplay. God damn, is FGO's gameplay dog shit. There's 2 reasons I still play FGO. It's for the art and the story. Like, definitely. The art and the story are the only reasons I still play FGO. There's altar, but rider version. Her noble phantasm is literally, she has a fucking dragon off, dude. Look at that. Her noble phantasm is literally her driving a motorcycle, flipping, doing like a backflip on it, and then like shooting a fucking dragon off. It's so dumb. Never seen her last ascension? That's a pretty famous Takeuchi piece. Takeuchi, I think there's like posters of that. There's another, Takeuchi's my favorite artist, if you couldn't tell. Another Takeuchi piece, John the Arc Altar, Berserker version, Summer. Oh my gosh, Maeve. If you've never seen Maeve's costumes and shit before. Oh wait, that's Summer Maeve. Where's normal Rider Maeve? Hang on. There she is. There's that outfit, and then her idol form too. Goodness gracious, bro. Yeah, Maeve's hot. I think that's Nasu's favorite servant, if I'm not mistaken, too. Nasu loves Maeve. if it wasn't obvious in Lost Belt 6 with that fucking thigh shot. Where the fuck are these videos? What was it? Imaginary... We had this one.
Go back in time.
Otaku Daikun. And then we had the 2 by Klidge, right? There was the Klidge, FGO, Foreigners. And then there was, yeah, the specific one on Van Gogh.
Van Gogh is possessed by not one. So it's been 2 months.
Okay, I got them all up. I wanted to show you all the lance. So I showed you this, right? This is a Saber Alter, but Lancer version, right? And then the she's riding a horse, of course. Why not? It's like a fucking dead horse too. Her lore is crazy, and she's like it's never been like properly put into a story. It pisses me off so much. The legendary King Arthur of the Round Table. In reality, she is a beautiful young girl, every bit as noble and pure as the legends say. While renowned for her sacred sword, her sacred spear is powerful as well, making it possible for her to manifest as a lancer. Also, it is possible for her to manifest in the form seen here, a merciless lance-wielding king of knights tainted by the Grail. And if I'm not mistaken, she's like the king of the... She's like... Yeah, she represents the Wild Hunt, which, if I'm not mistaken... It has something to do with, like, leading the fucking fairies to destroy all of humanity or some shit, right? Or something crazy like that? I can't remember exactly what the Wild Hunt is, but it's something akin to being, like, the other side of the world and, like, leading the fairies to destroy humanity. Her role in Olympus, yeah, literally only being there because she's related to lightning. That shit pissed me off so much. Had one line of dialogue. Okay, and here's normal. her normal Lancer form also has a very big personality. Something about Wild Hunt and old El Molloy. Yeah, in the Case Files anime, I do remember that as well. It says she's only 57 kg with those cannons? That can't be right. I think her Bond CE basically says she's Lartoria if she actually held on to her humanity. FGO all saber faces, yes. When I make my grand, I got all of them on my support list. That's my front support page. Got Evil Waifu, Saba. Oops, all Saba. Oops, all Saba. I love Artoria. There are indeed 2 Castorias there. NP7 Castoria have her here. What are y'all talking about? The Lancer Artoria. No MHX. I have MHX, but I have her summer version here. I didn't want to have 2 of the same there, even though I have 2 Castorias. Don't worry about it. I have MHX, but like I never fucking use her. As far as assassins go. There she is. What about Lancer Artoria? What about Lartoria? I don't know. we were just mentioning her. We were talking about her art, and then I was talking about the Lancer Artoria altar in the Wild Hunt. You're welcome for giving you the idea of the funny MP7. Nemo would be MP7, but I burned a copy for Rare Prism. What the hell? All right, let's get on to the fucking lore videos. I'm fucking tired. All right, here we go. Otaku Tycoon.
After completing Atlantis and Olympus, it's time for us to go back in time and cover the event Imaginary Scramble.
Oh, hell yeah.
Welcome back to Otaku Daikun. Dai here. It's been a while, but we can now finally dive back into the lore of Fate Grand Order by covering the recent event, Imaginary Scramble. As you all know, I don't always cover events in this series, but Imaginary Scramble is loaded with important information that enriches your experience with the game. It definitely takes itself seriously enough to warrant coverage. Imaginary Scramble takes place between the 4th and 5th Lost Belts, after Chaldea successfully dismantled the Indian Lost Belt. Captain Nemo activated his Aronnax Phantasm, transforming the Shadow Border into his legendary submarine, the Nautilus. We needed this tech to reach the Atlantic Lost Belt, and even though we've already been through both Atlantis and Olympus in the game, Imaginary Scramble is essentially a flashback to what happened before Atlantis, back when Chaldea was still putting the Nautilus through a test drive in void space. As usual, things go horribly wrong, and Ritsuka, Nemo, and their intrepid crew need to work together to escape. In order to understand the conflict here, we need to revisit the idea of foreigner servants, or more specifically, the Outer Gods. These beings, also called the evil gods of the abyss, are powerful entities that come from an outer universe beyond all the parallel worlds, lost belts, and singularities we've talked about thus far. Basically, just take everything you know about the Nasuverse, draw a giant circle around it, and then assume the outer gods come from outside that circle. Contextually, they are the creatures written about by author H.P. Lovecraft, and in Fate, these beings are real. Thus, when Lovecraft sat down to write about them, he was actually dreaming of real creatures from a higher dimension. We call them gods, but they're actually flesh and blood mortal beings that transcend humanity's ability to perceive them. That's what's implied when we use the term Eldritch Abomination. Simply looking at one, let alone communicating with it in its true form, would break even the strongest human psyche. Thankfully, none of us have to see the Outer Gods as they truly are. Rather, in order to interact with our world, the Outer Gods possess the bodies of heroic spirits, resulting in an extra class we call foreigners. Apparently, despite how powerful they are, the Outer Gods can't just randomly show up in our world. Instead, they use the Throne of Heroes as a back door. This lets them interact with our world as servants, but it also means these Outer Gods need to mediate with the servants they inhabit, which proves to be tricky. Thus far, we've encountered at least 2 Outer Gods, and potentially even 3. The first was Soot Typhon, or Yog Sothoth, inhabiting the Saint Graph of Abigail Williams during the Salem Singularity. Back then, the demon god Pillar Raum was trying to help Soot Typhon emerge in our world by using Abigail's affinity for opening dimensional gates. We foiled those plans, allowing Abigail to remain a servant with Soot Typhon's abilities, while also preserving her own autonomy. In other words, we freed Abigail from Soot Typhon's control. Our second encounter with an Outer God, strangely enough, was never officially covered in this series.
No!
Let's fix that, shall we? I made a separate lore video on Hokusai, but for our purposes here, I'll talk about her in a more general sense. Basically, Cthulhu, evil god of the void, reached out to the famous Japanese painter Katsushika Hokusai. You see, Hokusai used all sorts of reference materials for his paintings, many of which depicted octopi creatures that match Cthulhu's supposed appearance. One of his reference books was a...
Have I done Hokusai's thing already? Wait. Ah, dang it. There it is. Why I oughta. No. I have not. Probably should have done that before Probably should have done that before Imaginary Scramble, but I didn't know it was going to be connected in that kind of way. Anyways.
Mysterious text that would later be translated as Prelati's spellbook. Turns out, this Rillier text likely came from Cthulhu's own domain, the Sunken Spiral Castle, and because Hokusai read it, he was able to hear Cthulhu reach out to him on the verge of his death. Cthulhu wanted Hokusai's help, but he initially rejected the offer, claiming that Cthulhu's desire to force the world to its own vision wasn't true art at all. Not taking no for an answer, though, Cthulhu tried to possess Hokusai anyway, and in an effort to defend himself, Hokusai wound up calling upon his daughter, Katsushika Oi, who was also a brilliant painter, often making works under his same pen name. This resulted in an interesting foreigner servant that is technically a fusion of Hokusai, Oi, and Cthulhu all in one. Oi's body became the main vessel, with Hokusai accompanying her as a small floating octopus. With its foot in the door, Cthulhu aimed to manifest fully in the human world through one of Ritsuka's dreams. There, Ritsuka dreamed of the Edo period in Japan, meeting this Hokusai servant and nearly falling for Cthulhu's scheme. Ultimately, however, Hokusai and Oe resisted Cthulhu's presence, driving the evil god from their body while retaining its power. Since then, Hokusai has joined us on a number of adventures, mainly the summer events, in which she fought as one of the Swordmasters in Las Vegas. When she became a summer servant, her altered saint graph depicted her as a Chunibyo sword fighter in a bikini. The base Hokusai finds this incredibly embarrassing. Speaking of summer events, we may or may not have encountered a third outer god, Nyarlathotep. When BB created the Luluhawa singularity, she assimilated with the Hawaiian goddess Pele, and also claimed to have merged with an outer god she witnessed from Chaldea's observatory. I'd go with that, but at the same time, FGO strongly hints that BB may not have actually connected with Nyarlathotep, and was instead mistaken about that part of her summer form. Either way, she at least believed herself to be fused with an outer god, leading to her trapping Ritsuka in an eternal, repeating summer. Unlike the previous cases, though, this wasn't necessarily an outer god trying to use a servant to infiltrate the human world. That very same summer event introduced us to Mysterious Heroine XX, who is essentially just a more grown-up version of Mysterious Heroine X. Honestly, she and all...
And now, as I understand it, especially after Imaginary Scramble, it seems like to defeat a foreigner, you need another foreigner, as in, like, all the outer gods, like they were saying, the outer gods themselves kind of all have rival factions, and that's like maybe not the only way you can defeat them, but like the most probable way of defeating them would be to ally yourself with another one and then have that one defeat the other one. And so like MHXX doesn't really make sense, but in Summer 3 anyway, you had a foreigner defeat another foreigner, and that's also why the foreigner classes are effective against each other, right? The foreigner class is effective against itself because of that whole lore dynamic. Makes sense. And that's why MHXX was able to defeat or help us defeat BB. And in the Imaginary Scramble event, we had Van Gogh was able to help us defeat all the other foreigners, right? Lore accurate counterclassing in game, yeah, exactly. Dude, I love MHXX, especially her final ascension. Her final ascension. I don't know if he's gonna show it here.
Her buddies from the Servantverse are a big running joke, which is why I haven't focused on them much. Long story short, the Servantverse is an alternate universe where servants can exist without masters. This means that there are more servants than there are ordinary humans, causing all manner of hijinks to ensue. MHX is a version of Artoria who comes to our universe to hunt saber-faces in an attempt to balance the population. Likewise, MHXX...
Yes. Her final ascension, that's one of my favorite final ascensions in the entire game. Goodness gracious. God, I am a saber simp. It's not even a Takeuchi doesn't even do MHX, right? Is a different artist. I don't know who drew that, but goddamn, did they do a fucking fantastic job.
is an older version of her, further from the future. She takes a crummy job working for the Galaxy Police in order to hunt down foreigner servants such as herself. She loves money since she's so damn poor, and will pretty much always suspend her ideals in the pursuit of a better paycheck. Chaldea recruited her by offering her a superior job and proper living conditions. Her being a foreigner has absolutely nothing to do with the Outer Gods, but she does still show up later in this event. As an aside, we also encountered the foreigner servant Voyager during the Fate Requiem crossover event. While we're not covering that event here, I do want to clarify that Voyager is a servant that manifested from—
Can I just say fuck the Requiem event? Holy shit, do any of you guys remember that shit? Oh my god, I hated that event so much. Not because of the story, but because of the game mechanic with the dice. Holy shit, did that shit suck. Oh my god, I hated it so much. I hated that shit so much. You would have to— it was literally Gamba, the game mechanic. You'd have to fucking go all the way— you had to land on every single space on the board at least once, right? And you were rolling dice to see you getting on the Monopoly board or whatever. So it was like literally you rolling dice. You had to land on every single space, and you would just— if you rolled the wrong number, there was no mechanic to get you the number you wanted. And so if you rolled the wrong number, it was like, oh, dang it, go again. Roll the wrong number. Oh, dang it, go again. Roll the wrong number. Oh, dang it, go around the whole fucking board again. God, dude, that shit. I was so happy that they stopped doing reruns around that time, because I was like, if they do a rerun of this shit, I'm not doing it. There's no fucking way.
From the literal space probe, launched in 1977. When Chaldea encountered Voyager, they labeled him a foreigner for his connection to space, rather than for having anything to do with an outer god. He's yet another exception to what the class normally refers to. An important concept to grasp here is that the Outer Gods don't necessarily get along with one another. In the outer universe they come from, the Outer Gods belong to different factions of sorts, and this often causes them to compete against each other when trying to invade Earth. This is critical, as Imaginary Scramble revolves around two brand new Outer Gods, trying to take advantage of Chaldea's test with the Nautilus. Our main villain here is Volthoom, the evil god of flowers. If you ever wondered how flowers could be evil, well, I guess this guy's got it covered. Similar to Cthulhu, Volthoom aims to trap Ritsuka Fujimaru in yet another dream. During this dream, Chaldea will still venture into void space with the Nautilus, and Volthoom plans to use this opportunity to descend upon the world by gathering something called Eldritch Energy. As I said before, Outer Gods have been using the Throne of Heroes to interact with our world, and in this case, Volthoom possesses a servant version of Vincent van Gogh, one of the world's most renowned painters. Despite being famous now, Van Gogh suffered tremendously in life, struggling to paint his works while mentally unstable. He only ever sold one painting during his life, and he became famous only after his death. The Dutch painter was born in 1853 to an impoverished family. He had to drop out of school to support himself, and he was cruelly rejected when he proposed to his cousin, who told him, no, nay, never. Mega oof. Art eventually became the one thing that saved him, and he was only able to pursue it due to money from his brother Theo. Van Gogh was inspired by Impressionism, enough to develop his own style. He also took inspiration from Japanese art. In 1888, he moved into his famous yellow house and prioritized painting over eating. He fueled himself with nothing but coffee, bread, and absinthe, which reasonably tanked his health. Theo got worried and paid a fellow artist, Paul Gauguin, to watch over him. Van Gogh and Gauguin argued intensely, and to escape this, Van Gogh left the house, sliced off his own ear, and tried to gift it to a prostitute. Ever since, Van Gogh's mental health continued to decline, causing him to check into the St. Paul Asylum. The view from one of the asylum's windows became the subject of his most famous painting, De Sterrenacht, the Starry Night. During this dark period, he kept painting, but ultimately gave up on life, electing to shoot himself in the chest with a pistol. Fate posits that there's even more to this story. It suggests that Van Gogh, through his declining mental state and fixation with sunflowers, attracted Volthoom to him. While painting the Starry Night, Volthoom tried to enlist Van Gogh's help in descending to Earth. Somehow, the impressionist nature of Van Gogh's painting could serve as a gateway for the Outer Gods to descend through. Driven to further madness by the Outer Gods' persistence, Van Gogh took his own life to prevent Volthoom's arrival. As a heroic spirit, Van Gogh's noble phantasm, based on that very same painting, has the ability to erode reality through a reality marble reflecting his unique perspective on the world. Volthoom still wants this power, as it can manipulate the saint graphs of other foreigner servants. With Van Gogh's cooperation, the Outer God can gather its buddies, using the Void Sea as a base of operations, until finally venturing from void space into reality. Problem is, just as in life, the servant version of Van Gogh would also refuse to help, opting to instead kill himself. It was such a critical part of Van Gogh's history that, as a servant, it manifests in a suicidal tendency. Volthoom needed a way to prevent this, and solved the problem by summoning Van Gogh as a part of a composite servant made up of two different identities, one with Van Gogh's memories and talents, and another meant to keep him from suicide. This second aspect of Van Gogh's spirit origin is Clytie, a water nymph from Greek mythology. In legend, Clytie was the lover of the sun god Apollo. Sadly, Apollo's feelings for her dwindled over time, and eventually, he began to have an affair with a different woman named Leucothoe. Out of jealousy, Clytie went to Leucothoe's father and told him about the affair, adding in other wicked accounts that painted Leucothoe as a disgraceful woman. Even though these stories were embellished with lies, Leucothoe's father believed them and had her punished by death, buried alive in the sand. Clytie thought that by eliminating her competition, she could regain Apollo's love, but that's not really how love works. If anything, it drove them further apart.
Oh.
In sorrow,
I just realized that's why Van Gogh was like buried and we had to like cut her out of that too. I recognized like at the end when we got to the 5th level, the flower sprouting was supposed to be like Clytie's story coming to fruition, right? Of like turning into the flower after death. But the whole fact that Van Gogh was like buried and we had to get her out of that was also Clytie like burying herself, right?
Clytie elected to stare at the sun in solitude for 9 days, after which she transformed into a heliotrope. Variations of this legend eventually describe her turning into a sunflower, giving both Clytie and Van Gogh a thematic connection. Both of these two figures suffered in life, but responded to that suffering in polarizing ways. Clytie, instead of killing herself or disappearing, elected to remain as a part of nature. As such, she became the perfect legend to counteract Van Gogh's suicidal tendencies. Thus, the heroic spirit that Volthoom possesses is a servant with the body and personality of Clytie, but the memories and abilities of Vincent van Gogh, which explains the wacky gender bend here. Basically, she is neither Clytie nor Van Gogh, but rather a new being called Clytie van Gogh. At first, however, she isn't aware she's a composite servant at all. Her only memories are from Van Gogh, so she believes that's who she is, conveniently ignoring the fact that her body is female. So, back to Volthoom's plan. It wants to turn the Void Sea into a base of operations, and then gather a force of other outer gods in preparation for a mass invasion of reality. Well, Rietzke's already formed a contract with 2 foreigner servants, so Volthoom had Van Gogh call out to one of them. Specifically, Van Gogh reached out to Katsushika Hokusai, hoping to form an alliance with Cthulhu. Of course, Hokusai had already conquered Cthulhu, so how is that gonna work? Well, the Outer Gods have some rather mysterious powers. Somehow, when Volthoom called out to Hokusai, it also altered her spirit origin. Normally, Cthulhu's influence over her is kept in check by a skill called Father-Daughter Bond, but Volthoom weakened that skill so that Cthulhu could emerge once more. Despite all this, Cthulhu decided to refuse an alliance between the Outer Gods, instead opting to form its own plan to infiltrate reality. The two of them would now have to compete for Eldritch energy. With Cthulhu's influence rearing its ugly head again, both Hokusai and Oi fall prey to their selfish temptations. To them, the Void Sea looks like an infinite, expansive canvas where they can paint for all eternity. Hoping to make this dream come true, Hokusai began to paint the Void Sea, turning the otherwise undetectable imaginary number space into a tangible ocean filled with monsters. Her obstacles would serve to essentially trap Rietzke and the Nautilus in void space for as long as she wanted to continue painting. Since it was a dream, Rietzke could be stuck there surviving for thousands of years if Hokusai had her way. So yeah, this is exactly how the Nautilus runs into trouble almost immediately after making its zero sail. Rietzke and Nemo have to work together to navigate different layers of the Void Sea in search of an escape to reality. Van Gogh is somewhere out there in the Void Sea by herself, an unknowing puppet in Volthum's scheme. Hokusai, on the other hand, decides to further sabotage Ritsuka by disguising herself as one of Nemo's crewmates. Recall that Nemo is a phantom servant summoned by Sion from the Atlas Institute. Atlas alchemists specialize in a skill called memory partition, which lets them juggle multiple trains of thought at a time. This wound up giving Nemo the unique ability to clone himself, becoming his own crew called the Nemo series. Of them, Hokusai tries to blend in as one of Nemo's generic Marines. Unlike the other Nemos, such as the professor, the engineer, or the nurse, the Marines all share the same appearance, personality, and thoughts. Thus, unless you thought to count them all out individually, it would be really hard to tell that an extra Marine was running around on the Nautilus. All of this happens before Chaldea actually begins their test sale. To recap, our main bad guy is the Outer God Volthum, who seals Ritsuka Fujimaru in a dream before they conduct their test. Volthum aims to use the Void Sea as a home base to gather other foreigners and eventually use Van Gogh's noble phantasm, De Sterrenacht, to make a pathway between the Void Sea and reality space. Problem is, Van Gogh would never willingly serve the Outer Gods and would definitely kill himself to stop them. Thus, rather than summoning Van Gogh as a single servant, Volthum summoned him as a composite servant, paired with the Legend of Clytie, a Greek water nymph who refused to die in the face of tragedy. In an attempt to partner with Cthulhu, Volthum had Van Gogh call out to Chaldea's servant Hokusai. Even after Volthum helped Cthulhu take control again, Cthulhu refused to partner up, allowing Hokusai to paint the Void Sea into a tangible form. Hokusai, wanting to paint like this practically forever, created a treacherous environment that would serve to slow Ritsuka down when the Nautilus finally made its dive. This is where the event starts for us players. Ritsuka wakes up, not realizing it's all a dream, and proceeds to the docks to prepare for the Nautilus's test drive. Chaldea uses their supercomputer, Trismegistus II, to recommend servants for the mission.
Yeah, the 13 and 12 thing, they
Abigail
went over
Williams
that in the
really
story
wants
too.
to
I
come
didn't
along
notice
for the
it until
ride, but the
they
computer
mentioned it, though, no.
specifically rejects that idea, instead choosing Osaka Behime, Xiang Yu, and Skahak Skadi. We met Xiang Yu and Skadi in previous Lost Belts, but this is the first time I'm mentioning Osaka Behime in this series, so let's cover her real quick. She's more or less another joke character, a yokai from Japanese folktales who haunted Japan's Saga Prefecture. After being enshrined at Himeji Castle, she became renowned as a famous fox spirit, or kitsune. However, because Tamamo no Mae wants to be the only fox spirit around, Osaka Behime instead manifests as a servant with a bat motif. She aspires to continue her days as a shut-in, and we first met her during one of the Halloween events, in which she tried to make Halloween every single day of the year, because to her it was a day when people don't work. It was a stupid idea, so we foiled her scheme. As a Chaldean servant, she spends her time creating doujinshi, only ever coming out of her dwelling when she gets hooked on survival games at Las Vegas. She seems like an odd choice for this undersea adventure, but Chaldea chooses to stick with the computer's roster. Our operation seems to go smoothly, but then Xiang Yu starts acting strangely. Recall that the Xiang Yu Chaldea winds up summoning is the same one they met in the Chinese Lost Belt. He's a centaur-based warrior, built using Qin Shi Huang's advanced cybernetics. One of the perks of being a machine like this is that Xiang Yu can run speedy calculations that help him predict the future. By observing all of his surroundings, he can hypothesize different scenarios that further observations either confirm or deny. Normally, he uses this ability to read his opponent's moves, but in this case, Xiang Yu winds up predicting a lot of what happens during the event. Without any time to explain himself, however, he begins forming countermeasures. He places a heavy crate in the Nautilus's control room, and then paints a strange symbol on the wall. Basically, Xiang Yu was able to predict the various obstacles, monsters, and traps that Hokusai painted into the Void Sea. Before Xiang Yu can explain himself, the Nautilus is attacked, forcing Nemo to take evasive maneuvers during zero sail. It's risky, but better than being killed, I suppose. Thankfully, the Nautilus emerges safely in void space, for now anyway. Xiang Yu visits the bridge again, this time telling everyone to cover their ears. He screams loudly and paints instructions on a bamboo scroll he gives to Ritsuka. Then, in order to conserve energy, he goes into one of the side rooms and enters suspended animation. Following his advice, Ritsuka recommends they stop the ship, but Nemo asserts there's nothing to worry about. Even though their sensors appear to be malfunctioning, the Void Sea should be empty. Regardless, Nemo complies, but not in time to avoid colliding with something outside. The crash damages the ship's hull, causing the rainbow substance surrounding them to flood in. Critical parts of the Nautilus are compromised, including where they stored food, weapons, and navigational computers. Somehow, the Void Sea is now hostile, and the collision has left us vulnerable, while more mysterious threats emerge. Because the Void Sea's waters are now deadly to touch, Ritsuka can't even send out servants to fight. In desperation, they open the crate that Xiang Yu left behind. Mashu's sexy swimsuit is inside, along with a letter from BB explaining that it's a secret weapon. In the letter, BB claims to have nothing to do with this attack, but says she'll still help from her comfortable domain on the moon. Embarrassed, Mashu changes clothes and discovers that when wearing her swimsuit, she can survive being exposed to the space outside. That said, while Mashu can fight, it's like she's fighting an invisible enemy, making things difficult. Even worse, with their navigation systems down, they have no way to see where they're going. To make matters worse, they have limited time before the Nautilus can no longer function or support life. Ritsuka thinks back to Xiang Yu's screams and opens the scroll. Written on it is a traditional sea chart with a recommended escape route. They figure that when Xiang Yu was roaring, he was calculating their position via echolocation. Even though the crew desperately needs to conserve mana, Ritsuka reasons they need to summon another servant for backup. Turns out, Nemo Professor possesses the same intuition that Trismegistus has, so they all trust her to pick which servant they pull. Through a summoning ritual, Ritsuka winds up pulling a servant that is yet to be included in Caldea's records. It's Yang Guifei, one of the 4 most beautiful women in all of ancient China.
Wait, was this her debut? There was like dialogue that made it seem like we had definitely met before. What?
So they all trust her.
Oh, she was the New Year's servant. That's right. Never mind. I remember now. Yeah, she was the New Year's servant. Did she have a thing like a Hokusai too, or she had a trial quest that introduced her similar to Musashi? Because I remember Musashi had a trial quest where we got introduced to her, and then in Shimosa, at the start of Shimosa, Musashi like says that she's met us somewhere before, and that was supposed to be like hinting at the trial quest for New Year's. It was a short trial, but not as deep as Hokusai's, I think. Gotcha.
Her to pick which servant they pull. Through a summoning ritual, Ritsuka winds up pulling a servant that is yet to be included in Caldea's records. It's Yang Guifei, one of the 4 most beautiful women in all of ancient China.
How?
Her real name is Yang Yuhuan, only gaining the title Guifei after becoming an imperial consort. Despite coming from humble beginnings, Yang Guifei was considered so beautiful that she stole the heart of the Tang Emperor Xuanzong. When his wife died, the emperor picked her out of thousands of other concubines and quickly established her at the top of the imperial hierarchy. She was given servants to tend to her needs, ladies-in-waiting, and enjoyed every luxury the emperor could afford. In fact, Xuanzong was such an outrageous simp for her that he squandered the nation's wealth frivolously, leading to corrupt officials taking advantage of his lack of political dedication.
Yo,
Yang Guifei also took
Lock-in
advantage of
VT.
this, using her beauty to
Appreciate
give her
the raid,
relatives
thank
a
you.
better
How was your
status in
stream?
life. Due to her influence,
Welcome in, Raiders. We're just watching some Otaku Daikun lore on Imaginary Scramble since we just finished it to get some added lore.
she had her cousin Yang Guozhong take up a leadership role, which in turn created tension between the emperor and General An Lushan. Ultimately, this led to An Lushan forming a new dynasty, attacking through what became the Anxi Rebellion. Because of this, Yang Guifei is often blamed for the Tang dynasty's downfall. Regardless, she truly loved her emperor, and the 2 of them enjoyed performing music together. In addition to being a talented singer and dancer, she also has remarkably sensitive hearing, which, as a heroic spirit, helps her sense the Nautilus's surroundings in the Void Sea. She agrees to help and forms a temporary contract with Ritsuka, but there's a lot more going on beneath.
What was the reason for her hearing? That seemed like such a random fucking thing.
Regardless, she truly loved her emperor, and the 2 of them enjoyed performing music together. In addition to being a talented singer and dancer, she also has remarkably sensitive hearing, which, as a heroic spirit, helps her
Just because of the instrument? Wait, what?
Sense the Nautilus's surroundings in the Void Sea. She agrees to help and forms a temporary contract with Ritsuka, but there's a lot more going on beneath the surface. Yang Guifei is yet another foreigner servant, one under the influence of the...
I expect every musician from now on to have sonar-like hearing.
outer god Cthulhu.
I guess she's a servant too, but like, goddamn, dude, what the fuck? I ain't never heard Mozart doing that shit. Congrats on getting Twitch partner, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, I've been fucking streaming for too damn long. I pretty much gave up on it. Look at those ears, though. Those are not her ears. These are her ears right here. This thing on her head is something else. It's like her hair buns.
Before marrying Xuanzong, Yang Guifei trained as a Taoist nun, earning the rank of Taijian. It is said that even after her death, her soul became an immortal Xian who waited on Mount Penglai, hoping to reunite with her beloved emperor. In other words, she's just as much a simp for him as he was for her. Taking advantage of that love, Cthulhu had Yang Guifei believe that it was her emperor. Thus, while she befriends Ritsuka and helps out, she only does so while waiting for a chance to grant her emperor's wishes. This means we've got Volthum, Cthulhu, and Cthulhu all competing against each other to accumulate eldritch energy and invade humanity. It's not an easy competition either, as they have to act vicariously through Van Gogh, Hokusai, and Yang Guifei respectively. Anyway, Yang Guifei uses her hearing to detect a voice from within the sea, warning them of an incoming attack. To give Mashu a hand, Skadi and Osaka Behime change into swimsuits, but at this point in the story, Skadi doesn't have a proper swimsuit of her own. She tries to transform into Skahak's summer form, but it costs her so much of her power that she's effectively useless in combat. Thankfully, in addition to her impressive hearing, Yang Guifei can also call upon her ladies-in-waiting as flame spirits. With them, she's able to illuminate incoming enemies, allowing the other servants to see them. Thanks to all these resources, the Nautilus is able to explore the Void Sea and track down the source of that voice they heard earlier. Together, they rescue the person behind that warning, which just so happens to be Van Gogh. Unlike the other servants, who require specialized swimsuit forms just to step out into the Void Sea, Van Gogh has been floating in the sea all on her own. At first, everyone struggles to trust this female Van Gogh, as her gender contradicts what they know about Van Gogh historically. Even so, it's clear she can fight in the Void Sea without the compatibility chips installed in their summer forms, so Ritsuka decides to trust her, forming a contract. In private, Nemo talks to Ritsuka, explaining that he's pretty sure why Van Gogh is a girl. He correctly guesses that Van Gogh is a composite servant with Clytie, but they keep this a secret from everyone else until they know for sure. At the very least, they don't want to confuse Van Gogh, who seems to be struggling with her identity as is. Even with Van Gogh's help, exploring the Void Sea is dangerous. For one, the monsters seem to be attracted to sound, so the Nautilus needs to operate quietly. During some downtime, Yang Guifei gives Mashu a mock cocktail to drink. Even though it has no alcohol, the mere concept of a cocktail is enough to get Mashu drunk on the atmosphere. At the worst possible time, Skadi comes along holding a self-destruct switch that should have never been installed on the ship in the first place. In a drunken stupor, Mashu presses the button, causing an explosion that alerts nearby monsters. Honestly, we're lucky to be alive after that. Because Yang Guifei's navigation relies on hearing, the Nautilus has to ping noise for her to get a reading. Deciding that's too risky, the crew then reasons that Osaka Behime can be used for navigation instead. Her noble phantasm, the great Hachitendo of Hakuro Castle, allows her to manifest a replica of Himeji Castle through a reality marble. If she deploys that reality marble in void space, she can effectively scan an area as wide as her replica. To best utilize this method, though, she needs to actually go outside, which is kind of against her typical MO. In other words, we wind up tossing a reluctant shut-in into the deep end before reeling her in. Knowing everyone's lives are on the line, she puts up with it. To solve their food shortage, Van Gogh recommends eating the monsters they kill, given that's what she's done up until now. They can also use the monster's entrails as a lifeline when yeeting the bat. By themselves, the void creatures are inedible, but Van Gogh's blood is able to turn them into real creatures. This has the added benefit of providing the Nautilus with both food and other resources to survive, making improvements on the ship as they go. We proceed through the Void Sea until encountering a whale-like monster larger than the Nautilus itself. With no way of defeating it, we instead send out all our servants to try and at least fend it off. That doesn't work, and as they try to retreat, their lifelines get snagged, preventing them from re-entering the Nautilus. Nemo needs to activate his Noble Phantasm and charge through, but doing that would mean abandoning all the other servants. Ritsuka doesn't have enough command spells to summon them all back, so Van Gogh suggests using her Noble Phantasm to rescue them. She's confident it'll work, but before she activates it, she has everyone close their eyes, so we don't actually see what she does. Still, it works. All the servants are rescued, and Nemo rams through to get past the whale. Going forward, we'll need a better way to fight against these whale-type enemies. Ritsuka is tasked with summoning a servant who can provide anti-ship artillery. This time, we wind up pulling Minamoto no Raiko. Specifically, we need her in her summer form, so Ritsuka uses a command spell to dress her in a swimsuit. Raiko's had this bikini since the second summer event, where she ran around Chaldea acting as a prefect of public decency. Despite showing just as much skin as everyone else, if not more, she tried to police everyone else for being indecent. Well, this side of herself returns on board the Nautilus. In terms of combat, though, Raiko is the child of Gozu Tenno, an incarnation of the Hindu god of lightning, Indra. As such, she inherits the ability to manipulate lightning, which proves useful for scouting out the Void Sea by creating waves of lightning. Her summer form's Noble Phantasm is the Vajra of Indra, the divine weapon of Gozu Tenno. By stepping out onto the deck of the Nautilus, she can use this Noble Phantasm to fire off blasts of lightning that function like torpedoes. Finally, this gives us a way to fight off large monsters, which Nemo refers to as enemy ships. Overall, Van Gogh is delighted to be under Ritsuka's care. Unlike in real life, she feels valued, with a role to perform on the ship that earns her praise. However, she still has a tendency towards self-loathing, and to cheer her up, young Guifei asks Ritsuka to take Van Gogh out on a date. There's not a whole lot to do on the submarine, but Ritsuka makes the most of it, causing Van Gogh to have so much fun it causes a spirit origin ascension. Sadly, before they can really celebrate, the date gets put on hold by another monster attack. Young Guifei treats Van Gogh like a sister, relishing in camaraderie between fellow foreigners. In truth, however, we know that Guifei's just trying to learn as much as possible about her own rival. Nemo is worried that Van Gogh might be mentally unstable and dangerous. He recommends keeping her quarantined, but when Ritsuka refuses, Nemo challenges us to a fight. If we lose, he'll take full command of the operation, but if we win, Van Gogh gets free reign of the ship. Obviously, we kick Nemo's ass, and he apologizes for testing our resolve like that. Regardless, just to be sure, Nemo tasks Raiko with spying on the Nautilus's crew in case there's a traitor among their ranks. Despite her new ascension, Van Gogh is able to return to her previous form to conserve energy. Nifty. Originally, Nemo estimated they could only survive for 150 hours, given their lack of resources, but since that's no longer an issue, we hold a celebration in the mess hall. While monster food isn't the most appetizing, Nemo Baker and Skahak Skadi have been working together to find ways of extracting proteins, which they can use to make new arrangements that resemble food we're more comfortable with. The crew has also been hard at work making a sound system for karaoke, which Raiko uses to sing without alerting any monsters outside the ship. Despite being perfectly quiet, Nemo notices that more and more monsters are starting to attack the ship. He suspects someone on board might be controlling the monsters, so he set up Raiko singing as an attempt to expose the culprit. Her song was pre-recorded, designed to cancel out any other noise, to determine whether the monsters could really navigate on their own now, or if someone else was calling the shots. Another enemy ship blocks their path, and in order to defeat it, the combat team needs to fight independently from the Nautilus. With her new ascension, Van Gogh is able to paint a platform in void space that the servants can stand on while fighting. This allows Nemo to move around while the servants fight, but when he activates his Noble Phantasm to ram the whale, the resulting shock breaks Van Gogh's platform, casting all the servants out into the void sea without a lifeline. Desperate to save them, Ritsuka summons a new servant, this time pulling the summer form of Meltralis. It's been a while since the CCC event. But perhaps you recall Melt is an alter ego servant consisting of Sakura from the Mooncell, the goddesses Artemis and Sarasvati, as well as the Leviathan from the Old Testament. In her summer form, Melt's Leviathan aspect manifests as adorable penguins. With a bit of charm, Ritsuka convinces Melt to have her penguins go out into the ocean and rescue the stranded crew. These cute little penguins also help with further navigation. Van Gogh feels horrible, putting everyone in danger for not creating a stronger platform. Infuriated, she attempts to chew on her own arm, causing Ritsuka to rush her to the infirmary. After she calms down, Nemo and Ritsuka decide that Van Gogh is better off serving as an advisor on board rather than as a combatant on the front lines. Yang Guifei is also assigned to the bridge because her hearing is indispensable. Not wanting to be stuck in one place for too long, however, she consults Nemo Professor to find a way to use memory partition to clone herself. That way, one clone can stay in the bridge while the other gets to wander freely about the submarine. As a sign of goodwill, Yang Guifei makes a set of handmade good luck charms that look like creepy tentacle faces. Nonetheless, Ritsuka and the rest of the crew accept her gift. Recall that Hokusai has been stowing away on the ship this whole time, disguised as one of the Nemo Marines. Here, she accidentally blows her cover by deciding to customize her good luck charm. Since the Marines are supposed to be a hive mind of sorts, they wouldn't have any need to stand out from one another. Of course, Ritsuka has no reason to suspect anything yet, though. In the third region of the Void Sea, the Nautilus is attacked by the largest ship yet. Rather than destroying us, the monster fires off a powerful beam that we interpret as a warning shot. Hokusai doesn't want us dead, she just wants more time to paint. Since this giant enemy is blocking our path to the exit, and it's too large to ram or take down with torpedoes, Van Gogh suggests attacking it in close range. Thankfully, by now, Ritsuka has enough mana to spare for another summoning. This time, we pull Frankenstein. Normally, she's a grunting berserker, but when she dons her swimsuit, she becomes a saber who can talk with us. The plan is to have Fran slice a hole into the enemy, big enough for Raiko to fire her shots into it. This works, but as the monster dies, it lets out a loud shriek that attacks Yang Guifei's sensitive hearing. Normally, she'd be able to endure such an attack, but because she'd been sharing her strength between two bodies, the damage is critical. Not wanting her to disappear, Ritsuka unloads command spells on her to no avail. Luckily, Van Gogh steps up, finally revealing that her noble phantasm, De Sterrenacht, has the ability to strengthen or deify foreigner servants. She kept it a secret because anyone else who witnesses it can wind up corrupted. Desperate times call for desperate measures, though, so she uses the painting to strengthen Yang Guifei's spirit origin. This allows Yang Guifei to survive, and even causes a Saint Graph ascension. For just a moment, she speaks more regal and divine, but then chooses to return to her base ascension since that's what everyone's used to. It goes without saying, but no more cloning for this girl. The fourth region of the Void Sea introduces a brand new problem. Monsters that can't be detected start firing beams at them. Unable to fight back, the Nautilus comes to a halt, suspecting that the monsters are only attacking them because they're trying to reach the exit. Thus, when the crew obeys the warning shots, they're safe. Just when we think we've found a moment of rest, however, monsters start appearing inside the Nautilus. Tracing them to the point of origin, we discover Van Gogh isolated in the warehouse. She keeps trying to kill herself, but won't die no matter what she does. Instead, monsters form from her blood as she begs Ritsuka and Nemo to finish her off. After the other servants purge the ship of monsters, Van Gogh falls unconscious. While she rests in the infirmary, the rest of the crew debates how to proceed. The Nemos begin to argue whether Van Gogh is safe to keep around or not. Ritsuka, on the other hand, wants to learn the truth of what's going on. After all this time, we finally figure out what Xiang Yu's wall painting was supposed to mean. Apparently,
Chess.
Xiang Yu painted the
Checkers.
stone pieces to the board game Go.
Go!
Go is an ancient strategy game played by placing white and black pieces on a grid. Rather than placing these pieces in the grid squares, they're instead placed at the corners, and the object of the game is to occupy as much territory as possible. Turns out, when Hokusai painted the Void Sea, or at least this region of it, she made it in the form of a Go board. When the professor recalculates the attacks they've been receiving on the map, she discovers that there are monsters hidden in the space between squares. Skahak suspects that one of the foreigners on their ship looked at the monitor, and because it reminded them of a Go board, they decided to have the Void Sea reflect that interpretation. Well, now that we know this is a Go board, we can adjust our map to account for these hidden gaps, but the real issue comes from knowing the culprit is someone among us. Still not wanting to trust Van Gogh, the Nemo Marines start a riot. Even though Captain Nemo is supposed to be able to control them, their mutiny overloads his mental capacity, rendering him unresponsive for a time. Sadly, if we kill any of the Nemo Marines in this state, it'll only cause the Nemo series to become even less stable. Coming to the rescue, Xiang Yu, after sleeping all this time, wakes up and knocks out the Marines instead. He explains that he expected the matter to have been resolved already, but it clearly hasn't. It is here that he reminds us that there are only supposed to be 12 Marines, and yet there are 13 of them. One of them is a fake. Before embarking on this journey, Ritsuka spoke to Katsushika Oi and looked at some of her art. The alterations the fake Marine made to its good luck charm reminds Ritsuka of those drawings, allowing them to figure out that Hokusai is the culprit. The crew fights and subdues Hokusai, refusing to be victims in her scheme to stay in the Void Sea and treat it like a painter's paradise. Hokusai admits that Van Gogh was the one who called her out to the Void Sea, but states it was a different part of Van Gogh. This causes Van Gogh to suspect her own identity, and when she asks Ritsuka what sort of heroic spirit she truly is, the malfunctioning Marines all start repeating the name Clytie. To her, it suddenly all makes sense. Deeming herself to be a menace, Van Gogh teleports out of the Nautilus to a place where she can commit suicide in isolation. The crew surmises that the outer god behind Van Gogh's suffering intended for this to happen. By exploiting her madness, the evil god of flowers plans to invade reality space. Ritsuka and the crew refuse to let it end like this, and decide to track down and rescue Van Gogh. To do that, though, we'll need Hokusai's help. Skahak and Nemo Professor figure out that Hokusai became corrupted by her outer god when her skill, father-daughter bond, got weakened. To counteract this, they created a mystic code that will help keep Cthulhu at bay. In order to fight in the Void Sea, Hokusai is pressured into donning her bikini once more, even though she finds it so embarrassing. That said, if it can help her reclaim her dignity, she'll put up with it. In the next region, the Nautilus picks up on a giant flower-shaped mass, where Van Gogh has secluded herself. Considering the outer god has failed to recruit any other foreigners, this must be its last resort. To actually enter this flower, the Nautilus has to occupy the territory around its core, occupying the space just like one would in Go. To accomplish this, the party splits up to attack different sectors. For the main rescue, Fran is put in charge of entering the flower, carrying along a camera that Ritsuka can use to command from the Nautilus. Despite Van Gogh's voice telling them to stay away, the projectiles launched from the flower seem to be a mix of attack and healing spells. Clearly she's conflicted, so Fran presses on with the rescue. Hoping to comfort Van Gogh, Ritsuka has Nemo, who also happens to be a combination of different famous figures, deliver a message. With Yang Guifei's help amplifying the sound, Nemo tells Van Gogh that she can live however.
We're watching a summary of the event? Bro. I just wanted lore on the outer gods and shit. I'm getting a summary of the event instead. Yeah, the beginning part was really interesting to me on the foreigners and shit. I should have skipped the last like 20 minutes though.
She wants. If she doesn't understand herself, she should at least start by giving herself a name. Finally convinced that she deserves and wants to pursue happiness, she declares herself Clytie Van Gogh. Volthoom, however, isn't gonna let Clytie escape without a fight. Hoping to barter, it explains that even though it's failed, it will still be able to invade Earth within a millennia. If humanity accepts their destruction, Volthoom promises to make that destruction painless. Naturally, we refuse, and Fran frees Clytie's body from the flower's root. As a last-ditch effort, Volthoom seals the exit with vines, but Clytie uses a different noble phantasm at Hele House, the Yellow House, to strengthen Fran's noble phantasm, the Skewered Plasma Blade. Together, they cut through the vines and escape, leaving a cavity large enough for Raiko to fire her lightning blasts into. Volthoom is destroyed, and Clytie Van Gogh is free from possession. All that's left to do is to return to reality space, but in order to do that, they still need to turn the Void Sea they've been exploring back into a space of imaginary numbers. Basically, we've got to put it back to how it was before Hokusai painted it. Clytie says that since the Void Sea is filled with a tremendous excess of mana, she can repurpose that mana into a Holy Grail. With it, they can restore the Void Sea and go home. Just as things are looking up, however, Yang Guifei makes her move. Recall that this entire time, she's been under the influence of the Outer God Cthulhu. While waiting for a chance to strike, she's been accumulating eldritch energy, but as she gathered enough of that energy, it caused her to forget who her precious emperor was. At this stage, she convinces herself that Ritsuka is her emperor rather than Cthulhu. Xiang Yu tries to stop her from taking the Grail, but is fought back. Vowing to follow her emperor's deepest desire, she asks what Ritsuka wants. Problem is, we're under duress. Remember those good luck charms from before? Well, she's been using them to sow chaos and control the crew, forcing Ritsuka to wish for destruction and depravity. Fran destroys these dolls, but by then it's too late. Hearing Ritsuka's confession, Yang Guifei prepares a twisted foreigner festival. Using Clytie's Grail, she summons Abigail Williams and Mysterious Heroine XX before using a curse to corrupt all the foreigners. This works on everyone but Clytie, who remains strong while the other foreigners succumb to their darkest desires and venture out to the Void Sea. Back in the Nautilus, Ritsuka forms a countermeasure. Since Clytie is still sane, they place their bets on the fact that if Dysteranacht can empower the bond between a foreigner and its outer god, then surely it can also be used to sever that link. Thus, the party explores the Void Sea one last time, going to each of the foreigners and freeing them from their corruption. That just leaves Yang Guifei. For her, Ritsuka has another asset to work with. When Yang Guifei summoned Abigail and MHXX, she also accidentally summoned Wu Zetian. We met her way back in Agartha, but as a reminder, Wu Zetian was the first and only female empress in all of China's history. She ruled during the Zhou dynasty, which later became the Tang, the very same dynasty Yang Guifei is blamed for demolishing. Yang Guifei's husband, the Emperor Xuanzong, was actually Wu's grandson, making her Yang Guifei's grandmother-in-law. With a bit of filial piety on their side, Ritsuka's party defeats the final foreigner, only to discover that rescuing her isn't going to be nearly as easy as with the other foreigners. Nearly 90% of her spirit origin is occupied by Cthulhu's presence. That helps explain why she, an otherwise stable woman in history, would lose her sanity like this. Sadly, it also means that separating Cthulhu from her would probably kill her in the process. Thus, instead of removing Cthulhu altogether, Wu aims to bind it. By combining her noble phantasm with Clytie's and Fran, she imposes a series of strict operating restrictions on Yang Guifei's spirit origin. While Yang Guifei, by nature, will continue to cherish and pursue her emperor, she won't be able to act upon those feelings until she's matured as a person. In other words, she'll need to become strong enough so that she can safely remove Cthulhu before getting lost in her obsession. With that crisis averted, the team gathers.
People in this game are scantily clad, huh? It's mainly just this event because it had to do in the fucking Void Sea, and the only way you could be in the Void Sea was wear a swimsuit for some fucking reason. Or not for some fucking reason, it was because it dumb lore reason make sense.
Gathers back in the Nautilus. Clytie's Holy Grail restores the Void Sea to its original form, allowing Nemo to bring everyone back to reality via a zero sail. Ritsuka wakes up, ending the dream, but as a parting gift, we wake up with Clytie in our bed. I guess she meant to disappear along with the dream, but wound up returning to reality along with the rest of the crew. The chapter ends with a cute cuddle session, as it should. It's worth noting that even though we were using the Void Sea monsters to upgrade the Nautilus, none of those upgrades remain after the zero sail, so the Nautilus itself remains just as it was before the testing started. It's kind of funny we went through this whole ordeal, knowing that as soon as we actually reach Atlantis, we immediately get our asses handed to us by Lost Belt Artemis. I decided to leave this out earlier, but at the end of every chapter...
Dude, Lost Belt 5 is so fucking good. That shit peak. And then Lost Belt 6, peak. Oh, man. Nasu fucking cooked, bro. Nasu cooked.
After of this event, we get to experience what Chaldea's home team is thinking while we're in void space. Da Vinci and Sion read the computer, which tells them they're currently in a dream. Hearing this, Sherlock...
How did we fix the Nautilus in LB 5.1? Was it just nanobots? I think that was it. I'm trying to remember. Because we literally we arrive in Lost Belt 5 and literally get completely annihilated at the start. So much so that the submarine, the Nautilus we were in, gets completely annihilated. But then we rebuild it somehow, and I think it was the nanobots, wasn't it? In 5.1, we get a hold of the Clerominia or whatever they call. You just pump Nemo with nanobots. Okay, that's what I remember. Okay, wanted to make sure. I was like, because thinking back, I was like, we didn't really have it in LB6 because of the whole reality or the proper human history shit wasn't allowed to exist in Fairy Britain, right? And so like all the servants were extremely weakened, like they were in LB3, and like weren't allowed to exist or whatever. And so the Nautilus was just parked on the outer rim of the Lost Belt for the longest time until they were able to come in later on. But going into LB7, we have it again. I was just trying to think, like, that shit exploded. How do we get that thing back? Those fucking nanobots. Yeah, funny beam.
Basically goes, fuck this shit, I'm out, while the others debate whether there's anything they can actually do to help. Gilles de Rais shows up, offering his expertise on the Outer Gods. Recall that his magecraft is based on Prelati's spellbook, a wicked grimoire translated from Rillier tongue. The creatures he commands are all derivative of the Outer Gods, so for once, he's able to offer plenty of insight.
They really benched Sherlock so Oberon didn't get sussed out too early. That was funny. I wonder why they benched him in this event too. It was like mainly just Gilles de Rais, Sion, and Da Vinci all talking about Outer God shit. Could it be because he was a disciple of the foreign god, maybe? That we just didn't? Surely not. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted. Maybe Holmes not knowing about fucking Outer God shit was just like, fuck it. But it'd be interesting if they actually thought about the fact that he was a disciple of the foreign god. Sherlock went to sleep because this was a dream. Yeah, he said, this is a dream. It doesn't matter. I'm going to sleep.
Inside. The epilogue of this event tells us what happens to young Guife. As punishment for scheming against the party, and by extension all of proper human history, BB takes her captive at the BB channel. There, BB meticulously deconstructs young Guife's foiled plan. The two of them both have a chaotic good alignment, doing wicked or troublesome things for what they believe to be a good cause. After deliberation, BB concludes that while she does loving things that are perceived as evil, young Guife does evil things that get foiled by her love. As the sneaky Sakura face she is, BB looks at this experience as educational for her next schemes. As for Guife, when she goes back to Chaldea, she worries she'll be too obsessed with her emperor to value the friends she's made during this event. BB feels sorry for her, and what should be a meeting of enemies turns into a reluctant friendship. With imaginary Scramble now behind us, we can finally return to the story proper. The alien god has come to Earth as you, Olga Marie, and we've got to stop her from getting a better vessel. Before that, however, we've got to take out the trash, and by that, I mean finally getting even with Ashia Dom.
Go back. What is he talking about?
BB feels sorry. Meeting of enemies turns into a reluctant.
When did he make this video? Was this before 5.2?
The alien god is. With imaginary Scramble now behind us, we can finally return to the story proper. The alien god has come to Earth as you, Olga Marie, and we've got to stop her from getting.
Oh, this was after. Never mind, because that gets revealed in Olympus, so this was after Olympus.
A better vessel. Before that, however, we've got to take out the trash, and by that, I mean finally getting even with Ashia Dolman. Look forward to it.
Thanks
for
years
watching.
later.
If you enjoy this channel, help us grow by liking, commenting, sharing the video, subscribe.
Hell yeah. Alright. I feel a lot of that shit I didn't even need to listen to. The fucking recap part I did not need to listen to. I just wanted to know about the Outer God shit. Regardless, there's the video link. If you're watching on YouTube, I will definitely have the video link in the description. Go leave a like and support Otaku Tycoon. Alright, next up, Klidge. Klidge, behind the servants, the foreigners. This should be interesting.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Behind the Servants. So, I get asked fairly often if I'll ever do a Behind the Servants on the Foreigner class in FGO, kind of like what I've done for the Alters and Alter Egos in the past. The thing is though is that I've already done that in the Behind the Servants Halloween special, but given that not many people have watched that video and that the tone in it is more roundabout, I figured I'd just make a more dedicated video on the topic just focusing on that out of this world class. So, without further ado, let's go into the world of madness, insanity, and Kuroboshi art that is the Foreigners. So let's start with an explanation of what the Foreigner class actually is. It is made up of existences that originate outside of the realm of humanity with some exceptions. The big tying factor for this class is space. Every single Foreigner servant either has its origins in space or is directly related to the exploration of space. Normally, the Foreigner class is unable to engrave itself upon the throne of heroes, because they don't have any ties to humanity themselves, and thus don't qualify as potential defenders of it. Again, there is one exception. This is something that is worth keeping in mind, because servant versus servants aren't actually summoned so much as that they're just kind of hanging out at Chaldea, unless of course I'm completely misunderstanding how they interact, but then again, servant versus servant verse. Which brings us to the classifications that the Foreigners all fall under: Old Gods and Aliens, Servant versus Servants, and Voyager. Old Gods and Aliens are the most abundant of the Foreigners and primarily consist of Lovecraftian deities. The Servant verse is the true cosmic horror of the Fate canon, and if you want a more in-depth analysis of that, there's a dedicated video to it linked here.
What do you say?
Servant verse is the true cosmic horror of the Fate canon.
The Servant verse is the true cosmic horror of the Fate canon.
And if you want a more in-depth analysis of that, there's a dedicated video to it linked here. For this video, I'm going to roll with the assumption that you've either watched that video or already know what the Servant verse is and what it's all about, which is a lie because no one actually does. The third classification is just that little lost child himself, Voyager, whose origins are on Earth but managed to shift into a servant at some point. For this video, I'll give a brief introduction into how these servants are able to manifest as a Foreigner class, and if they fall under the first category, I'll give a bit of who is inhabiting them and the host vessel themselves and see if there's a connecting line there. Alright, that's enough of the prologue, let's talk Foreigners. The first thing to note is that all Foreigners share a class-specific skill called Existence Outside the Domain. This skill is given to servants summoned from somewhere that is not the Earth. The level of the skill is supposed to correspond to the influence in which the aforementioned existence has over the vessel it inhabits, or just how powerful that existence is. It could also just be how much of what is manifested is originally from.
And this is kind of why it's important to know this going into LB 7, I think, because I imagine you, Olga Marie, has this, if I'm not mistaken, because of the alien god itself is probably counts as existence outside the domain, I would imagine. But regardless, good to keep in mind.
Space. Things like outer gods that are infinitely powerful like Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu are going to have it at a higher rank than others like Voyager, whose origins are on the Earth. Other classes do have this skill based on how they've been influenced by the outer void, such as Summer Bibi, who had a connection with an outer god but due to her own prowesses was not controlled by them. Then there's Okita Soji, whose swimsuit is technically made from servant versus tech, so she sits at the lowest ranking of the skill. As mentioned, the first category is made up of servants that have been possessed by an outer god or are non-servant versus aliens. This includes Abigail Williams, Hokusai, Yang Guifei, Vincent van Gogh, Jacques Desmoulins, and Koyanskaya of Dark. On a technicality, Summer Bibi fits this explanation as well, but given that she is a moon cancer, I've chosen to leave her out. Given that gods are unable to directly muddle or manifest into the world of humans under normal circumstances, they have to find other ways to come down to Earth. This is done by attaching themselves onto the spirit origins of servants who are viewed as compatible. It works almost identical to pseudo-servants, except with an extra tinge of madness. We do, though, get some insight with certain servants like Yang as to how they got picked. There is another way to bring an old god to Earth, and that is through incantations and archaic rituals done by members of that deity's cult. Through sacrifice and a proper catalyst, much like how servants are summoned in Fate, a portal to the realm of a deity can be opened, allowing them access to our world. As far as I know, this has yet to happen for any of the servants that we summoned, but I believe that there's indications that Jacques Desmoulins' Knights Templar may have accidentally invoked the old god Shub-Niggurath during a ritual, which is further implied by her noble phantasm, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's begin with Fate's first Voyager on my level 100, Abigail Williams. Abby actually has two Foreigner forms. Both still have her possessed by the same old one, Yog-Sothoth. In the tales of H.P. Lovecraft, Yogg is something of an interesting god because he is not one that is inherently evil. He exists as the guard, gate, and key to the realm of infinite knowledge. He will assist you in getting you what you want, but he will also not warn or prevent you from going and seeing horrors that will warp your mind and break your body, or worse. He is omniscient and knows all things, but is locked outside of the universe, unable to actually interact with those inside of it. He himself is often described as massive glowing orbs, but the description of him being the key, the gate, and the gatekeeper is where Abby's design in Fate seems to originate from. Plainly speaking, the great deal of key imagery in her second and third ascension forms, and technically both of her noble phantasms being what lies beyond the gate. Yogg is perhaps best known for his role in the Dunwich Horror, which is also where we get Lavinia Whately from. In this story, Yogg impregnates Lavinia with twins after the deity was summoned or conjured by her father. This adds a whole other dimension to the Lavinia and Abby relationship, making Rio's art unfortunately historically accurate. Lavinia then gives birth to twins, the grotesquely monstrous Wilbur Whately and the ever-growing invisible sibling that is the Dunwich Horror. This story goes to show an extent of the Old One's power over humans, being able to use them to create vile, inhuman beings while hardly even needing to manifest. The reason why the chosen vessel was Abigail Williams from the Salem witch trial is largely unknown to me. It seems more like a convenient set piece for the story more than requiring any actual reasoning, but examining what goes on in Salem is fascinating from a Lovecraftian standpoint. For one, her guardian is Randolph Carter, a recurring character in Lovecraft stories appearing to take the guise of someone who appears similar to Lovecraft himself. This appearance in and of itself is noteworthy, and I reckon the fact that they were connected in the story is the sole reason why Abby's summer form is about one of Carter's stories, that being the Dreamlands of Unknown Kadith. Tied into a nice little package, Carter is part of a series of stories such as The Silver Key and Through the Gate of the Silver Key, in which he encounters Yog-Sothoth once passing through the Ultimate Gate. This gate very well could have also been Yogg, so the existence of the Silver Key as Abby's Bond CE now has a real-world basis. For being the first foreigner in FGO, it's nice to see that they put a significant amount of thought into how this would work. That said, the choice of Abigail Williams technically aged down from when she appeared in the story is still a bit of a mystery. That's fine though, because she's cute. Our next entry is perhaps the most Giga Chad tale we have of one of these deities. Katsushika Hokusai was perhaps the most well-known artist in Japanese history, and as such, has the notoriety to be summoned as a servant. He was known as the old man mad about art, implying that he was a crazy artist. Now, this connection with insanity could be the connecting factor that allowed an old god to merge with him, or at least attempt to, but to my knowledge it's not explicitly said. What we do know is that the old god possessing Hokusai is that of the High Priest of R'lyeh and Dreamer in the Deep Cthulhu. We are told that Cthulhu wanted to try and manifest by taking over the spirit origin of Hokusai, but Hokusai believed that Cthulhu's sense of artistic taste was so awful that he outright refused to let it happen. Thus, a mental power struggle occurred, with Hokusai winning out in the end with the assistance of his daughter Oe. The reason why we were able to summon Oe is because of the close bond that the two shared in life, which is something that we have seen in other sermons as well, such as Anne and Mary, Orion, and the Dioscuri. This fighting did not fully remove the old god's presence though, and it did manage to merge partially with Hokusai, hence why we summon them we get an octopus in the package. This octopus is Hokusai himself, with no other maladies aside from the tacoification. It is also implied that Hokusai is the main personality in the third ascension form, which is the more corrupted one given the Blood Red Sea and the Fisherman in the background. This third ascension, much like many of the Kuroboshi third ascensions, is the one that is mostly inspired by the Lovecraftian style, yet still shows signs that Hokusai is the one who is in full control. Explaining who Cthulhu is somewhat of a moot point, because he more or less is the mascot of cosmic horror at this point, but his origins and stories are worth sharing anyway. He is the octopus-faced priest with dragonic wings and a humanoid body who lays dreaming and trapped inside the city of R'lyeh, until the day it eventually resurfaces. It is unclear when exactly this may happen, but members of his cult are attempting to hasten the process. Despite being only able to dream, however, Cthulhu himself is able to manipulate people to his will through what is either brainwashing or straight up mental breaks at people. His influence is also what leads to his creation of fish people who serve him blindly. The best examples of this are in The Shadow over Innsmouth, Dagon, and of course, The Call of Cthulhu. The Shadow over Innsmouth is the tale of a man investigating a recent raid on a town reported to be caused by prohibition, but the narrator believed it to have a deeper meaning. Well, it turns out that he was right, and he uncovers that the town has become subservient to a cult of fish people called the Deep Ones, who breed with the populace and make more of themselves, and the raid was actually them retaliating after being denied human sacrifices. These Deep Ones are a direct byproduct of Cthulhu's corruption, and view him as an all-powerful god. We get the actual description of the creature from the tale, The Call of Cthulhu. Cthulhu, where a ship captain and his crew release the creatures into the ocean, describing it as a head like a bulbous cuttlefish and a draconoid body with scaly wings. This story also puts forth the claim that Cthulhu himself is now loose back into the world, no longer shackled to the city, having a group of random sailors fulfill the failed desires of an ancient cult. This tale also boasts the regenerative abilities of the beast, having its head split open by the sailor's ship, only for it to immediately begin reforming. Reminder, in Fate canon, a crazy old man managed to hold him back. But that is the long and the short of this one. Unfortunately, Hokusai hasn't had any mainline story action yet, so our knowledge of them as a character is limited to the off-event and interludes. And some report didn't help to enlighten any of
Toto-sama
this.
the goat.
Next up we have Yang Guifei, one of China's 4 greatest beauties. Her legend is one built in tragedy, being a victim of her own beauty and driving her emperor to do anything that she desired, and even when she desired not, he still continued to give. At the moment after her death, her soul was viewed by a distant god, a planetoid creature that spewed hellish heat like a malignant sun. This was the deity Ketugwa, drawn in by her immaculate beauty, this being merged with Yang's spirit origin. As for Ketugwa itself, unfortunately, we don't really know much about this deity as it is. It appears merely in mentions of stories, and as far as I am aware, doesn't appear as a main antagonist in any Lovecraftian stories. And I have read all of them. That is because this one is not a Lovecraft original. It appears in the story The House on Kerwin Street by author August Derleth. What we know about this creature is that it is a massive ball of fire served by flaming creatures as his servants, and believed to be the progenitor of flaming vampires. So a bit of fun lore then with Yang is that this act of being served constantly and always being something to be doted on is likely the direct connection between the two, and we even see these maidservants in Yang's animations appearing as the flying servants of Ketugwa. Okay, let's now talk about what is perhaps the most genius foreigner from a design and lore perspective, and one that I didn't realize went as deep as it did in the design at all until doing research for this video. The soul of Van Gogh is possessed by not one but 2 separate spirits. The first, and reason why she qualifies as a foreigner in the first place, is the plant god from Mars, Volthum. Appearing in Clark Ashton Smith's story Volthum, we are told that the being itself is something akin to Satan, but an alien, landing on Mars and causing a civil war among its inhabitants. While it is unsuccessful in this endeavor, it is still alive and desires to corrupt Earth and take it as a trophy. This meddling is likely where it wound up interacting with Van Gogh. The deity, though not an actual deity, just a really strong alien, is described as a plant-like creature with a beautiful elfin body. As a being, it is largely mysterious and doesn't have much in the way of its own stories, but it is able to produce a hallucinogenic powder that can corrupt those who it inhales. Van Gogh is, of course, the famous Dutch painter responsible for the pieces Starry Night, Vase with 15 Sunflowers, and Vincent van Gogh. Most famous post-death for the pains of his life, and now viewed as a master of art with an incredibly distinct style, his addition to this game was one that is far from surprising. In reality, we don't actually have Van Gogh though. We instead have Clytie, an Oceanid that has merged with the memories of Van Gogh and has been corrupted by Volthum. Clytie was an Oceanid, making her a direct relative to Chiron and the other Greek gods. She appears in Ovid's tale as a lover of the sun god Helios. However, after he was cursed by Aphrodite, he fell deeply in love with a mortal princess. This left Clytie in a bit of a predicament because Ovid makes it very clear that Helios loved her much stronger than he loved the others, so she retaliated. She told the princess's father the relationship, and he had her killed for being defiled. However, Helios did not return to Clytie, but instead avoided her completely. Her plan had backfired, and she decided to wait for Helios to return for 9 days without food or water. By the end of the ordeal, she had turned into a heliotrope flower. Flowers that are heliotropes or heliotropic follow the sun in the sky. Now, I ask you, dear listener, what famous flower is heliotropic? The sunflower. No
Even
way! Even on
way!
days when the sun is not visible in the sky, sunflowers are able to track its movements with precision. This design choice then to merge Clytie and Van Gogh was not just a random whatever kind of decision. This was one that was completely thought through, and the addition of Volthum as a plant god only adds more to it. So, there you go. A character that on release was perhaps the most confusing gender bend actually turns out to be one of the most well-considered.
The sunflower is the original solar panel, chat. Y'all know that? The heliopause plants track the sun in the sky. It's just like a solar panel. 5-head plant. Y'all know plants can be 5-head like that? That's crazy.
Considered characters in the entire game from a design perspective. And then we're on the other end of that spectrum with Jacques Desmarais. Desmarais was the 23rd and final Grandmaster of the Knights
Goodness, best foreigner. Cinema. Goat mommy. 10 out of 10.
Templar after the organization had fallen into a desecrated version of itself. While we do have a saber form of theirs that is a male in FGO Arcade, the version we summon as a foreigner in FGO Mobile is a gender bend. This is directly blamed on the corruption of the primordial fertility goddess of the Lovecraft universe, Shub-Niggurath. The reason for this possession is because of the debaucherous nature of the Knights Templar near the end of their existence, and the main accusation
it's the fucking
of them
thing. If any of you guys have seen this is the thing from fucking what's that anime? The fucking the fucking edgy what do I call it? The fucking edgelord power fantasy. The fucking overlord, yeah. Fucking Einzaul Ghul, who summons these fucking things in Overlord. Slime? No, it's an overlord. He summons these fucking things to stomp the army. It's the same thing, but he calls them his goats, like they're supposed to be goats. They're goats, and that's why this is the outer god that is connected to Goat Mommy. We know what you are, Minyunji. What do you mean? How dare?
telling new recruits that it was not only permissible but encouraged to go forth with acts of sexual desire and to not suppress these feelings. Using this corruption of morals towards the extremely debaucherous Shub likely came into the corruption of Damalay. Oddly enough, the Damalay we summon acts differently than the one in Arcade, seeming to not have only adjusted but fully taken on the new persona. But let's talk about the god itself. Shub is, as mentioned prior, a goddess of fertility, given the additional name of the black goat of the woods who bore 1,000 young. She is in a constant state of creating new horrendous life that oftentimes is immediately absorbed right back into her massive body. Technically a Lovecraft original, first appearing in one of his main works in his story The Last Test, we still know very little about her. We know that she is the likely mother of many of the Lovecraftian pantheon, and is something of a wife to Yog-Sothoth, throwing another weird-ass connection to Abby. She is hypothesized to be the most widely worshipped of the Old Ones, and her name appears in chants in the Necronomicon fairly often. She is another entity that is not expressly evil, though does create life that has a tendency to be. You see, the issue with examining things that are beyond comprehension is that attempting to comprehend them is difficult. Alright, spoilers for the JP story up to Tunguska. Our final non-servant verse alien foreigner is Koyonskaya of Dark. So, this one is kind of complicated as the information isn't really fully out there in English yet, so I'm going to have some holes in this description, so just bear with me. Here's what we know. She originates from a section of the universe that is different from ours, but also different from the one that the Lovecraftian foreigners come from. It's a mysterious...
She's really fucking weird. As I understand it, she is the meteor. She is the Tunguska meteor that came and crashed down, but as she crashed down, she pitied all the fucking animals. That fucking... All the animals thought that the big flash of light and the big boom was human gunfire, and so somehow she merged with the animals' desire to live and fear of humans and turned into fucking Koyonskaya, and that's why she's like fucking gun god in her other form too. It's very fucking weird. She's like, huh? Tunguska's a mess and not a good one. Yeah, we'll see. Klidge will explain it even better here, but that was my takeaway after Tunguska. That's how I understood it, and I was not a fan of it. Her design is fucking dope. She looks fucking sick, but the actual explanation makes no fucking sense. Pets or dinosaurs? Gunfire? The Tunguska incident was an actual incident. You can Google it. There's a webpage of it. It's very interesting, and I was hoping that, knowing Nasu, I thought he was going to connect it to some weird alien shit, but he didn't. It was like, somehow, I guess he did in a way, and it wasn't Nasu that wrote it, but I wish Nasu, I wish they would have written it to be some weird, interesting alien shit, because the Tunguska event in early 1900s, in the early 20th century, a meteor came down above the Russian wilderness. It burned up in the atmosphere and destroyed a huge portion of the forest, and the explosion was so bright it was said to have been seen from Europe. It was so bright in the atmosphere, it was said to have be seen from Europe all the way in Russia. And the way Fate made sense of that incident, because when we were going into it, I was like, oh, this is going to be really sick. Nasu, and the way what Fate does is they fill in the gaps of history with their own fiction, right? And I love that about Fate and Nasu. So when I heard that they were going to be covering the Tunguska event, I was like, oh, I can't wait to see what they come up with to say, like, what that meteor was. It's going to be some crazy alien shit, right? We go into it, and it's like, nah, Koyonskaya, she was actually a sentient comet that heard the wishes of the animals that were running away from the forest, and the animals thought that the big explosion was gunfire from humans, and so she took their desire and their fear from humans and their desire to live and manifested in this form or something along the line. I'm probably butchering it, but it was something like that. That's what I came away with, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Anyways, we'll let it play and have him explain it.
Serious plane that we are not informed enough about to actually put forth a good explanation on, but it could be from around the same area that the alien
Is
god we are
Atlantis in Fate? Oh boy, that's one of the best chapters. That's Lost Belt 5. Lost Belt 5 is Atlantis and Olympus intermixed in Greek mythology. It's the Greek Lost Belt. It's so fucking good. It's one easily like my second favorite chapter. My favorite's definitely I don't think anyone's favorite could not be Lost Belt 6, but I'm sure some people didn't take kindly to it. There's always some people that dislike it, or dislike something, but Lost Belt 6 is easily my number one and most people's number one. Number 2 was definitely Lost Belt 5, which was the Greek Lost Belt. It's so fucking good. My standards of Amorphous are so high after FGO Grease. Yeah. All right. Let's get back into... Well, let's have Klidge explain whatever the fuck Koyami is.
that is different from all.
The issue with Tunguska is that as a Koyanskaya event, it's speed much more time telling us who is not. Yeah, it had much more explanation that like she wasn't actually a Tamamo, which a lot of people were pissed. I know a lot of Tamamo fans were pissed about.
Ours, but also different from the one that the Lovecraftian foreigners come from. It's a mysterious plane that we are not informed enough about to actually put forth a good explanation on, but it could be from around the same area that the alien god we are combating is from. She came to Earth on a meteor that is known as the Tunguska event. This is a real-life occurrence over Siberia, in which a meteor streaked across the sky and exploded in the atmosphere, leveling the tree lines and creating a marvel of a scene. She would then be cared for by a Russian heroic spirit named Dobrenya Nikitich, or more specifically, his wife and his spirit origin. I'll save the rest for when that story actually comes to NA in a year or so, but this is perhaps the most troubling of all the foreigners. Her existence comes with the direct implication that hostile and powerful alien life exists in the far corners of the universe, and that we are going to have to potentially combat it in the near future. Oh wait, that's already the plot of the Lost Belts. But where this gets to become concerning is where Koyanskaya has the makings of a beast of humanity. Then again, the Greek gods are also spacefaring robots from a distant corner of the universe as well, so sky's the limit, whatever. Alright, let's now look at the foreigners directly related to the Servant Verse. For those of you that don't know what the Servant Verse is, good. If you have any interest in learning what it is, please refer to the video at the top right corner, because I still haven't farmed enough insight to properly view it again. These servants are Mysterious Heroine XX and Mysterious Idol X Alter. They are both foreigners for the same reason, so I'll explain that now. They are inhabitants of the Sapphire Galaxy, which is an alternate universe thing that is also kind of in our universe, but not really. I mean, you can technically fly to it if you move at warp speed or something. The whole deal with the Servant Verse is that it's a galaxy or universe inhabited by servants. Mind you, these are not like our servants who were famous and accomplished warriors. They just happen to look the same and have similar power levels to them, if not greater ones. Mysterious Heroine X, or MHXX as I will call her, originates from this place. She gained the classification of foreigner through her skill protection at Universe End, which allowed her to reach the farthest ends of the universe itself. She works for the Galactic Police Force with the express job of dealing with foreigners, hence why in her first appearance in Summer 3, she actively kills Hokusai if we don't stop her from doing so in the time loop. Speaking of, it can also be reasoned that her ability to warp space-time in order to get dressed faster is a skill on par with that of an ancient one that is really something else when you think about it. Unlike the old gods, I really don't have much to pull from here aside from how she just appears in the story, and in that she just kind of appears as 100% comic relief. Debatably top 5 FAs in the entire game though, so
yeah, see, Klidge got taste. Okay, that's exactly what I said earlier. One of my favorite Final Ascension arts in the entire game, easily. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. So fucking good.
Aside from how she just appears in the story, and in that she just kind of appears as 100% comic relief. Debatably top 5 FAs in the entire game though, so there's that. Mysterious Heroine X Alter Idol, or MHXAI, is what happens when idol culture in Japan had an enormous spike due to the popularity of Hololive. Her reasoning for switching to the foreigner class has to do with her change in costume. Much like Okita J, the costume she wears has its origins in the Servant Verse, where she is originally from.
I remember when I started playing FGO only about a year in is when this happened on JP, because it happened in 2023 for us on JP or on NA, I think. And so I started playing in 2020. That event would have happened on 2021 on JP, When I saw her animation, I lost my mind when it was a version of Saber that has a guitar as Excalibur, and she slams the fucking guitar down and does the Excalibur move. I lost my shit. I was like, I love multiverse shenanigans, dude. Where I never would have thought there'd be a fucking timeline where I get a fucking idol Saber that does Excalibur by slamming a fucking guitar down on a stage, bro. It's so fucking funny. It was a great event. Yeah, all the music and everything. Apparently there are some people that like were really there were some people that disliked it because it was the collab event for that year, I believe. But as someone who like doesn't really expect much from the collab events anyway, I loved it. I was all over because we got like there were a bunch of different we got a bunch of awesome costumes for a bunch of characters. They had amazing music. The music, like a bunch of the different characters that were featured in the main story got their own songs, and they had the voice actors sing the songs, if I'm not mistaken, too. It was great. And then it was like a heartwarming story about Idol X trying to make a song to reach out for normal Mysterious Heroine X. It was very cute.
So, the reconnection there to become a foreigner makes a fair bit of sense to all things considered. Honestly, when it comes to characters in the Servantverse, I think it's fair to say that you can more or less just show up as whatever you want, and the in-universe explanation will be something like, well, you know, that's just how it is sometimes. And you just have to accept it because that's how it works. Our final foreigner in classification fits nicely into his own little category of outlier, Voyager. His real class on Fate Requiem shares the same name as him, Voyager, but as that would mean hiring someone to make new card art, they decided to make him a foreigner instead, as they're pretty close anyway. Rather than being an alien coming to Earth, he is our gift to the universe. I mean, look at him, he's clearly a gift. As he achieved his status as a servant after being the first object from Earth to enter deep space, his having the skill existence outside of the domain likely originates from that. The other potential reasoning from this has to do with where his design originates from. It is not uncommon knowledge that he is heavily based off of the character The Little Prince from the novel sharing the same name. The character of The Little Prince is an alien who lives on a planet where he dotes on his rose. It's a good story, go read it, but this connection could be part and parcel as to why he has the skill. There really isn't much to say in him in regards to his class, other than I hope that his inclusion into Fate opens the doors for future servants like him, like Leica the Space Dog for Grand Berserker. Real quick, there is a one Lovecraftian deity that we have not quite received just yet, but I predict that we will see them in the next 2 years. That is the King in Yellow himself, Hastur. He appears as a mysterious creature, clothed.
Fucking, can we get the Signalis emote in chat? Signalis reference? What's the Signalis fucking... Or is it Elster? Not that one. Yeah, there it is. The Elster reaction, dude. Signalis reference? The King in Yellow?
In what else but yellow and wearing a mask. I could honestly see them adding the character Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, who was better known as the Leper King, and also the inspiration for the character the Leper in Darkest Dungeon. But that is it. That is the Foreigners in the Bank. Thank you all so much for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed it. Let me know what you thought down in the comments. If there is a topic you...
Are we back? Sorry. It was either me doing the emote or me just pasting the link in chat for some reason. Shit did not like that. All right. Anyways, this is the third and final video we're going to be watching this stream, and then we're hopping off. This is Behind the Servants of Van Gogh by Klidge.
And I have to say, my obsession with this thing has not gone away yet. So given that she hasn't left my brain for 2 months, I figure now is as good a time as any to tackle a pretty in-depth character in Vincent van Gogh. Now, naturally, I will not be covering the other aspects of Van Gogh, as I've already talked about them at length in a couple of other videos linked here. So today is dedicated to the tragic life led by the Sunflower Dutchman, Van Gogh. I would like to begin by just warning all of you that this is not a fun story. You can find comedy in some tragedy because a person was either bad or deserving of their fate, or simply out of the absurd nature of their tragic life. This story is not that. Pretty much from the get-go, this story is one of sadness and the cruelty of mental illness and harsh upbringing. With that said, it is still a story worth telling, so let us continue. Personally for me, the sunflower is my favorite flower, being both beautiful and terrifying in one fell swoop. This actually serves as a decent analogy to the painter's life. On the 30th 30th of March 1853, Vincent William van Gogh was born in the Netherlands. He was the oldest surviving child of Pastor Theodorus van Gogh, and inherited the name of his stillborn sibling who died on the 30th of March 1852. Both of his parents were incredibly religious and not exactly wealthy on their own. However, the family did benefit from their father's position, having a home and several luxuries above their pay class. Vincent was born a very serious child, and thanks to his mother's influence was deeply faithful and religious, as well as incredibly family-oriented. As such, in 1864, when he was sent off to school alone and away from his family, he felt betrayed and abandoned. He was very vocal about his resentment but was not brought home, and instead made to attend a different school in Tilburg, where he continued to just be upset. However, during these bouts of anger and frustration, he found an outlet in art. His mother had always been a great supporter of his ability to draw, and as such, this may have been a large influencing factor that led him to his future career. Another early influence was his art teacher at Tilburg, a man named Constant Cornelius Huijsman. They really don't make names like they used to, huh? Huijsman was unique in the art world in that he believed that technique was unnecessary so long as you could capture the impression of things, especially those in nature. Despite this connection, Van Gogh would return home in 1868 due to his continued unhappiness. The following year, his uncle got him a job as an art dealer in The Hague, which I am sure I'm saying that wrong.
Den Haag.
But having a place called The Hague sounds sick as hell, so I'm going to run with it. He took to this job well, and by the time that he was 20, he was actually earning more than his father. While this was certainly a happy time, it was very short-lived. He had become infatuated with his landlord's daughter, but unbeknownst to him, she was already engaged, and thus he was rejected. This seems to have soured life yet again for Van Gogh, who then took more deeply to his religious practices and began to isolate himself. He then began to become critical of his job as an art dealer and resented the purchasers for what he believed to be over-commodification of art, and thus Van Gogh was let go in 1875. He would find himself in England working an unpaid job in Ramsgate, but left his job to be a minister's assistant. This didn't pan out well for him either, and he moved back to his home and took a job at a bookstore, which he also disliked. Supposedly, he would often be found making doodles in books and translating Bible passages into 3 different languages. It was at this point that Van Gogh may have felt that he had more of a divine purpose and fell deeply into his religious studies. He became more and more pious, and his parents, in an attempt to support their son's choices, sent him off to live with his uncle in Amsterdam. He planned to enter the College of Amsterdam, but flunked out of the entrance exam, and then the following year failed a 3-month course to become a pastor. Undeterred by his failures, he took up a job as a missionary in a poor mining town, where, in an attempt to show those around him that he was serious, gave up his given lodgings to be a homeless man in order to live closer to those that he was trying to help. This backfired, however, and he was dismissed from the position for behaving in a way unbecoming of a priest. Keep in mind, the likely thought process on Van Gogh's part was that Jesus acted in a similar way and was applauded for it, so this was more just religious corruption and the raise-nose attitude of the church. He then walked 75 kilometers to Brussels and was then pressured by his parents to return home. He stayed with them until 1880, when his father became sick and told Van Gogh that he should place himself into a mental asylum. It was at this time, when he was forced out of the house and now living with a minor, that Van Gogh began noticing all the little things around him and recording them through drawings. It was his brother Theo that suggested that Van Gogh take up art full-time. At his brother's suggestion, he moved in with a painter who recommended him to Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts. The irony being that Van Gogh, even at the time, knew that art school was bullshit. However, he did attend and studied anatomy and perspective while there. In 1881, Van Gogh would return home where he would sketch everything around him. One day, his recently widowed cousin Cornelia Vos Stricker, also known as Key, visited the family. Key was 7 years older than Van Gogh, but he was infatuated with her, and the pair spent a fair amount of time walking together. He went as far as to declare his love for her, which she promptly rejected him. After Key left, Van Gogh went to a different cousin, Anton Mauve, who was a successful artist in The Hague. They had good relations, and Mauve suggested that Van Gogh return some months later after practicing more. In the in-between, Van Gogh hadn't let go of his emotions for Key, and continually sent her letters that Van Gogh's own parents described as disgusting. Eventually, he stuck his hand into a lamp flame, declaring that he wished to look at Key for as long as his hand remained in the flame. Van Gogh himself claims that he did not recall this incident, indicating that this was an episode of some kind. He was flat out told that due to his inability to support himself, it was impossible for him to marry Key. Never mind the cousin thing. This is important though, because this type of mania and full-on obsession would be something that followed Van Gogh for the rest of his life. Aimed at various things, mind you. He would move in with Mauve shortly after and was taught how to use watercolors and then oil paints. He took to oil painting especially well, but in less than 2 months he and Mauve had a falling out. This was for various reasons, but likely primarily a difference in practice. Eventually,
Yo, Anarchy! What's up, Anarchy? Thanks for the 41-month resub. And the continuance of getting access to cool ad-free viewing and emotes. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Anarchy, for the continued support.
Mauve cut communications altogether after learning that Van Gogh was in relations with a prostitute named Klasina Maria Hornick, or Cyan. She had 2 young children, and Van Gogh's father pressured him to abandon them, lest he make his own situation worse. While initially resistant, Van Gogh did leave them in 1883. After the separation and driven by loneliness, he returned to his parents' home. To attempt to curb his loneliness and make a living, he would continue to draw. He made sketches of the landscapes and the people around him, oftentimes using darker colors to set the tone of a bleak, somewhat gritty existence of the world that he saw. Despite this outlook, he did manage to find love with a woman named Margaret Begeman, although this was done seemingly reluctantly by him. That said, they decided that they should marry, but both families opposed the idea. This led to Margaret attempting suicide by overdose, but she was saved by Van Gogh, who rushed her to the hospital. He would also be contacted by Theo, then an art dealer was interested in some of Van Gogh's paintings, so he created what is largely considered his first masterpiece, The Potato Eaters, which depicted several peasants in an old house eating supper. It is a very moody piece with dark earthy colors in a dimly lit room with dirty people. After some time without any of his pieces selling, he asked Theo what was going on, to which he learned that because of the Impressionist movement that was going on in the art world, the darker setting and tone of Van Gogh's paintings were simply out of style.
Who? You talking about Van Gogh? That's not even. This isn't even Van Gogh. It wouldn't be the first time fate gender bends someone. This Van Gogh is a girl, but it's technically not Van Gogh. It's a mix of Van Gogh and a water spirit from Greek mythology that turned into a sunflower. Clytie Van Gogh.
Despite that, his pieces did get publicly displayed for the first time in a window of an art dealer. Immediately after this good thing happened, he was accused of having his way
this Van Gogh is probably my favorite foreigner now, to be honest, after experiencing the story, because the reason for why it is a mix of a bunch of different shit is because there was a fucking outer god that was responsible for Van Gogh's suicide, is how it's explained. I'm sure Klidge is going to get into that here, but there's an outer god that appeared before Van Gogh when Van Gogh painted Starry Night Sky, and an outer god peered through it and tried to use Van Gogh as a vessel in a way to come out into the world and affect humanity, right? Van Gogh didn't want this and later on commit suicide after dealing with the outer god for so long, commit suicide, and knowing that any time in the future, if Van Gogh was summoned as a servant in the Fate universe, the servant Van Gogh would just commit suicide to prevent that outer god from coming out. The outer god summons Van Gogh themselves, but by mixing in the water spirit that turns into a sunflower at the end of her life. And because that sunflower was so depressed, she would rather become a sunflower than kill herself. Those two mixing made it so that Van Gogh, as a servant, would never commit suicide, and that's how the outer god would be able to summon the servant by mixing those two together, and then be able to come out instead of Van Gogh killing themselves. And so it makes sense in hindsight, but when you explain it, you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? That story's so metal. Yeah, so I'm sure Klidge will explain it here.
The peasant models who had become pregnant and thus forbidden from using peasants as models by local priests. I don't believe that this was actually true, because there's no documentation stating that Van Gogh has any children. To make matters worse for him, however, his father would also die shortly before all of this in 1885. Needing a change, he moved to Antwerp, where he lived above a paint shop, nearly starving to death. He had to beg his brother Theo for money, and when he received it, rather than buying food, he would buy paint. His go-to meals consisted of bread, tobacco, and coffee, which was essentially my diet all throughout college. He began to study more in the ways of artist styles and the use of colors, studying ukiyo-e Japanese woodblock paintings in the works of Peter Paul Rubens. He would introduce aspects of both of these styles into his own works going forward. He would once again attempt to attend an art school at the Antwerp Academy of Fine Arts. This went horrifically badly for a number of reasons. 1. His health was failing due to a potential bout of syphilis, excessive smoking, and overdrinking. 2. Van Gogh despised formal education. As a teacher myself, I am painfully aware of these kinds of students constantly, and they are among the hardest to teach. 3. His style was seen as unconventional at the time, and he refused to follow the directions given. He would constantly argue with his teachers and even declare that one of them had never seen a young woman before. That full quote is amazing and is in reference to the teacher angrily ripping up a work done by Van Gogh because it portrayed a peasant girl opposed to the Venus de Milo. In response to the destruction of his work, Van Gogh said, quote, "You clearly do not know what a young woman is like, goddammit. A woman must have hips, buttocks, a pelvis in which she can carry a baby." Which sounds and is misogynistic, but it's also 1886, and how that essentially translates today is that you need to draw the chicks hot. After this, he would leave Antwerp and go to Paris, contrary to the popular belief that he was expelled. He was not. He would live with his brother Theo for a time and would paint portraits of his friends and family, as well as still lifes and locational paintings. He would also try his hand at trace painting and using Japanese ukiyo-e blocks. In fact, the Japanese textbook that I use for classes features one of these paintings in it while discussing the Japanese art fluence on the West. Van Gogh would also take a great deal of inspiration from Adolphe Monticelli at the time, altering his art style further. It was during this time as well that he would join a proper artist circle, which is where we get a fair amount of his portraits from. This seemed to be one of the happier times for Van Gogh. With these newfound friends in art, they actually put on a proper exhibit of their works. While Van Gogh didn't sell any of these there, he did exchange some and was able to discuss with like-minded people the life and troubles of being an artist. For him, this must have been a time of joy, to be surrounded by people cut from the same cloth. Despite this, he grew tired of the busy Parisian life and decided to move once again. During his 2 years in Paris, he produced over 200 paintings. In an attempt to clean up his health, he settled at the coastal town of Arles and befriended a Danish man by the name of Christian Morier Petersen. It seemed that he enjoyed the new environment, but commented that it was almost otherworldly in comparison to the bustling streets of Paris. Perhaps this is what set his artistic mind ablaze, because it was from this day that many of his most iconic paintings emerged. The Yellow House, Starry Night over Rhône, Bedroom in Arles, and his infamous vase with 12 sunflower paintings were all made at this time. Wanting to have another artist close by, he pressured Gauguin to come visit him and prepared by painting multiple still lifes of sunflowers and buying an additional bed and furniture for his friend. However, this went south incredibly fast, as Van Gogh was the only one with seemingly any excitement about the prospect. During the several-month stay, Gauguin only completed a singular painting and treated Van Gogh harshly as though he were an inferior. This was much to the frustration and ire of Van Gogh, who only wanted to be seen on equal footing as a friend. As tension between the two rose, something awful happened. Yes, we are going to talk about the ear. So we don't have a reliable narrator as to what happens next. Gauguin is kind of an arrogant bastard, and he recounts his telling of things 15 years after the fact, and Van Gogh himself is mentally unwell. Thus, I'll be presenting the facts of the case as best that I can. On the 23rd of December, 1888, Gauguin had left the Yellow House to stay at a hotel. Van Gogh entered his room and claimed that he was hearing voices all around him. To get them to stop, he took a razor and severed his left ear from his head, causing an extreme amount of bleeding. Gauguin claims that before these events occurred, Van Gogh had followed him as he left and rushed at him with the razor, which is more than likely a fabrication, because given Gauguin's personality, he would have had Van Gogh arrested. Van Gogh would then bandage himself up and walk to a brothel where he handed the ear to a 17-year-old cleaning girl named Gabrielle, or Gabby, before leaving. This is where the popular theory of Van Gogh severing his ear to give to a love interest came from. The likelihood of him being involved romantically with a 17-year-old who was not a night worker is highly unlikely. He would later be found unconscious by a police officer and rushed to a hospital, where a doctor in training named Felix Ray would operate on him. From him, we would get the sketch of what remained of Van Gogh's ear, which appeared to be just the earlobe. Here's the kicker: Van Gogh doesn't remember any of it. He was diagnosed with acute mania and delirium and made to stay in a hospital. Gauguin would contact Theo about the incident, and Theo would rush to Arles to see his brother. The day following the incident, December 24th, Theo had proposed to a love interest and then immediately left to see his brother, arriving on Christmas Day, 1888. I want you to take something into consideration here. Out of everything awful and manic that has happened to Van Gogh, his one true friend was his brother, who was likely the only one who truly cared for Van Gogh. Had Theo not been around, I wouldn't be talking about Van Gogh, because he would be less than irrelevant aside from in a book about psychiatric breaks. I hereby make this request that you be a Theo to someone. As for Gauguin, he told the police that if Van Gogh asked about him, he had left for Paris, and while they would continue to be in correspondence for some time, the pair would never meet in person again. Van Gogh would spend the next month in and out of the hospital while he hallucinated and was delirious. At this time as well, the town petitioned to have him leave, declaring him to be an insane person and too dangerous to be around. He would more or less drift until April of 1889, when he finally admitted himself to the asylum. During his time in the asylum, his art would go and take a turn, literally, by implementing swirls into his designs. He was given 2 cells, one of which he used as a studio. He could take supervised walks but was otherwise limited in his interactions with the outside world. It was here, in the small cell of his asylum, that he painted his most prolific work, The Starry Night, by gazing out of his east window towards the town. This was actually a subject for his for more than 20 different paintings, but the Starry Night is the one that has been immortalized. Be it for its almost supernatural allure, to its wild and unorthodox use of swirls, this painting has captured the eyes and mind of appreciators of the fine arts for over 100 years. As he had no subjects to paint, he would paint copies of others' works in his own style. For about a year, Van Gogh lived like this until he had a major relapse into his depression, and in an attempt to buck this, he requests that Theo and his mother send him old sketches so that he may redo them, and we do see some of these now live with color. It was now in 1890, locked in a concrete cage with nothing to do but paint, that Van Gogh finally received some form of recognition. He was touted as a genius of art by Albert Arier, an influential art critic who had published his critiques in a well-read art magazine. This pushed Van Gogh's name further, and he would be invited to participate in the Les XX's annual exhibition. Les XX was a group of well-known painters, so there would be a good deal of eyes on Van Gogh's work once again. At the dinner of this event, a Belgian member of the group named Henry de Gros insulted Van Gogh's submitted work, and was met with such mass retaliation from the group that he was forced to leave it. 10 more of his works would be displayed at another major gallery, which was attended by Claude Monet, who said that Van Gogh's works were the best on display. In May of 1890, he would check himself out of the asylum, which is something I guess you could do, to move closer to Theo and live with a doctor named Paul Gachet, who apparently specialized in helping mad artists. At this time, he became enraptured by the beauty of the rolling wheat fields, and used them as a subject for many of his paintings. A fair amount of these would be left unfinished. While many of these certainly showed warmth, as time went on, they began to represent a darker loneliness that he felt within himself, even being quoted saying that he painted these to put his emotions into something other than words. On the 27th of July, 1890, Van Gogh went to paint in one of these wheat fields alone, as he did on several occasions. It is believed that he was working on finishing his painting The Gnarled Roots at this time. He produced a 7mm pistol and shot himself in the chest. The bullet missed all of his vital organs and bounced off of a rib, but did not pass through his body. He then walked home and was promptly given over to 2 doctors. As neither was a surgeon, they were unable to remove the bullet, but operated as best that they could. Theo rushed to his side, where he found Van Gogh to be smoking a pipe and in a rather good mood, surprisingly. But he soon fell victim to an infection left by the injury and rapidly deteriorated until he died next to his brother. According to Theo, his last words were, "This suffering will last forever." Thus, Van Gogh died on the 30th of July, 1890, and he would be buried at the Savoy, which I just totally butchered. Theo himself was in poor health at the time, and the loss of his brother seemed to make this worse, and he too would die the following year. While not initially placed there, his body would be moved to rest next to his brother forevermore. So that was the life and death of Vincent van Gogh. Like I said up top, not a fun story. Not comedic, just sad and depressing from beginning to end, as if his entire existence was followed by a somber, melodic cello. But the question does still remain. What the hell was wrong with him? This is a question that has plagued historians for years. I
was wondering that. I was going to ask if that's actually in FGO, so that the art of young Theo is from Van Gogh's Interlude. Yeah, I haven't done that. I'll have to do it at some point. I do all my Interlude streams like together. Like I have like a series on my VOD channel that is just like me doing interludes for a couple hours, so we'll definitely do that at some point.
Know is that his bouts of madness were episodic. We know this because he was able to function in society fine for the most part, but oftentimes when he was having an episode, he would only be semi-lucid for them. The most commonly believed theory is that he suffered from an extreme bipolar disorder, amplified by the fact that he was malnourished and an alcoholic. Others believe that it was some form of schizophrenia, attributing to the voices that he claimed to hear. Others still believe that he was epileptic, and that he would simply just shut down.
And so this is where Fate comes in and fills what Fate does that I love is they'll go into history and fill in the gaps of history that are unexplained with fiction, right? And so what Fate Go writers did in this instance, I don't think it was Nasu. It might have been, but the event definitely wasn't written by Nasu, I don't think. I don't know who wrote the character, but they fill in the gaps to explain Van Gogh's insanity with an outer god, like, essentially, which is pretty damn interesting. Schizophrenia would likely be the one with the voices and mania, for sure.
Regardless of all of this, Van Gogh was still seen as a brilliant mind, albeit only 2 months before his death and ever after. He is someone who had given everything to his work in order for them to prosper, only for them to be disregarded time and time again. In his entire life, we only know of one painting that Van Gogh managed to sell, the Red Vineyard of Arles. While it is possible that he sold others and we are not aware of it, including a theory that he managed to sell a self-portrait, these are unconfirmed. But imagine that. He worked as an artist for almost half of his 37 years on this rock, and today is considered a master of his craft, but only ever managed to sell one painting. while being funded by his brother. It is a tragedy and one that is happening even today, but perhaps the allure of his art isn't just the visuals, but the man behind them as well, and the tale of horror that accompanies it. But that is it. Van Gogh is going in the books. Thank you all so much for watching. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, was
Let
that
me know
it?
what you thought down below.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go over the actual Fate history of it.
If there is a character that you want me to cover in the future, please let me know down there as well. Do all the YouTube stuff. Check my links down below for the Discord, Twitch, and Twitter. But for now, guys, keep your chin up. Peace.
Damn. All right. Well, hopefully my fucking shit doesn't crash. That was Klidge. Here's the links. Don't do it 4 times. Too late. Go show Klidge some love. Yeah, that was cool. I can show you, we're about to end stream now, because I've been streaming for like fucking over 7 hours now, before it cut out. But I can show you all the other Ascension arts for the Honkai Star Rail viewers that are in here. Here's another Outer God. Oh my goodness. Jacques de Molay. Goat Mommy. Goodness gracious, bro. OMG, I need her. Yeah, Jacques de Molay. Oh my goodness gracious, she's so fucking hot. I gotta show you her Noble Phantasm now, bro. And just do some farming real quick. Where's a Scotty? Are you rolling for Cuckoo later? No, I'm probably skipping Cuckoo. I gotta wait for the arcade collab. I want both of the units. Knowing my fucking luck. Alright, hang on. We gotta put this in. Where do you go for speed? Isn't it attack? Yeah, here it is. That shit looks very phallic. It's probably by design, because I think the Outer God, the goat Outer God, the youngling goats or whatever, is like extremely, it brings out the sexual desires in others, right? I think it's the phallic nature of that shit is absolutely by design. Shub. Check out the animation though. The ult animation. Oh my goodness. Looking. It's pretty good. She didn't even get enough, bro. 46%. God damn it. God, quick farming sucks. That's an NP. She's NP5 too. She can probably, if I get some quick cards, she can probably just crit down the final enemy. If only I had Summer Scotty. NP5 and not even Grailed. I've got a lot of NP5 Kesakes, to be fair. Have I rewatched the Imaginary Scramble trailer yet? I don't think I need to. I think I've seen most of the animation in it. Absolutely love the Cthulhu Mythos Fate Servant stuff. They're super interesting. Oh yeah. We just watched like fucking 3 lore videos on them. Oh yeah. This should be able to kill for sure. goat.
驚かれたか。こういうのさ、ペガス付きの協力。
Pretty good.
気持ちいい。
Anyways. Yeah, love me some goat mommy. I know those words well. I wasn't gonna say shit, bro. Yeah. Chat, any Fate fans, we gotta show the HSR fans in chat the best artwork. Oh, what about Maeve? Oh wait, this is Summer Maeve. Not Summer Maeve. Where's Ryder Maeve and her costumes? Nasu's favorite servant right here. Goodness gracious. Are there men? There are some pretty good looking men in here. Look at fucking Odysseus, bro. From Greek mythology, bro. Bro, no one would ever guess that was Odysseus. Bro's got the boob window, though. Pass me the hair tie. I need men. Tesla? Nikola Tesla. The Trung sisters were done by, so one of my favorite things about Fate is the art, right? The artwork in Fate is amazing. And one of the really cool things is they actually get guest artists from all over the place all the time. This, if you can't tell, Hai Bai Trung is done by the Pokemon artist. Like one of the artists that works on the Pokemon games did this art. It's very cool. Show them Doman? Oh my fucking god. Or what about Edmond Dantes? Yui! Dantes. Yep. Dantes is cool. Probably my first Fate male crush, to be honest. He's just too edgy. I love him. And his laugh is iconic. Dantes is really cool too because his like ability, because Edmond Dantes is known for his prison escape, right? He manifests in servant form as someone who's able to escape any prison, including the confines of his own mind and reality. Well, how the fuck does that work? Who cares? That's how Fate plays with concepts a lot, because he was so well known as a guy who could escape any prison in life. They literally fucking made his ability as a servant form. He's able to escape the confines of anything, including his own mind and reality. It's fucking crazy. Where's his laugh? Wait and pray. Pray and wait and hope is like his saying. There it is. His fucking laugh is so iconic. Him and Gilgamesh.
こんなところか。残酷なことだ。我が行くは温州の彼方。
Where's that second half? What? Oh, there it is. Jesus. Comma? Yo, any comma enjoyers in chat? Done by the GOAT redrop? Sniffa? How goes the scrambled egg? We finished. We're about to end stream, but I wanted to show off some Fate servants. If you were into Hindu mythology, we got Karna there and Arjuna. Where's Arjuna? Arjuna altar. Holy fucking shit, he's so cool. Spartacus, my goat. Oppression. You mention oppression, this man goes fucking crazy. Oh, here he is. Ashia Doman. A lot of girls go crazy over Ashia Doman. I don't see the appeal personally. Then look at his fingernails, bro. He's gross. Girls go crazy over Ashia Doman, though. Yeah, I can fix him. He is literally Fate's like failed cartoon character though, like, or failed cartoon villain. He is like the definition of a cartoon villain in Fate. I retweeted it earlier. Here's some fun facts about Ashia Doman. Y'all ready for this? Canonical fun facts about Ashia Doman in Fate. He was by punishment one time for his evil schemes being foiled, he was punished to mow the lawn. He got eaten by a boar and tore through it with his own bare hands. He uploaded himself into an evil Italian malware consensually. He made a copy of himself to clean his own room, and he got put into a jar as punishment at least twice now. He's a pretty dorky character. Listen to his voice though, you can just hear it, like he's just a cartoon villain.
それでは皆様、ご承覧。ドーマンが参りまするぞ。そうですね。多少はそそるか。
There it is. He says that all the fucking time in this story. Like, you'll just meet him and he'll just say for no fucking reason.
節操多彩なれば。はは。ほう。
ほう。
よろしいので。いいですね。もちろんでございますとも。望むままにむさぼり。どうなっても知りませぬぞ。
I need more.
それ。どうでしょう。これで。あなたも。節操は高ぶっております。
It's Sephiroth's JPVA, by the way. Yes, it is.
では、生命、生命。秋光殿。なん。甘露。
Where's the victory lines when he dies?
それではお先に失礼します。この霊気ではここまでか。いやいや、マスターの魔力不足などでは、どうかお気に召されませぬよう。また後ほど。いかがです、マスター。勝利はあなた。新しい式神でもこさえ、めでたしめでたし。
What a goofy goober. Oh, Demon King Nobunaga. Mommy, sorry. Who is also Nobunaga Nobu in Fate lore is female, but this version Demon King Nobunaga is supposed to be like a combination of all the different Nobunagas. It's complicated. It's a bit weird. There's a lot of different iterations of Nobunaga in Fate lore, but this one, Demon King Nobunaga, is supposed to be the accumulation of all of them, and so it's actually genderless. This Demon King Nobunaga is genderless because it's supposed to be a combination of the multiverse of Nobunagas. Don't worry about it. Love me, Demon King. Oh, look, the name changes in the final form too, because I believe this one's supposed to be female, second version's male, And then the third version, look, the name switches to Demon King. Whoops. Demon King Nobunaga. The final version's supposed to be the accumulation of all of them. And that's why it's genderless, if I'm not mistaken. Second Ascension's husbando, yeah. Session Kiara? We don't talk about Kiara. And here's Van Gogh. For anyone who was curious earlier when we were talking about Van Gogh, there's stage 1 Van Gogh, stage 2 Van Gogh, stage 3 Van Gogh with like the outer god like fully coming out, and then Final Ascension art. I only noticed when the Final Ascension arts were on Klidge's stream that the background is actually like the artist that did Van Gogh's art took into account Van Gogh's art style with the brush strokes, almost like finger painting. Look at the background is in that style. I really like that. And it's the same for all of them. See, this Ascension also has that same background art style. Same with the sun. Same with this one. It's really cool. Oh. Zenobia. I remember when she first came out, everyone was going crazy over the art. Yeah, goodness. Holy. Yeah, she's cool. Oh, Percival, Knight of the Round Table. One of my favorite characters in Lost Belt 6. Oh my god, he's so fucking cool. My goat. Percival. Percy. The Valkyries. Valkyries are cool because it's supposed to be the entire, like, Valkyrie army in a single unit. And so every ascension is like a different person entirely. They're all the different Valkyries. And so 1 Valkyrie, 2 Valkyrie, 3 Valkyrie, 4 Valkyrie, or all of them together, right? And then the ascensions, you can choose which one you want, but they all have different personalities, each one of them. Oh, this final, I rolled. This is Raida, by the way. The controversial Fate artist because of the proportions on their characters. I rolled this character just for this Final Ascension art. One of the only Raida arts I actually really like. But Raida, you can see Illustrator there, Raida makes some pretty fucking insane proportions for arts. What other unit? I know I had another Raida unit up here. Oh, Minamoto no Raiko. That's also Raida. Drew this, of course. Ibuki Doji, another Raida illustrator. That one, the cheerleader one, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Kintoki, I like the male servants that Raida draws. I will say that. Yeah, I don't have Kintoki, I wish I did. Leonardo da Vinci is a mommy? Yup. Leonardo da Vinci, and the reasoning Leonardo da Vinci's female is because when Leonardo da Vinci manifested as a servant, they wanted to be in the look of their greatest artwork that was peak beauty in the Mona Lisa. They wanted to appear as Mona Lisa, and that's why they show up as looking like the Mona Lisa. And then there's Lolly version, of course. I was so pissed. Especially because this version, the Lolly version, got a fucking summer version, but not the other one. And I'll never forgive them for that. I'll never forgive them. I'm still pissed about that. This version didn't get a summer version, but the other one did. And she's more meta, yeah, for gameplay. I'm so pissed. Hercules? Y'all like big men? Hercules? Oh, fuck. Now show, oh my god, Orion. Oh no, Orion's dope though. I love Orion. So typically, originally Orion appeared with Artemis. This is Orion. Look, I just noticed, look at Orion's bare ass. What the fuck? Why? Why did they do so much detail on his fucking teddy bear ass? Orion originally appeared with Artemis because when we tried to summon Orion, Artemis was so scared that he'd try to hit on other girls. And so Artemis specifically turned him into a teddy bear and said, I'm gonna come along with your summoning. And so they have a comedic back and forth of like Orion always trying to be a womanizer and Artemis like slapping the fucking shit out of him. So that's how he originally manifested. Then later on in the story, he actually does get to be manifested without Artemis. And he shows up as the most Chad archer you have ever seen. That's his true form. Oh my god. Fucking Giga Chad, bro. Holy fucking shit. And the funny thing is with his character sprites, with his facial animations, sometimes they'll make his facial animations in the form of like a teddy bear, and he'll look like a teddy bear when he does facial animations in the story. And that's really, it's supposed to be obviously a reference to his teddy bear form. And then also on the character, if you see, he's got the constellation on himself. The Orion constellation is on himself. You can see the 3 glowing dots on his belt are supposed to be Orion's belt. So that's really cool. He's literally got Orion's belt on, bro. Cinema. Fucking goat. I love him. He's really cool. Look how fucking big he is in battle, too. God damn, bro. Absolute Giga Chad. Oh. Barghest. Only the most based individuals like some Barghest. Death by Snoo Snoo. Death by Snoo Snoo. Tamlin Gwaine. Barghest. Gorgeous. Summer Musashi? Wait, I gotta show you normal Musashi first. Here's Miyamoto Musashi, alternate universe female, of course. She's amazing though. She's literally Goku. If Miyamoto Musashi was female and had the personality of Goku, that's Fate Musashi. She loves to eat, she loves to fight, and she's a little bit of an airhead. She's literally Goku. I love her though. One of Nasu's original characters too. Nasu wrote her whole backstory and personality and all that. And then Summer Musashi. Goodness me, bro. She was in Las Vegas for that for that summer event. We went to America to Las Vegas, and so they gave her that outfit. She's got fucking gun blades, bro. Revolver gun blades. What the fuck? Because the fucking revolver is known as the Western katana, right? They gave her fucking revolver katanas. What the fuck? And Final Ascension is something else, bro. God damn. And tan version. Y'all want tan version? There you go. You see in her Final Ascension, she's got the 5 elements because of the Musashi's book of the 5 elements, right? Tan version, peak. I like the Gunblade version myself, but obvious reasons. Male characters, y'all like fucking Senji Muramasa, fated blacksmith, my goat. Y'all might recognize him from Fate Stay Night. It's a heroic spirit, a servant inhabiting the body of Shiro Emiya from Fate Stay Night, of course. And he has he has some fucking peak moments in the story too. Oh my god, in both Shimosa and Lost Belt 6 has some amazing moments. Oh my fucking god. One of my favorite characters in the franchise, easily. He's so fucking cool. Grandpa is here! Senji Muramasa. And of course they got Shiro's voice actor to actually play him too.
いやもう仕方ねえ。七度ばかりぶった切るか。俺は刀鍛冶なんだがな。戦場に連れてきてどうしやがる。投影開始。
He said the thing! Trace on!
ああ、しっかり見たぜ。焼きを入れるか。悪かねえ。いい出来だ。
They give him the personality of an old, like a southern old man too in the story. Like it's so fucking good. Like he actually has the mental capacity of an old man, so everyone calls him grandpa, even though he looks like he's fucking 20 and ripped.
出番か。下がってな。まったく。
Yeah. Well, we gotta do the Noble Phantasm at least once. His Noble Phantasm too is so fun. I don't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't fucking watched UBW, but oh my god, he's got like it's basically a reference to Unlimited, the UBW anime in a way. It's like the opposite of something he does in Unlimited Blade Works. It's so fucking sick.
真髄解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界メイドの土産に拝みやがれこれが俺のつむかり村正だ
He's so fucking sick. Show Oberon too, you said? Pretender Oberon. My goat. Absolutely stellar role in the Lost Belt 6 story, yeah. Oberon, fun fact, Nasu was like pretty much done with Lost Belt 6, and he got handed the art. The person that did the art, Chika. Chika did the art for Oberon, and originally Nasu had this vision of Oberon in his head. It was just going to be Fairy King Oberon, right? And this is what like Nasu had envisioned in his head. Later on, when Nasu was almost done with the story, he got this submitted to him. This art right here. And this art alone, he took one look at this and said, I'm rewriting the whole story. There's like an interview where he talks about that. He was like, I was almost done with Lost Belt 6, and then I got the art from Chika of Oberon's final ascension, and I decided to rewrite the entirety of his character in the story. Yeah, he's a great character in Lost Belt 6, though, for sure. He delayed LB6 by a fucking year. Great character. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done. Chika has an insane fear of insects as she was going through it, and she was highly inspired by Berserk as well. What's Berserk's the mangaka that passed away? She was really inspired by Berserk to design Oberon and wanted to show it to the writer before he died, before it happened. Yeah, Kentaro Miura, if I'm saying that right. He literally passed away right before Lost Belt 6 released, and she had it prepared, and she was so excited to show Miura the art and say like, hey, like this was like very inspired by you, took a lot of inspiration, check it out. And like literally he passed away like a month before Oberon's release. Very sad. But yeah. All right, chat. I think that's gonna be it. I can show you my two 120 servants too. Saber Altar. Peak. The reason I started playing FGO actually because I saw the Heavensfield trilogy and I loved Saber Altar's design so much I got into FGO because of that. Like, literally because I saw Saber Alter in FGO, I was like, I'm downloading it. Love her. Saber Alter. And then we also have Jalter, John the Arc Alter. Both done by Takeuchi. Takeuchi, my favorite artist. Yeah, peak. Does someone know how many sabers there are? Not off. I'm a huge saber fan, and I don't even know off the top of my head how many different versions there are. There's a lot. Over 20 for sure. Can't imagine how much Max loves Shinjuku chapter then. Oh yeah, it's up on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. I was losing my mind, dude. You got Salter and Jalter like fighting over you. How many sabers? Yes. If it's not apparent yet, Max has a type, yes. Maybe. There's the original male saber. Saber Arthur Pendragon prototype. And then the OG saber. My wife. I'm the housewife. Summer Saber Alter? She has gun. She has Dragonoff. Excalibur in gun form. She's a maid too. Why? I don't know. Because Takeuchi said it would look cool. Oops, all saber. Oh my goodness. Schwanzeng Sanzeng. It is criminal. It is, can I just say it's criminal we don't have a summer Schwanzeng Sanzeng yet? Why does she not have a summer form? Comma. Goodness. Anyways. That's gonna have to do it, chat. Next stream we're doing LB7. We're finally starting it, chat. It's finally happening! It's finally happening! Lost Belt 7, Golden Sea of Trees, Nahui Mictlan. Did I say that right? Probably not. What does that even mean, chat?
Mictlan.
Mictlan? What?
Mictlan.
Nahui? Good luck on anything. You will need it. Nah. He'll buff out.
那会
Nahui?
那会
Nahui.
那会
Like, na hui? Like that? Like huan huan? Na hui?
那会
Na hui.
那会
Na hui? Mictlan is the underworld, apparently? Ah. Mayan underworld. Okay. Aztec underworld. Na hui Mictlan? Dude, I'm already bad with pronunciation as is. I am not looking forward to fucking trying to learn Aztec words. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna lose my brain in this Lost Belt. It is pain. How do you say Tez's name? Everyone just nicknames him Tez. I don't know how to say his full fucking name. Tezcatlipoca? Is that it? Tezcatlipoca? Tezcatlipoca. 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 Nailed it. Tezcatlipoca. Fuck me, dude. It is Tlaloc Talilok? I think I've heard other content creators say it. Talilok is how you say their name? Where have I heard Talilok before? I don't know. There are many, many, many Aztec Mayan words. Oh, I'm fucked, bro. I'm so screwed. Shit. All right, well, next stream. Not only is it hard to pronounce, but some words are just long as fuck. Oh, I know. It must be from some anime or something. It's gonna bug me. We're gonna have to look up pronunciation videos every 5 fucking seconds. God damn. All right. Well, thanks for hanging, everyone. Love y'all. Lady Swan streaming again. Honkai Star Rail.
Cost like roughly 2K.
Yo, is she Poland? Oh, she's doing new stuff. Oh, Talilok's from Monster from Honkai Impact 3. Interesting. All right, I'm rating someone that is we're rating Lady Swan Sticks, and she is doing the new Honkai Star Rail stuff. So if you don't want to see the new chapter stuff, if you want to be spoiler free, maybe hop out now. But thanks for hanging, everyone. We'll be streaming Lost Belt 7 next stream. Look forward to it. Should be in the next day or so. Look out for my announcements chat in my Discord for it. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I will see you all next time. But until then, later.
Oh, I'm scared. Let's see, can you show us something with your card now? Borrow your card, I think. My follow when I do this. Oh, wait, thank you for the raid. Sorry, may pause. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? We're just trying to gamble for Herda right now. Oh, you're doing Fate. Oh, wait, how'd it go? How was the gambling? I need to try and play tomorrow. But I know, I'm trying to get Herda right now. We haven't gotten her just yet, but we did a lot of we did like 30 plus pulls in her banner. So I think we're gonna get her